Okay, friends. I apologize for the false start on the horizontal stream. As always, OBS is an absolute piece of shit. And there was some kind of a conflict with TikTok Studio. TikTok Studio, also a steaming pile of garbage. So give me 1 second. I think both streams should be open on YouTube now. I do not know why the first stream failed to launch from OBS. I assume this problem will be intermittent forever until the end of time, since OBS is free. And Streamlabs also still sucks. So there's no competition. Anyways, with that being said, friends, give me 1 second. I do have a couple super chats from some friends. Give me 1 second. See if they're loaded. I apologize. So I've got one super chat from our friend Sarah. Thank you so much, Sarah. Sarah says, as you've said many times, actually reading the book is what made us atheists. Reading without the Jesus blood glasses, of course. Praise Doug. Couldn't agree more, Sarah. Could not agree more. And David Burke, my good friend. Holy shit, David. Thank you so much for the $19.99 super chat. He sent that on the stream right before the horizontal stream crashed. I'm sorry that the horizontal stream crashed and I can't put it up on the screen, but I can read it. David says, have watched many atheist shows before DZ. You literally cite chapter and verse. It's devastating. Watched last night's show. Can't theists honestly answer simple questions? You can hear them sizzle on the spit like the chickens they are. Almost feel bad for them. Almost. Yeah, I'm David. Thank you so much for the super chat. It's very generous, and I'm with you. I do not understand. I cannot comprehend. It's beyond my comprehension why these believers will get up here and not just answer simple, easy, like, questions that like a 5th grader could answer. Like, I don't think I'm asking for anything extravagant. I'm just asking for simple answers to simple questions. If I ask a yes or no question, I just need a yes or no. I don't need a whole speech. And we've got a super chat from Reverend Danger. Thank you so much, Reverend Danger. It says, I blame TikTok when I fuck up at work too. Doesn't go over as well though. Well, I mean, yeah. I don't know if you can blame TikTok, but you certainly can blame well, you can blame your screw up by not paying attention because you were watching TikTok. Now that is a thing you can do. That's certainly a thing you can do. Give me 1 more second here. Let me make sure that all these super chats are going to load into OBS before we get too far. They do look like they're all loading because we've got one from Steve and Urzma. Okay, everything's good to go. I forgot to start the TikTok stream. Give me just 1 second, and we're going to start our TikTok stream. And let's see, we should be live everywhere now. We should have the guest boxes all open. We got the guest box on YouTube open. The link for the guest box is on the screen. We should have the guest box on TikTok open as well. So anyone wants to get into the conversation, you can use the link on the screen, or which is also in the description of the YouTube video, or you can join via TikTok. I think if you're watching on TikTok, I can't imagine an explanation is needed. If you know how TikTok works, then you should already know how to join the conversation. There's a button to join at the bottom of the screen for those who are brand new to TikTok. And so we're still waiting for a guest to load up. Let me grab a couple super chats. Sarah, oh, this is what you said earlier. So this one did come through. As I've said many times, actually reading the book is what made us atheists. Reading without Jesus blood glasses, of course. Praise Doug. That's really it. Like once you ask yourself as you're reading it, like, hey, is this true? Does it make sense? Rather than like starting with the conclusion that it is true and then working backwards to force it to be true, I think you'd get a very different conclusion. And Steve, my favorite Christian that always shows up to give me money and cry in the comments, thank you for the super chat, says, if there is no God, then everything is permissible. Prove me wrong. No, so I don't like what you're making is a fallacy on like what we mean by permissible. So like when you're saying everything is permissible, like you're saying that if there are no objective morals, then objectively it's okay to do anything, which is a silly thing to say, because if there's no objective morals, then saying something is objectively okay to do is stupid. Now, if you live in the real world where we use our own subjectivity to come to these conclusions, yes, I can say, according to my own subjective opinion, that should not be permissible. I'm allowed to do that even without objective morals. One day you'll figure it out, Steve, one day. Erzmont, thank you for the $5 super chat. Great to see your friend. Says, if David's wives come up, could you dismissive ask men? I think that might be a typo, friend. I think, I mean, could I dismissively ask men if their wife/girlfriend sins would justify them getting essayed? Thanks for these cookouts. So this is actually a really good question. Actually, somebody, I forget who it was. It might have been Sarah that mentioned this to me. I think one of the good ways to discuss that particular passage is to flip it. Like, if your wife committed adultery, should you be raped? And I think that's a good flip. I like that. And Helping Make a Deconstruct says, Doug wants barbecued Christians on a Friday night. Indeed, he does. Indeed, he does. And guys, thank you so much for being here. We've got some people populating the guest box on YouTube, so I'm going to start bringing in guests from YouTube. I'm going to grab Matthew first, as Matthew's battery is about to die, so we'll see if this works out. Welcome in, Matthew.
Hello?
Yep, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Cool. All right, before we get started, can everyone on TikTok and YouTube send me a 1 in the comments if you can hear Matthew? I just want to make sure that everything's good to go before we kind of get started. Yeah, everyone on TikTok can hear you, so we should be good there. And we should have some comments populating on YouTube here any second. It's a little bit of latency between the YouTube comments and what's going on the stream. All right, we're good to go. Everyone can hear you, Matthew. So, Matthew, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes, I'm 24. I'm Catholic. Yes.
Cool. And what would be the most compelling evidence or argument for the God of Catholicism being real?
Oh, well, do you want the history, or do you want me to tell you about how the tranny who looks up to your people killed children at Catholic?
Yeah, you can fuck off with your homophobia and transphobia. So we don't do that here. I don't know if you're lost, like you're confused, you got lost on the way in, but that's not really a thing that we do. So, did you want to have a real conversation, or did you want to crash out over the fact that trans people exist?
Oh, yeah, let's have a conversation about the person who decided to commit that.
Okay, so no, you don't. All right, well, you can move on. Looks like he was a waste of space, so we'll move right on to the next. Also, I don't know anything about the Minnesota shooter. Having a conversation with me about something that happened in Minnesota is a useless endeavor, as I don't know a single thing about this person. Also, I'm pretty sure from what I read is that the person wasn't an atheist, so not even a good start. Let's get Steve into the conversation. Steve, welcome in.
Hey, how's it going?
Not too bad. Hey, Steve, I don't mind talking to you in the truck, but you do have to pull over. We can't talk while you're driving.
It's actually combine. Everything's automated. Like, I spend a whole day on the phone pretty much.
Oh,
that's all I do.
You're on a tractor.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, basically combine, and we're doing lentils.
I assumed it was a semi truck. That's my bad. Listen, if you're doing the farming over in the heartland and you're safe, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I'm 100%. Everything's automated. You know, it's should be good to go. I mean, I spend all day on the phone. That's pretty much all I do.
Sure. So, Steve, do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes, I grew up Christian. I'm Hutterite. You probably don't really know what that is, but Google would probably be able to tell you a little bit about us.
Yeah, it's
I
a
grew up
branch of
Christian my whole life. Never really paid.
The Hutterites are a branch of the Anabaptists.
Yes, that would be right. And like I grew up in it, and you know how that is. When you grow up with something, you kind of take it for granted, never actually. So I'd say my walk in Christianity has only been maybe a year before I actually took it seriously. To be quite honest with you.
Sure. Okay. So, if I understand you correctly, then you believe in the Christian God.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. There's a little bit of delay in our transmission. I think it's just because your reception might be a little bit weak out on the farm. So maybe just turn off the video, leave the audio on, and I think it'll make the audio a little more snappy.
How do I do that?
Let me try it. It looks like your connection just completely froze. Hold on. Oh, and he's gone. Yeah, the connection's really bad. Okay. Well,
I can still hear you. Like
that's interesting because it shows that you're completely disconnected right now. I'll refresh.
I still hear everything you're saying, so I don't know.
Hold on.
And now I only see me.
Steve, can you hear me? This is really bad. Steve? Steve? I don't know why it shows him still up here. He's not connected. Steve is not connected. Yeah, the echo was really bad too. I don't know why it was echoing like that. We'll worry about that here in a minute. All right, so with that being said, well, Steve's not really connected. I don't know why it shows him still on the screen. I can just disable it for now, I guess. I don't know. Or no one can hear him. We're going to bring in someone from TikTok real quick.
What you on YouTube?
Mr. Live.
What would you streaming on?
I'm streaming on YouTube and TikTok. Mr. Live, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, both.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
I believe the one that you hate the most.
Well, I don't like any of them.
No, but there's one that you hate the most.
Allah?
Which
so
one?
You're Muslim?
Say it with your mouth. Come on.
I did. Were you listening?
No, I didn't.
I said Allah, the Muslim God. Are you Muslim?
Oh, you hate him the most? Oh, shit, that I misjudged you. I thought you were going to say the Christian God.
Why?
Why do you hate the Muslim God?
Because he's the most vicious?
You think so? I think if he was vicious,
have you studied the Islamic religion?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, okay.
I
so
did
let's
I was confused for a time.
Let's not do any nonsense about what God do you hate. That's dumb. We're talking right now about whether or not God is real. What would be evidence to suggest that your particular God is real?
Some Muslims
sounds like you're a Christian.
They have the same God as the one I believe in. I believe in Yahweh.
I'm sure you do. So what's the evidence that Yahweh is real?
The prayers that I have made, they come true. Like right now, I'm praying over you
right now. Pray right now and make something come true.
I'm praying right now over you.
So I'm holding a screwdriver, and so what I'm going to ask you to do. So what I'm going to ask you to do is this screwdriver comes in multiple pieces. All right. So I'm just gonna loosely place the handle back onto it. I'm gonna need you to pray that the handle comes off. You do that, you'll convert me. You'll
Okay,
convert we're all gonna be Christians.
Yahweh, in the name of Yeshua, please listen to my prayer. The person holding the blue screwdriver, in the day of judgment, do not forgive him. Please, I will be there to witness everything that he has done, especially
Okay,
this
so
moment, how he has
your God
tested
has no
you
power.
right now.
You have no
I
faith
thank
for your
you.
God
In the name
to
of Jesus,
actually
amen.
you
So,
actually
okay, I did my prayer, man. Have a good day, man. As a watchman, I will be there witnessing. I hope you do get condemned.
okay. Are you guys all Christian now? Everyone Christian? What do you mean you can't hear the guest? How the fuck did TikTok not hear the TikTok guest? God damn it, TikTok Studio. All right. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. Well, when we get another guest, I have no idea why you guys couldn't hear him. When we get another guest, we'll test it out. Oh, you heard him, Astronova? Wait, so some people on TikTok could hear the TikTok guest, and some people on TikTok couldn't hear him? That's fucking crazy. I hate TikTok Studio so much. It's literally the worst. It is the worst software package ever invented. Eventually, I'm just going to write my own package. It's the worst. Somebody, one of my friends, come up here on TikTok real quick, and we'll just verify that the audio is either broken or not broken. All right, we'll get Chad in here. Chad, my friend, welcome.
Hey, is it working?
I can hear you. Can everyone hear Chad? See if this works. Oh, you can hear him now? So they just couldn't hear the last guest. I don't know why. I don't know why they couldn't hear the last guest. It just was TikTok being TikTok.
All right.
Hey, thanks, Chad. Actually, hold on. I'm going to bring Dr. Joe in. Dr. Joe.
Happy Friday, friends.
Happy Friday to you. While I've got Dr. Joe up, guys, make sure you drop a follow is what I meant to say. Drop a follow to Dr. Joe. And Dr. Joe, I want to do one thing. If you could help me real quick, I want to test something with our YouTube guest queue real quick while I've got you up here. Okay. I was thinking this morning of a way that might work with allowing our YouTube guests to hear the TikTok guests, and I don't know if it's going to work, but now I've got a guest on both platforms right now. So right now I think would be the time to test it out. Adrian, can you hear me? Awesome. Dr. Joe, can you say something? I want to see if Adrian can hear you.
Sure. Welcome to the platform, Adrian.
Adrian, did you hear that? No, never mind. Well, my dreams are dashed. Oh, well. What are you going to do? One day, Dr. Joe, I'm going to figure it out. One day I
know you are.
Just going to, whatever. Hey, thanks for being here, Dr. Joe.
Yeah. I'm glad to catch it.
Adrian, my friend, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think we're good there.
I'm over 18, and yes, I do believe in Jesus Christ.
Okay. What would be the most compelling evidence or argument for Jesus being real?
I would think off top that if anyone were to try to look to see if excuse me, I would think if anybody were trying to really pursue to see if Jesus was a man of his word, they would try to first look at the quote unquote prophecies that he's fulfilled.
Sure. I mean, listen, I agree with you. I think the prophecies or the so-called prophecies of Jesus, if they actually came true, I think they would be pretty compelling. Which prophecies do you think he fulfilled?
I I was going to go through. Hold on, if I may get my resources out.
Sure. Yeah.
May I ask you? Speaking of prophecies, if I may ask you a question.
Yeah.
When it comes to prophecies, I believe I heard either in a clip or one of your prior shows that you had, right? That you don't believe that Psalms are included in prophecies being fulfilled. My question was to you before we was going to get into the prophecies was, why do you believe that Psalms isn't included if Jesus himself said that he had to fulfill stuff that was in the Psalms?
Well, the argument that you're making that Psalms must be prophecies because Jesus said so is circular, right? So if the prophecies are the proof that Jesus is special, then you can't start out with Psalms or prophecies because the special guy said so. Because then I could just do the same thing. I would say, well, listen, the Psalms all prophesy about me, and they prophesy about me because I said so. So the reason why the Psalms aren't prophecies is because, for the most part, they don't actually make any prophetic utterances. Now, that's not entirely true. There are some Psalms that do include prophetic bits. Like, for example, in Psalm 110, there are promises.
Verse 4, right?
There are promises made to King David in
Okay.
Psalm 110. And I think if God makes a promise to somebody, I think we can count that as prophetic. Like, I know that it doesn't come in as like the standard prophetic form, but
Okay.
I'm willing to accept promises as prophecies.
Okay. I respect that.
But I would draw the line at like you can't just say any words on a page or prophecy. Like you can't just flip to Numbers 13 and say it's a prophecy because it sounds familiar to something else. Like it has to actually be like somebody speaking in a prophetic tone using like prophetic future tense grammar.
Will names be included in that? Would you think, like, if a person referenced something, let's just say hypothetical numbers, right? Someone said, "Oh, this prophecy is talking about Jesus Christ." Is that important to you? Saying that, hey, this verse would specifically say, hey, Jesus, this one is for Jesus Christ, so that's why Jesus Christ is referencing it in the New Testament.
I may not understand what you're asking. Can you say it one more time? Maybe I didn't catch it right.
All right. And excuse me for fumbling and stuff like that. You know, I mean, I really wanted this engagement with you. I've been really wanting to get this engagement for a minute, so I'm kind of anxious a little bit. So bear with me, and you know, I mean, that's just what it is.
There's no rush.
All right. What my example was? My example that I was trying to use was, let's just say, and I don't mean to blaspheme the word or nothing, but let's just say it said in Deuteronomy so and so, this person will die and rise on the third day. My question I was trying to emphasize to you, would it be important to you if that verse said his name Jesus Christ? So there wouldn't be any confusion or a vague prophecy being said, and if Jesus Christ was referencing it in the New Testament, saying it was about him, would that be important to you?
So, I mean, this is a good question, but I don't think so. I'll tell you why. Like, so when it comes to like prophetic predictions, I think if somebody says like the prophecy is more, it's more critical because it mentions the name of the Messiah. I personally don't find this to be more compelling than if it didn't have the name, because anyone can name their kid anything, right? So it just stands to reason that one of two things is going to be true. If you think your kid is the Messiah, maybe through prophecy or something, or if your child eventually thinks that it is the Messiah, they could just change their name, or they could just make their name that from birth. So when it comes to names, I think names kind of always fall into the category of self-fulfilling, which is why I'm not really
Okay.
sure that the name itself is all that critical to me.
So that wouldn't be your turning point. Okay. I respect that. I respect that.
Right, because you can understand, like, if the Old Testament says the Messiah is going to be named Adrian, well, listen, we're going to find a lot of Adrians in history. There's going to be billions of them.
No, I hear you on that. I hear you. But there'll only be one me though. I promise you that. I am one of a
I
kind.
believe
Just
it.
say.
I believe it.
As far as if I could just point to one, for example, which kind of, and to be fair, if I may, I'm using a Thompson chain reference
Sure.
for
No,
my resource.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay. I was going to ask one that they point out in Psalms 34:20, talking about how not one of his bones are broken.
So, like, typically, not one of his bones are broken is supposed to be a reference to the Passover instructions.
Okay.
Right. Now, like, it is true that in the psalm you're referring to, there's a reference to the righteous person's bones not being broken. Essentially, like God, like God will cause that to be the case, right? So we'll pull it up. I'll show you what I'm talking about here in a second. I don't want to generalize it. Let me actually show it to you.
I appreciate you taking this conversation. You know what I mean? Respectful. I do appreciate it.
I love good conversation. Okay, so we've got a snippet about the righteous, and it says, "Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord rescues them from all. He keeps all their bones, and not one of them will be broken. Evil brings death to the wicked, and those who hate righteous will be condemned." My understanding of John's reference, when John says that the prophecy was fulfilled that not one of his bones would be broken, that this is actually a reference not to Psalm 34, but in fact to Exodus 12, because in Exodus 12 you get the instructions for the Passover lamb.
Okay.
And Jesus in the book of John is portrayed as the Passover lamb. So in Exodus 12:46 says, "It shall be eaten in one house. You shall not take any of the animal outside of the house, and you shall not break any of its bones." And so if John's putting together this motif of Jesus being the Passover lamb, then I think it just stands to reason that this is what he was referencing when he quoted, "Not one of its bones shall be broken."
Okay. So essentially, you don't believe they're referencing Christ when it comes to Psalms 34:20, but to that exact reference of the just so I can understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, so first of all, when John is quoting "not one of its bones should be broken," that seems to be a quotation from Exodus 12, not from Psalm 34. However, I don't believe that Exodus 12 with the Passover instructions are prophetic. This is just instructions for how to participate in the Passover festival. But John was looking, like, John really wants Jesus to have some sort of sacrificial meaning. And he finds like a figurative connection within the Passover lamb. But it kind of breaks down too, because like the Passover lamb doesn't forgive anyone's sins. So like it's not really a good connection to Jesus if Jesus was supposed to be a sacrifice that forgives sins.
I hear you. That's a bad correlation.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's where I was going to start with. I did want to come with some questions, as in like, so you don't believe that? So do you believe, question, that that Jesus performed any miracles at all?
I personally don't know. And the reason why I don't believe that Jesus performed miracles is because, like, when I read the other historical literature, like if I read the writings of the Greeks, like Herodotus, Plutarch, and the Romans, Tacitus, Suetonius, and others,
Okay.
um, they're telling history just like the gospel authors are attempting to tell history. Mixed in with that history is a bunch of miracles, a bunch of mythology, right? So for me, I feel like if I'm going to be fair to the historical literature, I have to conclude that all of these people were doing miracles, or none of
Mhm.
them are doing miracles, right? Otherwise, I'm giving like a really unearned preference to the biblical miracles when there's lots of evidence that Vespasian performed miracles.
So you don't believe that that Christ could read minds?
No, I don't know.
Okay. The reason why I asked that is because one of his parables that he described came from him reading somebody's mind. Now, I don't know about you, but if we believe that Jesus has at least existed, that will be kind of at least of a good gift to read somebody's mind. I don't think a lot of people could read people's minds.
No, I agree. I don't think that it's usual for people to read other people's minds, but I don't really have a good reason to believe that Jesus was reading anyone's mind.
Okay, that's I can't see my, and I see that the burden of the proof is, I guess, is try to prove to you that Jesus Christ is the one that performed these miracles, but I don't know how I could start trying to make that argument if
Well, I can give you a head start. So, like the church father Origen was known to do a lot of apologetics. When he is in his disputation with Celsus, he says something
mm,
really interesting because Origen knows that there's a bunch of Greek and Roman miracle workers too. And there's a bunch of Greek and Roman people who even resurrected. And Origen says the thing that sets Jesus apart is not that he's the only miracle worker. It's not that he's the only person that ever rose from the dead. It's just that the stuff that he did was uniquely prophesied in the Old Testament. So
I agree.
that's how Origen is setting Jesus apart from history, right? Now, I don't know if that's a very compelling argument because if you read enough history, you'll find other prophecies that came true. Like I've got a bunch of Babylonian prophecies that came true. But that
Okay.
being said, if I take Origen at his word and say, okay, well, if the thing that sets Jesus apart is that what he did was prophesied, I should be able to go in and find these prophecies about Jesus
Let
doing
me
these
interrupt.
things. Mhm.
Who is Origin again?
Origen's one of the early church fathers. I think he was born around 180. Let me double check.
I okay.
Let's see. When was Origen born? Yeah, about 185, and he died in 253. And he was one of the most productive early church apologists. He wrote a lot. But anyways, if somebody could go to the Old Testament and demonstrate that Jesus did fulfill a lot of prophecies, that would be really compelling. But even in Origen's writings, he points to a lot of things that just aren't prophecies. Thank you for the Ian raid over there. Good to see you, friends. Welcome in.
Okay, and before I use the Thompson chain reference chart for my next little prophecy question.
Mhm.
So you don't so do you believe that there was a David
I actually
that existed?
do. Yeah, yeah. So I get flack a little bit for being charitable to the Old Testament, but I do believe that David and Solomon both existed.
Okay, good go, good go.
Mhm.
Okay, so
I think the
I,
the problem. Or go ahead.
No, I was going to say the reason why I brought up David for my next trying to let me keep it 100. All right, like I came into this like I respect your knowledge on the Bible and stuff, and it just comes to me. It's just when I got into this, like trying to find out atheist mindsets and all that journey that I started like 2.5 months ago. Starting off with the morning show that they got, the damn network, right? That's what got me started.
Oh yeah, I know
I
about the
was
Damn Network.
Yeah, I seen you and the Apostate Sisters in one of the
Mhm.
episodes. And we didn't engage that much, but I was talking to Mr. Weed Y, bro. That's my guy. I call him Mr. Weed, right? Um the my big thing, like I don't want to come with no like gotcha moments, no back and forth, gotcha atheist, gotcha Christian type mess. Like I really want to come with you with the utmost respect, right? Because
Sure.
I don't really tolerate disrespect like that. I wanted to ask you, knowing the word like in and out, like how you do. Like I barely started getting my translations, and I really barely started my serious Bible journey like months ago, right? I really wanted to ask you, like, straight up, why is it that you personally, Justin, are not afraid of the unforgiven sin?
Oh, this is a really good question. I wasn't afraid of it even when I was a Christian. I'll tell you why. So, Mark chapter 3, if I remember correctly, contains the first instance of the unforgivable sin, and it seems pretty clear that the unforgivable sin is a specific reference to what the Pharisees were doing. So Jesus is performing miracles. He's casting out demons. It's presumed he's using the power of the Holy Spirit to do so. And then he's
All right.
accused of casting out spirits in the name of Beelzebub, which is why he says a kingdom divided will not stand. So what he mentions to them is, and then he condemns them for the sin. And the sin was the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. The reason why this is important is because that's really what they were doing. The Pharisees were looking at what the Holy Spirit was doing with the casting out of the
Okay.
demons and then attributing it to Satan. That's blasphemy. And so they were literally blaspheming the Holy Spirit. So, in order to do the unforgivable sin, you would have to, one, witness the Holy Spirit do a miracle or do something spectacular, and then call it demonic. That to me is the unforgivable sin.
Mm, mm. And your position is that you have never seen the Holy Spirit. Okay, 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 okay. I'm just saying, I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that more. It's I come with respect when I say better you than me, because when I read Hebrews 6:7, and it really elaborates how like
You can't be restored again, according to Hebrews 6. Yep.
and
Once you
I look at those.
apostatize, you're done.
I mean, and that's I would say that's if that's something bold, like how I'm bold in saying I will always believe in Jesus, right? And for you to be so bold and be like, you know what, I'm gonna forsake all that, knowing what I know. And Hebrews 6:7 really spoke to me as much. And you're not even seeing that as any type of fear about nothing.
No, it doesn't bother me at all. Once you recognize how many lies are in the Bible, then you stop taking all of its threats seriously. So like when I notice that Jesus didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy, and there was no global flood, and we evolved from primates, God didn't create anybody from the dust of the ground, and I can list hundreds of contradictions in the Bible, and the afterlife concept is completely illogical. I mean, at some point, like you're not worried. Like, people ask me, how come I'm not afraid of hell? Well, because I don't believe that hell exists. Like, Adrian, if I asked you, are you afraid of going to the Muslim hell? What would you say?
Okay, and I will tell you bluntly, no, because I don't believe Muslim is a.
Exactly.
I
Yeah.
don't believe
You
in
don't
like
believe it
Muslims and
exists.
stuff.
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
believe it. Yeah, I feel you.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's and for real, that's really. I didn't want to come and say, "Hey, prophecy this." Let's point out Bible. I didn't want to come at you with that type of energy. I really wanted to learn from your perspective, like what got you to this place, knowing you went to seminary, preached the word at one point, according to your ex-pastor, one of the thumbnails that I seen, right? So, and you come into this position knowing what you know. I can't do it, but bro, like I don't know. That's okay. Can I ask you?
Mhm.
Wouldn't it? Okay. Can I ask you, since you have no fear of the Lord at all, which is apparent, right? Would it then, at least with the knowledge that you know of the word, wouldn't it come to you saying, like, maybe there are some people that are maybe teetering in the middle, but they should be warned about that?
About what?
About the unforgiven sin that's in the word.
Yeah, so, when I first deconverted, like, I went out of my way not to talk to people about it because, like, it was painful for me and I didn't want to be painful for them. But once I started talking about it and I realized how much destruction Christianity creates, I kind of changed my
Mm.
mind. And actually, I don't think that Christianity provides a benefit to the world that we couldn't get any other way. Like, I feel like it doesn't really provide a moral structure that we need. It doesn't really provide like a good scientific structure that we need. And are there some people that do good things because they're Christians? Sure. But the reality is they'd probably do good things anyways.
I'm gonna keep it 100. I'm a good person. I feel I'm a good person, been told a good person, etc. And there are things in the word that help me stay grounded. But I feel that those could be, if they read some of the stuff that that
Let
it
me
could be good for them. Yeah, I'm sorry.
let me give you
Go ahead.
something that I think's important for this discussion. And I think it was a very pivot, that's not a real word, a very pivotal passage for me.
Okay.
So when I was
I would
in
like
Bible college and in
to know that.
seminary, I studied the Old Testament.
Okay. Let me get
And
my notebook, bro.
yeah, take your time.
All right. Yeah, I
So
really want to make this a learning session for myself, so I can go back and scripture if need be and further educate myself.
sure. So go over to Ezekiel 37 for me.
Ezekiel 37. All right.
Mm-hmm. And let's go down to 21.
$37. Okay.
So it says, thus saith the Lord God, I will take the people of Israel from the nations among which they have gone, and I will gather them from every quarter and bring them into their own land. I will make them one nation in the land on the mountains of Israel. One king shall be king over them. Never again shall they be two nations, and never again shall they be divided into two kingdoms. They shall never again defile themselves with their idols and their detestable things, or with any of their transgressions. I will save them from all their apostasies into which they have fallen and cleanse them, then they shall be my people and I will be their God. This is sort of like the end goal for God, right? To completely reunite Israel, bring them all back to the land, and then to dwell with him, right?
Yeah.
Right.
New heaven, new earth, new Jerusalem, and all that. Yeah.
I agree. Now listen to what it says about that time period in 24. says, "My servant David shall be king over them." Obviously, this is the Messiah, right?
Yes.
So it says, "My servant David shall be king over them, and they shall have one shepherd. They shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children's children will live there forever, and my servant David will be their prince forever." So there's two things that stick out in this passage. Namely, number one is that the Messiah must be a king over the Israelites. They must rule and reign over the Israelites in the land of Israel. And number two is that God still wants them to follow the ordinances and the statutes given to Moses.
Right.
Right?
The command would that include the commandments as well, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
So if this is what God is expecting for the messianic age, then really what we need to ask ourselves is, does Jesus fit either now or in the future? And it certainly doesn't fit what we know about Jesus so far, because he never was a king, and the New Testament explicitly stated that the laws of Moses were done away with. So that means it won't fit in the future either, because if Jesus comes back and reinstates the law of Moses, well, then it would contradict what we find in the book of Hebrews and elsewhere in the New Testament, right?
Okay. That would legit be a contradiction in my eyes, yes.
It would. It's a difficult thing to do. And then I would only couple it with one more passage in Jeremiah 33:14. And I think these two passages in combination really paint a picture of what the messianic age is supposed to be like, that it makes it difficult for Jesus to fit it. So in Jeremiah 33, yeah, Jeremiah 33:14.
All right.
Says, "The days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise I made to the house of Israel and the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. And this is the name by which it will be called: The Lord is our righteousness. For thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings and to make grain offerings and to make sacrifices for all time." So, like, when the Messiah comes, if there's still going to be Levitical priests, like not one, but multiple Levitical priests in the temple doing like sacrifices and offerings, then it really negates what the New Testament says.
Because Jesus did say, and I'm, paraphrasing, don't want to disrespect the word, but he's essentially saying that he didn't come to abolish the Old Testament, the old law, but to fulfill them.
Yeah, so this brings up a really good point, because in the book of Matthew, Jesus constantly instructs the people to follow the law of Moses. Jesus didn't ever say anything about the law going away. It wasn't until after Jesus died that people had a narrative that the law was done away with. That's something that happens in Acts chapter 10, Acts chapter 15, and then in the Pauline letters. And so it's really weird to me that, like, the God of the Old Testament says that the law is going to operate forever. And then Jesus says that the law is going to operate until heaven and earth pass away. And then Paul is like, no, actually, let me tell you about this. You know?
You know what scripture that I lean on when you say stuff like this, pointing out contradictions, is in which kind of got me started on my picking the word journey is Proverbs 30 verse 5.
Oh, sure. Yeah, the proverb of Egwar.
Yes. There it is. That's the one that if there's a tier of verses in my soul that I hold like very dear to, that's top 5 at least. Top 3. You feel me? So,
Yeah.
so when you come up with, and they're reasonable arguments when you say, why is it that Old Testament say this? Jesus Christ, the one that has came, is saying that actually is this way. That's, I can't sit here with the knowledge of the Bible that I have to try to rebut that. And I'm not here to try to refute, or that wasn't the energy that I was coming with. This was kind of on some learning from your viewpoint to with Bible to come with why you feel this way. And again, the unforgiven sin thing was straight up on my top tier things to ask you specifically, because bro, like I see all these I see all these things in my algorithms. I'm like, yo, like, man, like the Holy Spirit is really not, for what the word says, is not one to play around with.
Right. And there's a lot of ground we can cover on, I think, what led to my deconversion. I'll mention just one other thing.
Uh-huh.
To me, I think one of the biggest problems, and I think the first time it stood out to me, I was actually teaching a junior high Sunday school class, and we were covering the sin of David, specifically as he's being confronted with Nathan the prophet for what happened with Bathsheba.
Okay.
And I got
I'm
to the
familiar with
part
that.
where everyone knows about the baby being punished, about the baby dying. And I got to the part about David's wives getting raped. And like in the middle of class, I was thinking to myself, oh, I can't read that part. I'm not going to explain to these children how God had 10 of David's wives raped for David's sin. But it really got me thinking later, like
Yeah.
that doesn't fit with a God that's good and just for David to commit a sin and then God to have 10 of David's wives punished for it. That's a nonsensical viewpoint. It's almost like the God thinks women are property.
Let me just say, for the record, I'm not one, as a man that believes wholeheartedly in the word. I do not know why harming, number one, harming children, harming women, or anything of that sort is allowed at all. Like I don't condone none of that, straight up. So that is a, when it comes to those type of issues and all that, like it makes someone like myself do wonder why any type of suffering is allowed. But what I always come back to is that, and I think I discussed this with somebody else, is that if the God of Abraham was really that evil, he could have stopped his quote unquote redemption plan straight from Adam and Eve. It could have just stopped right there. He didn't even have to like say, look, I'm gonna come down and sacrifice my son for y'all. He could have just ended everything straight up right there if he was really that evil. But I feel, and which is straight up my hope, and what I hope in, is that the truth that I believe that, let me say this without jumbling. My faith that I really hold on to is that the God that has this deplorable stuff in his word, he tried to make it up to his creation by saying, I'm still going to provide a way for y'all by sending down my son. That is kind of like the crust of the hope. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that's why and that's another like verse I always go to and say, like, hey, his ways are not our ways, and it says his thoughts are not our thoughts. So I put it onto his higher understanding of, you know what I mean, that he it's not just, let me just say, nothing like that is justified, but you know what I'm saying? I hope you know what I'm getting at.
Let me ask you a question, because
Yes,
like this kind of cuts to the core of the Christian doctrine, which is that sin divided us from God, and Jesus was like, the death of Jesus takes that bridge. So now we can be reunited with God and we don't have to go to hell. But I think that the way that the Christian doctrine is explained is almost like God didn't have anything to do with it. Like, well, you know, once Adam and Eve sinned, God had to create hell and send everybody there, right? But that's not really true. That's a false dichotomy because, like, Adam and Eve could have sinned, and God still didn't
Mhm.
have to create hell. He could have forgiven them. He could have forgiven all of humanity. He didn't have to do original sin. He created original sin and the sin nature after Adam and Eve fell. He didn't have to do that. But like if God decided what the wages of sin was, he could have made the
Uh-huh.
wages anything he wanted them to be. He didn't have to make it eternal
He
damnation and
didn't have to make it
hellfire.
sin. I hear
Right.
you.
So it's like he's saving us from the thing he created.
Do you think that hell was necessary then for his angels that he has in heaven to contain them? If
So that's
if
actually
a third of them fell.
So that's actually a really good question. Like, do the angels deserve to be locked up while they wait for judgment? Like, I don't know, right? Because I don't know the severity of their crimes, but
Okay.
I don't think they should be locked up forever. But it does sound like from Matthew 25 that they're not going to be locked up forever. They're going to be locked up until the judgment.
Mhm.
But I certainly don't think that whether you're an angel or whether you're a human being, that you should be locked up and tortured with fire.
You're saying that you're saying that the punishment doesn't it shouldn't be there to begin with. Like why is there a hell to begin with? Why is there fire and brimstone? Do you
Right.
think the reason is being that God is that holy that he doesn't want any type of evil in his sight, therefore that's what he thinks they deserve?
Well, God's holiness doesn't have any impact on the punishment, right? So it doesn't like if my father was a pastor and I lied to my father, I shouldn't get any different punishment than if my father was a truck driver. Like the holiness of the person that you sin against
I
shouldn't
feel
have
you on that.
anything
Okay.
to do with the crime.
So you're just okay. Okay. All right. That's okay. I hear you on that. Okay.
And you know, the last thing I'll say about hell too, since we're on the topic, is like the idea that God's going to send everybody to hell because they're not perfect. That's like a uniquely New Testament idea. That's not in the Old Testament. Like that was something that developed in the late intertestamental period. But even in the intertestamental period, it wasn't just for anybody who was imperfect. It was for people that were like truly wicked. Like you had to be a wicked,
Okay.
wicked individual to end up there. It wasn't just for like random atheists like me. And that's why we don't really find Jews up here proselytizing because they don't think I'm going to hell. Like Jews don't think that non-Jews or atheists are going to hell. Like the idea of punishment in the afterlife in Judaism is only for the truly wicked. And for
Mhm.
some Jews, it's not even permanent. It depends on what you're reading in the Talmud, but some Jewish Talmud passages state that you go to hell for a maximum of 12 months and then you get annihilated. Some of them teach that you go to 12 months and then you get released to paradise. And so there's a diversity of ideas of like what happens to the truly wicked people, but just not believing something doesn't make you truly wicked.
Where do you think those quote unquote wicked people really deserve to go though?
Well, to me, I think they should be rehabilitated. I think all human beings can be rehabilitated. If their
I
brains
agree.
aren't capable of rehabilitation, then it sounds like God has a design problem that he created.
The only reason I could say I could accede to that only because it does say that we were made in his image, but we're not in his likeliness right now because we are sinful in nature.
Right.
Okay. Okay. That's really it for me. I definitely appreciate this. Like,
Well, Adrian, thanks for coming up and chatting with us. You know, when I first started my channel, I imagined that we'd have a lot more conversations and a lot less arguing matches, but you know how the internet is.
Internet is definitely a beast to try to conquer. That's for sure.
Yeah, that is.
Definitely.
Listen, Adrian, spend some time thinking about our chat and come back sometime in the future and let me know where you're at.
You know what? And I told my wife this, and I try to, because I had and I'll try to make this brief. I kind of engaged with this other atheist guy, right? And he was very contentious. I'm not about that. I'm not about that at all. No type of disrespect, especially from a stranger. I don't know you. You don't know me. So let's come correct, right? And I say that in saying I appreciate how, one, you're very patient, and me trying to get my words right and trying to defend what I feel and stuff. And I give you respect on that. And as someone that I bring up my wife and all that to say that I told her this was going to be a one-time deal, but after this conversation, I really want to, like, it basically motivated me even more to really get my study on it, because I respect you're very astute in your debate thing, and I gotta give you that respect. So this is like my not first foray, but I'm kind of new to try to engage with atheists like how I'm engaging with you. So I appreciate this. So out of respect from one man to another, I definitely appreciate the knowledge that you have given me and got my mental going. So I respect it. You know what I mean?
I definitely appreciate you being here, Adrian. Do come back and let us know how you're doing in the future. And I'm sure we'll cross paths again.
Yes, sir. Yeah, have a good
Cheers,
night
buddy.
and enjoy the rest of your show.
Cheers.
Yes, sir.
Well, W. Adrian for being so polite. Boy, is that a rare occurrence. I mean, it just really is. Big W. Let me grab a couple super chats, and then we're going to get our next TikTok guest in here. Chip, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, I preached the word of Doug to my local atheist agnostic group today, hoping to win converts to the one true horizontal stream. W. Chip for preaching the word of Doug. I super appreciate that, friend. And you know what? If you're watching vertical or horizontal, nothing wrong with that. I think a lot of people like vertical on the phone and a lot of people like horizontal on the PC, but you know, different strokes for different folks. Larry, my friend, thank you so much for sending out 5 DZ debate memberships. That's huge, buddy. And Icon, thank you for the $20 super chat. It says Numbers 31 for the virgin girls who was taken as war booty. Are they kept in tradition until 12 years old and one day before being married off, or kept and married right away regardless of age? So Icon, this is a really good question. And the unfortunate thing is we don't entirely know, but here's my suspicion, okay? It says in Numbers 31, God says to divide the little virgin girls up among the people and among the warriors. Now, I think it would be improper to assume that all the warriors are married. We just have to assume that some of these warriors are just young warrior men. You know, they just went out to battle. They're 20, they're 21, 22 years old. They come back from battle and now they've got these little virgin girls. God did not ever tell them to wait to consummate with these little virgin girls. He didn't do it. He should have. I think it's false to assume that the ancient Hebrews had some sort of a moral code that like you had to wait till they were 12. Judging them by what we know from the ancient world, some of them would have waited until they reached puberty and some of them wouldn't. Parker, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate that. We have literature from the ancient world, from the ancient Near East even, talking about this. We know for a fact that there were some people who regarded it as evil to consummate a marriage with a child and some who didn't, right? And so being that the Bible doesn't tell us, I'm going to assume that their treatment of the girls in Numbers 31 was probably in line with the rest of the people of the ancient Near East. I don't have a good reason to believe otherwise. Good question, though. And Smackjacks, thank you for the 200 NOK. Says, if Abrahamic peeps had ancient comic nerds geeking out about conflicting superpowers like they do with Thor and Hulk fighting it out, then Bronze Age authors would understand how to convincingly write an Omnimax deity. I mean, this is not untrue. And they did. Like, if you read the first 11 chapters of Genesis, they're clearly painting a picture of their God to be an argument against the gods of Babylon. The first 11 chapters of Genesis are all retellings of stories that the Babylonians had, right? And so they were in dialogue, I guess you would say, with the other cultures, basically saying, my God is better than your God. You know, my God will beat up your God any day. And Tom, thank you for the $25 super chat. It says, Justin, I love your debates. How could I have been so brainwashed? The scales have been removed and I can see clearly now. Thanks for all you do. Well, Tom, thank you so much for letting me know. I'm sorry that you had to go through the deprogramming phase. That's a painful phase, but you did make it on the other side. So big W on you. And Shady, thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, good day and blessings to the fellow believers of Doug. Let us continue to follow the wisdom of Doug. Doug is real because I said so. And if you believe in Doug, you will go to a fun water park after you die. Amen. Shale Doug, and may the courts be with you. Yeah, Doug absolutely wants you to go to a water park after you expire. I concur. And great question from our friend Dalton. Good question. It says, my favorite Bible, not question, good point. My favorite Bible contradiction to bring up is the chronological contradiction of Herod's death 4 BCE and Quirinius' census in 6 CE for the Nativity. And you know what, Dalton? I love this one. Here's the only reason why I don't bring it up as much is because in order to put down the evidence for why the census was in 6, you have to go over a bunch of history, and they're just going to say, well, the Bible's right, history's wrong. And then it's hard to get anywhere, right? So you just when you get a really stubborn believer, they're just going to be like, no, and then it's just silly, you know what I mean? But Dalton, I'm with you. That's a great contradiction. And Mr. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, happy Friday, Justin. Also happy to announce Doug visited me last night. Yes, he left behind a few grains of sand, and guess what? He never made me pay 10% to get it. I love to hear that. That's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. And Sonus, thank you for the 500 Argentinian dollars. It's huge, friend. Sonus says, hi, Justin. Listening to Adrian almost deconverting in real time. I wonder if it has ever happened in one of your lives. Doug and Sharon, FTW. Okay, so I think it has actually. I talked to somebody recently, and their coworker knew me, and they said after they got off the call with me, they by the time they got off the call with me, they had basically deconstructed. So I know it is happening. I know that's a real thing that people are going through. I just don't know how often. Deborah, my friend, did you come to cook with me?
Well, I have a question.
Sure.
And I've asked this, I think of Rabbi Hannah, but I can't remember, and I need to write it down. And I am writing it down. So Ezekiel 46:19.
Sure, yeah, but
it talks about
the offerings.
Right. My question is, was this an eschatology that is contingent upon something, or is it an actual prophetical eschatology?
So that's always been my view, is that what's happening in Ezekiel 40 and beyond is post-messianic. Because we've got the Messiah showing up in 37, 38 and 39, we've got the wars of Gog and Magog. And then after that, we've got the Messianic kingdom where everything is righted in the world. And so when I get to 46 and I'm hearing, well, here are these offerings and sacrifices, the guilt offering, the purification offering, and so on and so forth. Well, I'm like, oh, these are things that are supposed to happen during the Messianic age. And to me, that's a huge theological conundrum. I mean, you've probably seen the conundrum here already.
Yeah. No, I obviously, when they're reinstituting sin sacrifices,
right.
I was corrected, and I do remember that the prince isn't necessarily the Messiah, although some denominations would say that they are one and the same.
Right. So that's the difficult part. I
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about with the prince, and that's why I think it's important to go back to like Ezekiel 36 and 37. So there is a mention in 37, if I remember correctly, that conflates kingship with being a prince. Let me grab that real quick. Unless I'm
Well,
remembering.
if the Messiah is supposed to be a king, he wouldn't necessarily be a prince.
Well, see, that's the
I just
thing.
thought about that.
Because the word prince in the Old Testament changes usage depending on what time period you're in. So, like in the time period of Daniel, a prince quite often is like an eschatological superhuman, like the Archangel Michael. But it could also refer to a political leader. And so there's a little bit of conflation there, but look at Ezekiel 37, referring to my servant David, right? This is my servant David will be king over them. They shall have one shepherd. They will follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They will live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children's children will live there forever. And my servant David will be their prince forever. Well, if David is the king and he's also the prince, I have a good reason to believe that the prince that gets mentioned later is the king.
And that's why a lot of Jews think that it's David who will return as the Messiah, right?
Yes, this is such a good point because like so we don't get to talk about this often, but like if you're just taking Ezekiel 37 literally, like you could totally read that the return of David is what they were expecting, especially because earlier prophecies said that David's throne would be forever. Well, if that's the case, right, and the promise to David is literal, then it seems to be like he's going to come back just like Moses and Elijah.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
One more quick little note. You had a super chat that was mentioning Numbers 31, and I don't hear this very often. How do you interpret the virgins as a heave offering? Because if they're foreigners, they obviously wouldn't have the right to serve in the temple. They wouldn't.
Right.
They would be construed as not good enough, right? That's just a place for the sons of Aaron. But if they're part of the heave offering, to me, I'm getting human sacrifice vibes.
I agree. So like, and first of all, there's nothing in the Bible that would prevent them from being murdered for the Lord. I mean, we see that in Leviticus 27, I think 28 and 29, clearly a reference to those who were condemned to being murdered for the Lord are not allowed to be ransomed. But it's interesting because like the offering in Numbers 31 makes up animals and humans. So like if they're offering up animals and they're offering up humans, I don't have a good reason to believe that the humans weren't offered up in the same way that the animals were. Same with actually even the bracelets and whatnot. It says we have brought the Lord's offering of what each is found, articles of gold, amulets, bracelets, and signet rings, so on and so forth. So I mean, there's a bunch of stuff that's offered up, and I mean, listen, I'm reading it the same way you're reading it. The women that were given as an offering to the priests were probably burned alive.
And that's gross.
Yeah, I mean it's really sad to think about, but like it matches with what we read because you're right. They couldn't serve in the temple. They would have been unclean. And like because even a priest, remember the regulation for the priest, even a priest, if they had a daughter that was quote unquote whoring around, the priest couldn't even serve in the temple, and the priest didn't even do the whoring. That's just his daughter, right? So the idea that these little virgin girls from a sinful nation that they had to go and murder are just now allowed to serve in the temple, it doesn't seem to match all that well, unless this is an admission that women are just property and they don't, they can take on some sort of status by who owns them.
Well, if you're looking at the Levitical priest who offered up his concubine who was later divided into 12 pieces. It
Yeah,
definitely
Judges
tracks.
19. That's rough. I know.
Yeah.
And it tracks to, let's poke Leviticus 27 real quick. It says, nothing that a person owns that has been devoted to destruction for the Lord, be it human or animal, or inherited landholding, may be sold or redeemed. Every devoted thing is most holy to the Lord. No human beings who have been devoted to destruction can be ransomed. They shall be put to death. So I'm reading Numbers 31 as these young girls are devoted to destruction, the ones that are given to the priests.
And there it is, folks. Yeah,
You know
I
what I
lost
mean?
my appetite for dinner.
It's a tough one.
That's all I've got. Thanks for answering those questions.
Absolutely, Deborah. Great to see you. Oh, hope you're doing well.
Yeah, good to see you. Drop me down.
I gotcha. And before
No,
I
wait,
drop
that's
her, if you
Sandra's
guys
wife.
aren't following Deborah yet, follow her. Buy her book. She's got a great book out.
Okay.
All right, we've got Ponens in the guest box. How you doing, Ponens?
Doing good, man. How you doing?
Doing good. Thanks for asking. Ponens, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a god?
Yes, sir.
Cool. And which god do you believe in?
I believe in the Christian God, but I was actually wondering if you'd be willing to talk a little bit about the problem of evil.
Sure.
For sure. So I'm curious, do you hold to like a logical problem of evil, or do you think that's not really a sound argument?
I think there's something there. Like, so I think the logical problem of evil depends on what kind of a God you believe in. So, like, for example, if you believe in a God that is 100% good, you've got something to talk about. If you believe in a God that's only maximally good, then I don't think the logical problem of evil works. But I do believe,
Sure. Yeah.
I do believe the argument for natural evils. I think that's the most compelling argument.
Gotcha. Okay. So, yeah, the one I was wondering if you subscribe to was one that just takes like the omni properties, omnipotent, omniscient, omnibenevolent in conjunction, lead to some kind of logical contradiction. And I was wondering if you'd be willing to hear an argument potentially, reconciling that, showing that there might not be a contradiction.
Sure. Yeah. Does the argument qualify the suffering as necessary somehow?
No, necessary would be saying something like, in all possible worlds, this evil must take place in order for the good to obtain.
Right.
But this argument is not going to appeal to necessity.
Oh, cool. So I think there's probably an argument I haven't heard yet. So I'd actually like to hear it.
Okay. And then just so we don't have to go into the basement about arguing like the coherency of libertarian free will and like the randomness objection, are you willing to just grant libertarian free will for the sake of this argument?
No, I don't think I could. I certainly could grant that it appears that we have the ability to make choices. But on the idea of libertarian free will, unless my definition is wrong, my understanding is on libertarian free will, it would be the case that there were no influences or nothing external to our own beings that would be influencing our decisions. But the minute you have a God involved who punishes you for not choosing the thing he wants, that seems like it would negate libertarian free will.
So I'm not necessarily talking about an instance where you make a decision or you had like the ability to make a decision between, option A or option B, and then you're punished for it. I just mean the ability to like make a decision between option A and option B. Like, are you willing to grant that as logically coherent, just for the sake of this argument, to see it get off the ground?
Yeah. So, like, would I grant for the sake of the conversation that human beings have the ability to make choices? I think I could grant that for the sake of this argument, but I would preface it for other arguments that I actually don't personally know if we have that ability. I've talked to quite a few people on this topic, and I'm still trying to make up my mind. So, like, I know there are some people that strongly believe in determinism and some people that strongly believe in free will. I haven't been able to form a good opinion yet, and maybe I need to talk to some more people to form a solid opinion. But right now, my personal opinion is mixed. So when I say I'm granting it for the sake of this argument, it's really just for the sake of the argument.
Yeah, that's totally fair, because I mean, look, you can be a determinist and still grant that like libertarian free will is logically coherent. You could just say that you don't believe in free will. So that's all I'm saying is, for the sake of this argument, you're granting that it's logically coherent, not that it's like that we have libertarian free will.
So you're asking me, do I think that libertarian free will is logically coherent within the omni-God matrix?
I'm just talking about libertarian free will being logically coherent for the sake of this argument. Like, that's just excluding like the randomness objection and some of the other ones in philosophy. I'm just saying, for the sake of this argument, are you willing to just grant that libertarian free will is logically coherent?
Well, that's actually a different question. Like whether or not we have it and whether or not it's logically coherent within the omni-God framework, I think are two different questions. So I think if you have an omni-God, I think that libertarian free will is no longer a thing. It's for the reason I mentioned prior, which is that if God punishes you for the choices that you make, you've got now an external influence on your choices, and it's no longer considered libertarian free will.
Okay, so the definition that we would be operating with libertarian free will, just for the sake of this argument, would just be the ability to do otherwise. So, you know, you go, like, for example, you go into an ice cream shop, you know, the ability to choose between like vanilla ice cream and chocolate ice cream. If you truly could have chosen otherwise, then that's going to be a libertarian free choice. And that's the definition I'm operating under. Okay,
so in your definition, you're saying libertarian free will refers to the ability to make a choice with or without external influences.
Influences are fine, but external causation is going to be where libertarian free will would fall flat. It wouldn't be libertarian free at that point. But sure, like for the sake of the argument, if it's like a if you're saying that like God is going to be giving you a punishment, God says, if you make this choice, I'm going to punish you, and you still made, you know, a wrong decision, I still consider it libertarian free by the definition.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so if by libertarian free will you mean we have the ability to make decisions, even though those decisions have some sort of external influence, you still call that libertarian free will. I'm perfectly fine with that definition that you've given if that's the one you want to work with.
Awesome.
Do we have that in the tri-omni worldview? I don't know, because at that point, it depends on which tri-omni worldview. Like, for example, if it's a tri-omni worldview where like God created the world with intention, or God did not create the world with intention, I would say in the world which he did create with intention, like he saw how everything was going to turn out and he decided to keep the recipe the same. In that worldview, I don't know if I could have done otherwise. But if it's more of a deistic tri-omni God where he we'll say this, he limited his ability to know or to care what was going to happen, then maybe we do have that version of free will. But when you plug in the tri-omni God, it's really difficult to get to a point where you have said free will without mixing in the fact that your choice seems to be determined.
Yeah, so I mean, we could have an argument on whether or not libertarian free will and God are able to be reconciled.
But
and I mean, I could ask.
Let's not get bogged down in that, because I want to hear your argument.
I'm sure you want to hear that argument.
Yeah. So let's do this. I didn't want to mix in my personal belief with the argument. So for now, I'm just going to say yes. I will grant you that we do have the ability to make decisions, because I'm really curious to see how the argument runs.
Awesome. Okay, so the first premise of the argument is going to be, it is just logically possible for God to value free will.
All right, so I'm going to write it down so I don't forget it. So it is logically possible for God to value free will?
Correct.
Okay.
And let me know when you're ready for the second premise.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I was waiting for it. Premise number one, I don't think that there's anything illogical about it. Is it possible for God to value free will? I would imagine it's possible, especially if he's all-powerful.
Yeah. Okay. Premise two, it is logically possible that the type of free will God values entails the possibility of rejecting him, as he would value freely loving him.
All right. Let me make sure I get that. It is logically possible that the type of what? The type of free will?
Yeah, the
Mhm.
type
Go.
of free will God values entails the possibility of rejecting him as he would value freely loving him.
Okay, so I shortened it only a bit. I said it's logically possible that this type of free will God values entails the possibility of you rejecting him.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Sure. Okay, so that's what I've got so far.
Awesome. Premise 3 is where I might have to go a little bit slower because it gets a little like philosophically loaded. So premise 3, Plantinga's defense of trans-world depravity argues that this type of free will could be responsible for evil in the actual world without contradicting God's triomni nature.
All right, so you'll have to put that in normal people's words. No one knows.
Sorry.
Well, sorry, 5 people know who Plantinga is.
That's okay. We could just say that Plantinga's defense argues that this type of free will could be responsible for evil in the actual world without contradicting God's triomni nature. So I don't have to throw in the word trans-world depravity, but I can go over what that is.
So I would say this type of free will is possible without what?
So the premise is Plantinga's defense argues that this type of free will could be responsible for some evils in the actual world without contradicting God's triomni nature.
This is just the evil from free will argument.
There's going to be a little bit more to it, though.
This is the verbose edition of evil from free will. Go for it.
Yeah, so and then premise 4, if Plantinga's defense is logically possible, there is no logical problem of evil. Premise 5, Plantinga's defense is logically possible, and then the conclusion is there is no logical problem of evil.
I'm going to shorten that. Premise 4, if defense is logically possible, the problem doesn't exist. That's the easiest way to say it.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay. So I think premise 3 is where things fall apart for me, at least. It says this type of free will could be responsible for evils without contradicting God's nature. And this is where it's important to dissect which evil. So I think the better question is, could this free will be responsible for all evils? Because let's say it's responsible for 99% of evils, but not for 1% of evils. Well, that 1% of evil creates the problem, right? So,
well, great question.
So could we say that the free will that God desires, the free will that allows us to choose him, right? Would we say that that free will is responsible for all evils?
Great question. So the answer to that is probably not. But that's not really the intent of the argument. So the intent of the argument is to demonstrate that the statement, God and evil cannot logically coexist, is false. So that's what this argument is trying to convey.
That's not my argument.
Well, that's essentially what the logical problem of evil states. Unless you're saying that that evil and God logically can coexist, but there are some evils that God and evil and that God cannot logically coexist with.
Yeah, I think it's important to recognize, like, for example, if I use this argument, which I do certainly use this argument, I'm not referring to some evil being logically possible. When I say there are evils that are contradictory to God's nature, I'm not saying all evil is contradictory to God's nature. I'm saying there are some evils that are contradictory to God's nature.
Okay, so we can look at natural evil because Plantinga does address that, at least. And again, this is just for logical possibility. Would you grant that it's logically possible? And remember, we're just operating under logical possibility because that's all you have to do when appealing to the logical problem of evil. Would you agree that it's logically possible that angels and demons exercising their free will could cause natural disasters?
I think it would be against God's nature to allow that.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I want to short circuit real quick to, I think, the crux of my position that might make it a little little easier for you to navigate my position. So my
That's fine.
position is that evil's not necessarily, or bad things, harm, not necessarily always evil. If it's necessary for something, then it's necessary. When it comes to natural evils, if the angels and the demons, or the bad angels and the demons, are causing the natural disasters, that's not something that God needs to allow. That would be called unnecessary. And in the omni worldview, God would have known that the angels were going to do that before they did it, and it wouldn't be necessary to even allow that. In fact, it wouldn't even be necessary for God to give them the power to do that.
So here'd be my question, because it sounds like you are saying the free will defense is going to fail at angels and demons, but for some reason would work with, agents like that are not angels and demons. What would you say is the moral distinction there between God allowing, say, a guy, shooting somebody on the side of the road, and then, say, a demon like starting a fire that consumes somebody? What's the moral distinction there, would you say, in God allowing one and not the other?
Well, do you think that angels and human beings have the same moral ground?
What do you mean by that?
Because angels experience God. They're in a different spiritual realm, correct?
Oh, that's fine. That wouldn't be really relevant to the question.
It is. Do you think that angels experience a different realm than we do?
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, yeah, okay. Do you think that angels need free will?
No, and I don't think we need free will either.
Right, okay. So this comes down to a conversation of necessity, right? If angels don't need free will, like if God isn't concerned with the angels making the same free will decisions as human beings, like to choose to believe and love on him, if that's not the case, if that's not necessary, then it's also not necessary to give them the power to go like harm the humans.
Well, here's the thing. I think I said at the beginning, I reject that necessity even needs to be a part of the argument. For example, I think that God can allow an evil that isn't necessary, but still has a morally sufficient reason. And that's where transworld depravity comes in, because transworld depravity appeals not to necessity, but I can go into that if you want.
Well, you have to define transworld depravity.
Yeah, that's fine. So before going into transworld depravity, I just want to make sure we don't get bogged down on this last thing, so I want to clear this up. The reason why I'm asking why there's a distinction between you saying you're okay with free will being a sufficient answer for, humans doing evil to another human, but you're not okay with free will being used as a, again, logically possible solution to angels and demons doing something to natural evil. And it seems to me that all you're saying is the distinction there is that they're in a different spiritual realm, but I'm not seeing that's relevant to why one can have free will and the other one can't.
Oh, it's pretty easy. So humans have limitations, right?
Yeah, so do angels and demons.
All right. Did God choose those limitations on purpose?
It's possible.
It's possible?
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, I don't see
any reason why. You think the limitations of human beings were an accident?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so if God chose our limitations on purpose, and he chose the limitations of angels and demons on purpose, he could have made the limitations anything he wanted, right?
Yeah, that's fine. No problem there.
Okay. Now, what you're suggesting is that God allows human beings to exercise a certain amount of free will, but that certain amount of free will results in some amount of harm, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Now, but that harm is necessary because God needs them to have the free will.
No, it's not necessary.
Oh, well, then the whole thing's broken already. If God doesn't need them to have their free will, and he doesn't need to create them so that they can cause harm in order to justify their free will.
Okay, I think
you've actually then your first argument now falls apart.
No, I think that's a confusion of modal language. Do you think that it's just because God values free will like the kind and premise to in one world that he must value it in all possible worlds?
Well, I'm talking about the human world right now. That's the one you brought up first.
No, but necessity, when you're using a term like necessity, that's a modal term. Necessity refers to all possible worlds. So when you're saying that God necessarily has to do X, you're saying that in all possible worlds, God has to do X.
No, I'm specifically talking about the human world. In the human world, is it necessary for human beings to have a type of free will that causes harm?
So when you're saying necessary, you're not using it to describe all possible worlds, which is traditionally how it's used in philosophy.
But I don't know if you know
To be
this, but you're not in a philosophy classroom. So like,
Well,
I know like you
okay.
probably have a bunch of friends that do this philosophy dialogue a lot, and you're used to people like just using your favorite definitions, but you're not in a philosophy classroom. You have to flex a little bit here. You're talking to a real person, and I went to school for like learning real things like engineering. So, like, listen, when I say necessary in this world, you know what that means. You just gotta roll with it.
Well, that's the thing. I actually don't know what you mean by necessary in this world. Do you mean that
I mean, it
in
needs
this
to
world,
exist.
It needs, okay, again, when you say it needs to exist in
You
this
know the
world,
definition of
that doesn't mean
necessary?
anything. Yes, in
Okay,
necessity in
in
mortal
the English
is defined something that
language,
cannot
no,
be,
in the English
cannot be any
language,
other
again,
way.
you're not in a philosophy classroom. In the English
Then
language, what does
stop
it
using
mean to be
Stop using
necessary?
philosophical terms then. Don't use
It,
philosophical terms if you don't know what
I'm
you're
not
talking about.
allowed to use the word necessary. Do you think I
You are
learned the word
you are
necessary
perfectly okay
in?
to use the word necessary if you know what you're talking about.
Do you
But
think I
unfortunately, you're
used the word
demonstrating to
do
everybody
you think
here that
I?
you don't know what you're
I'll
talking
try this.
about.
Try this again. Do you think I learned the word necessary in philosophy class, or do you think I learned it because it's like a basic word in the English language?
Yeah, I think you're using it as a basic word in the English language and you're using
Yeah.
it incorrectly.
No, I am using it in the English language and I'm using it correctly. When it's necessary, it means that it couldn't be another way.
Correct. And what does could there mean?
Could means it is possible, couldn't mean it's not possible. So if it's necessary, it means it could
Thank you.
not be another way. The number of worlds is
Correct.
irrelevant to the definition of necessary. If I say something is necessary here on the earth, you've got the boundary of necessary. You know what I'm talking about.
Okay, so if somebody were to say that something could not be another way, and then they say there's a logically possible world where it could be another way, is that a contradiction?
If you're saying it's necessary in one world and not necessary in another world, I would say yes, that's not a contradiction because you can have different rules for different worlds.
Okay, so all you're trying to appeal to is nomological modality, is what you're saying. You're not
I
appealing
have
to
no
logical
idea
modality.
what those words just left your mouth. Again, you're not in a philosophy classroom. Using your fancy $5 words won't get you anywhere here.
Okay, that's fine. So I'll go ahead and try and dumb it down for you. So nomological necessity is going to be referring to the actual world. So you're saying that it needs to be a part of this world for God to get the world that he wants. Okay.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, that is going to be what necessity means in a nomological
No, what I
sense.
asked you was
Which
a
is going to be
question 5 minutes ago before you started crying. What I asked you
Well,
was,
I said the
are
answer was no.
you
I don't know
saying
if you forgot.
in your first argument that the free will that human beings are given, right? That free will intends or it's necessary for that free will to allow certain evils.
No, because premise 1 and 2 are appealing to logical modality, not nomological modality.
This guy can't help himself.
Well, it's not my fault that you're dumb.
It's not my fault that you can't use basic English words.
Well, I'm just trying to.
Look, I know, like using these. I know, like using these $5 philosophy words makes you feel smart, but it makes you look stupid.
Okay, well, again, I was trying to correct you on your usage of the term because you're confused. If you don't want to
try this
correct on your
again.
usage of the term, that's fine.
We'll try this again. If your grandmother doesn't know how these words coming out of your mouth interact with the English language, then you're not communicating effectively. And I don't know why I have to have this conversation with so many smug Philbros, but like using philosophy language doesn't make you look smart. It just makes you look smug. Like I don't go into philosophy spaces and use like a whole bunch of electrical engineering terms. That would be stupid. And then what I wouldn't do is go into a philosophy space and call somebody dumb because they didn't know my electrical engineering terms. So that's called being an asshole. That's what you're doing right now. You're being an asshole because you think I should know all of your philosophical usages of words, even when they're words that don't need to be interpreted philosophically. You know what the word necessary means. I know what the word necessary means. I didn't say a dang thing about necessary in all worlds. So do you want to have like an actual conversation or not?
Yeah, so I'll just go ahead and respond to that real quick. So when you say that if I'm talking to grandma, right, I'm perfectly fine with grandma not knowing what I mean by a term, but then when I start trying to explain the term, and then grandma starts getting mad at me when I'm trying to correct her for misunderstanding, then there's going to be a problem there. I was trying to correct you on your misuse of the term for the sake of this conversation, because
But I didn't misuse it.
hang on. The relevant modal
We'll try
scope
this
that's
again.
being used in my argument.
We'll try it again. Modal scope is a meaningless term here. So the word necessary has a meaning in the English dictionary. I learned it as a child. No one gave me a philosophy handbook on how to use the word necessary. So you can cry all you want that I use the word necessary as it exists in the English language rather than in the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, but it's not going to get you anywhere here.
Okay, so what I was trying to do was I was trying to correct your usage of the term as it pertains to my argument, because
And you were wrong.
my argument. Yeah, hang on, let me finish, please. Okay, so the argument is trying to argue against the logical problem of evil. The logical problem of evil invokes the logical modal scope, to which I was trying to respond using logical modality. You didn't know what that meant. I was trying to dumb it down for you, and then you threw a hissy fit. Come on, Justin.
So what you should do is just use normal people words. That's all you really need to do. Are you capable of using words that like you didn't have to go to philosophy class to learn?
Yeah, let me ask you if this is like a non-normal person word. When I say necessity.
Okay, so you said yes. That's all I needed was the yes. If you're capable of using words that your grandmother can understand, that your niece and nephew can understand, and you don't have to use your philosophy words, then just do it. Because that's what we're here for. Everyone here wants to hear a good conversation. Nobody here wants to go through a run of the Stanford Encyclopedia of philosophical definitions. Nobody's here for that. You're in the wrong place if you think that's what we do here.
Okay, is possible world too big of a phrase for you?
No, and we're talking about one possible world, the one that we're living in right now.
So possible world is not too big of a phrase for you. Okay, is necessity too big of a phrase for you?
No, but it's too big for you, apparently.
Hey man, listen, you're the one complaining about me correcting your misuse of the term as it pertains to my argument.
I didn't misuse it. You're the one crying that I know the English dictionary.
All right, Justin, let's look at premise 1. Is there a problem with premise 1?
Is it logically possible for God to value free will? No, it's not logically impossible.
Okay. And what does logically possible mean?
Logically possible just means it's possible in all places where logic applies.
And that is called the logical modality. Awesome. So, premise 2,
is there a problem there? He can't stop himself. He has to feel like he's smart by using philosophy words. He can't stop it.
Okay, so premise 2, is there a problem with premise 2?
No, I've already pointed out that the premise 3 is the one that I have a problem with, which is there's a type of badness, there's a type of suffering that isn't covered by the free will of human beings, which is why you brought up the angels. But that's where we got into this whole discussion on boundaries. Why did God select boundaries of humans? Like, can you shoot a laser out of your finger?
No.
Okay. Why is that the case?
Nobody knows.
Because God sought fit to design human beings so that they don't shoot lasers out of their fingers.
I thought you were asking for God's motivations for that.
Because you were designed, were you not?
Yeah, that's fine. I thought you.
Did God accidentally design you, or did He decide to design you a particular way?
Again, I grant that. That's fine. That's fine.
Okay. So God selected limitations for human beings, did He not?
Yep, same as angels and demons.
Great. Yes, He also selected limitations for angels and demons. Now, did He select those limitations on purpose or an accident?
It was purposeful. Yeah, that's fine.
Purposeful. Okay. Did God need to make it so that angels had the same power as Him in order to change the earth to cause natural disasters?
No, in the same way that He didn't need to allow a human to use a gun and shoot somebody.
Okay. And is there anything within your theistic framework, I'm assuming you're a Christian, that would point us to the idea that the angels and the demons are causing natural disasters?
No, it's just logically possible, which is what the argument is trying to show.
I didn't ask if it was logically possible. I said, in your theistic framework, is there any reason to believe that the angels and the demons are the ones causing natural disasters?
I can just appeal to agnosticism on that. It doesn't matter to my argument. So I can just say
it does matter, because the argument about the natural disasters is that God actually causes the natural disasters. If God is not causing the natural disasters, you've got one of two problems. One is we still have to have a conversation about boundaries. Number two, you're not a real Christian. There's nothing in the Bible that says the natural disasters are caused by fallen angels or Satan. In fact, it's quite clear, like most Christian doctrine teaches, that when God cursed the earth in Genesis 3, that's when the earth started to do what the earth does, creating natural disasters.
Okay, so all you're doing right now is you're making an argument against a Christian worldview, or rather,
Yes,
like a biblical.
you got it.
Can I
Yeah,
finish?
the statement on the screen is that
Yeah, I'm
that
sorry.
you're
I'm appealing to logical possibility.
you are sorry, I know. So the statement on the screen is that your God, your specific God is imaginary, which is why every guest that comes up here, I make them define which God they're talking about. Because I don't give a fuck about a deistic God. Nobody cares about that God. He doesn't care about us. I don't care about it. I debate actual gods that people actually believe in, not the goalpost shifting God that you change every time your argument doesn't work.
Yeah, so what I was trying to tell you before you interrupted me was that the argument that you're using is not even trying to argue against necessarily a Christian worldview. All it's doing is trying to demonstrate. Hang on, let me finish. All it's trying to do.
You mean you
is
don't
give
like
an
how I
argument.
use it?
Wait, am I able to finish? Can you control yourself a little bit?
We'll try this. You don't like how I'm using the argument.
Gotcha.
So you want me to use the argument how somebody else would use the argument. Like you want to use the argument against a general theistic God rather than the God you actually believe in. I don't do that. Listen, you can cry all you want that I'm using a specific argument, a specific form of the argument against a specific God, but it's not going to help you.
Okay, so when I ask you, is it logically possible for angels and demons to exercise free?
Yeah, we're not going to bore anybody with this conversation anymore. Phil Bros bring literally nothing to the table other than tears. I don't know why we tolerate them in this space. We need to stop tolerating them. They bring literally nothing to the table. All right, let me grab a couple of super chats and we're going to move on to hopefully somebody with big boy panties. Jack says, I recently talked to the one Christian who thought Bible is 100% true. I told him to read Leviticus 11:5. He then asked for context. I genuinely have no idea how you do this. Your patience is unmatched. Well, listen, Jack, it's very, very difficult to convince somebody that the Bible has an error if, in fact, they're convinced that the Bible doesn't have an error, right? So in Leviticus 11:5, when it says that rock badgers and rabbits chew cud, listen, they're going to contort themselves into a million pretzels trying to find a way to justify that they actually do chew cud or it was a mistranslation or some other bullshit like that. Red Trek, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. That is huge, my friend. Huge. I really appreciate that, Red Trek. It says, Justin, I happen to think Jesus was a follower of John the Baptist. There seems to be some overlap between what John preaches and what the unnamed teacher at Qumran preached. Do you think John and Jesus were aligned with the Essene? Yes, I do actually. You can read a little bit about this in like James Tabor's work, and others that worked in the Dead Sea Scrolls. There's a bunch of people. I forget, there was one book specifically about the Messiah before the Messiah, talking about the Messiah of the Dead Sea Scrolls. But here's what I know. John the Baptist in the New Testament is painted as though he's a member of the Essenes. His doctrines align with what we know about the Essenes. If Jesus was a follower of John the Baptist, or even if he just revered John the Baptist, it seems that this would only happen if Jesus himself was also aligned with John the Baptist's teachings. If that's the case, I can only conclude that Jesus was in alignment with the Essene movement, being that he was in alignment with John the Baptist. And you can find a lot of stuff, like even the idea of James the Just being tied to James, the brother of Jesus. That's in Dead Sea Scrolls. There's entire books written on how James the Just actually developed out of the Dead Sea Scrolls before it developed within Christianity. So this is a really good question. And I do agree with you. Most scholars have pointed this out. And there's a lot of good books on the topic. Dr. Joe, thank you for the super chat, says, a great Friday. Got to say hello to you. Listen to an open conversation with Adrian. Found penance. A Phil bro besides Ian that's not insufferable as of this writing. Well, Dr. Joe. Actually, here's the follow-up. Oops, I spoke too soon. Still a great Friday. Yeah, they're all mostly insufferable. I haven't found many that are sufferable. It just is what it is. They really think they're super smart because they learned a bunch of words. Saint Brush says, "What's more fragile, a Philbro's argument or their ego?" Oh, that's a hard one. That is a hard one because I feel like it's neck and neck. Like it's really hard to tell. I'm going to grab 4 more super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Duke, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, "I'm stoned for Doug." That's what I'm talking about. But listening to an average American breathing directly into his mic while denying logic for an imaginary sky daddy, that's beyond me. Yeah, I mean, we're going to get some mic breathers. I'm probably among them. I'm only a couple inches from my mic. I apologize if I breathe a little bit heavily into the mic. I'll try not to spit too much into it, but it is what it is. RW, thank you for the super chat. Says, "Christian told me that in 2 Kings, the children were small," mistranslated. That's not true. "And that teasing baldness was also mistranslated." That's not true. "More a threat. So it was a gang of men threatening him. Is he right?" No, not even close. The actual text in 2 Kings, when it talks about the young boys that are teasing the prophet, refers to them as Na'arim Katanim, which means small boys. So I don't know. I don't know who told you it was mistranslated. You can literally just go to the interlinear translation and you'll find this. Let's go to 2 Kings 2:24. And we'll find it. Give me a second. All right. The 23 or 24? I think it's 23. Put it on the screen. So we've got here the plural na'arim for youths or lads, and then kitanim for little or small. They're little lads. That's why they're small youths. They were children. It's not a mistranslation. Whoever told you that is just a bumbling buffoon that doesn't know what they're talking about. So don't let them lie to you. And Orange Circle, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, "I'm a homosexual man that has been told I am damned to hell my entire life. What are your interpretations of Leviticus 18:22 and 20:13? Love your work. Rock hard for Doug." Or Orange Circle, I'm sorry to hear that first. That's horrible. I think it's one good reason to get rid of the Bible. That being said, there are some linguistic problems with Leviticus 18:22 and 20:13. It's not entirely clear if, in fact, they're specifically talking about generically any man upon a man. That is not clear. It's also linguistically possible to translate, I think, at least 18:22 as dwelling rather than doing the thing, right? So there's just a lot of questions. And if I remember correctly, I think Josh Bowen and Dr. Kip Davis have talked about this a little bit. It's not a slam dunk to say that Leviticus 18:22 and 20:13 are explicit condemnations of homosexuality. That being said, it is a possible rendering that it's condemning homosexuality with men, not with women. But that's probably because they had no idea that women could do things. Because to them, sex was specifically penetration. Like you had to penetrate somebody for sex to be had, right? And there's a lot of questions around like, well, is it condemning same-sex penetration or is it condemning the degradation of one man to the status of a woman? There's a lot of questions around that. That being said, is it possible that it's condemning homosexuality? I think it's possible. Is it a slam dunk case? I don't think so. I think Romans chapter 1 adds to it. I think Judges 19 and Genesis 19 add to it. If you ask me, does the Bible appear to condemn homosexuality? It does. It does appear to condemn homosexuality. Is it a super strong case? Sometimes not. If it was that strong of a case, we wouldn't be debating it right now. That being said, even if it was a condemnation of homosexuality, fuck it. Christianity's not true. There's just one more reason to take this book out back and burn it, even if it was true. I mean, even if it was legitimately condemning homosexuality, no one cares. The book is garbage. It's not worth the paper it was printed on. Throw it out. You don't need it. Anyways, there's probably some Hebrew grammarians that have some things to say about that. I'm not a Hebrew grammarian, but Dr. Kip and Dr. Josh can definitely go through and give you the ins and outs of what we're talking about. So next up, it looks like it's going to be Simone and then Guion, I think is the order they came in. Let me grab our next guest. How you doing, Simone?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, yeah, I'm good, yeah.
I'm good. Yeah. Simone, are you at least 18? And do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yeah, I'm definitely more than 18. And I mean, I do in a way, but I'm not convinced.
Okay, so you're on the fence.
Yeah. So I was raised Christian, Catholic. But I do understand that there are things in the Bible that don't make much sense.
So let me ask
And
you a question. It sounds like you've probably found some things that don't make sense to you. What are the parts that are keeping you in it? What makes you still hold on to it?
in a way, I think because I've been, being taught, to kind of believe in God. They read all the good stuff, in the Bible, so they never really, when you go to church, they never really read anything that can jeopardize, the religion. And I think probably the reason why it's still keeping me there is just the fear that if it's true, what would happen?
Okay, so it sounds like the fear of hell is keeping you in.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me start by this. The fear of hell only keeps you in if you still kind of believe in hell, or you believe it's possible that hell could exist. Once you deconstruct to a point where you just don't believe that hell is real, then hell's not going to scare you at all. That being said, let's talk a little bit about hell, because I think even as a Christian, I think hell is one of those things we can dispense of pretty quickly. So, for example, if I asked you in the Christian religion, who goes to hell and why?
I believe that people that don't worship God, they tend to go to hell because they don't believe in Him, and based on the commandments, based on on the Bible, you if you don't repent, then from your sins, then you're doomed, basically.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. So that seems to be the case, right? So if you don't repent of your sins, then you go to hell. Now, let me ask you the next question, right?
Mhm.
Let's imagine that you're a Native American prior to Columbus. Never heard of Jesus. Are you going to heaven or hell?
That's a good question. Well, if you don't know about Jesus, then you wouldn't even think that hell exists.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. But like, for example, let's pretend though that you're a Native American.
Yeah.
And you die. You don't know anything about Jesus, obviously.
Yeah.
And then you get judged. You think God's going to send you to heaven or to hell?
I believe it would be unfair to send me to hell because I
Right.
don't know anything
Exactly.
about Him.
Right.
So
Okay.
it's more about. I believe it's more about the fact that if you are part of the religion, then you get told that if you don't believe in God, if you don't worship him, then you go to hell. But if somebody that is not part of that religion doesn't know anything about the teachings of the religion, why does he have to go to hell?
Right. So we got a starting point then, right? Which is that there are some people that God is going to allow in heaven, and they have not asked for their sins to be forgiven, and they have not believed in Jesus, right?
Yeah.
Now, the next question would be then, if God can let people into heaven, having never believed in Jesus nor asked for forgiveness of their sins, then why does he require it of everybody else?
Um,
Because it seems to be, and follow me here, it seems to be that he could have just not sent Jesus, and he could have judged everybody according to how wicked they were, and we didn't need the Jesus nonsense. Not only that, he doesn't have to send a single one of them to hell. He could send every individual sinner to a place where they paid a separate price for their crime. So every individual would get a punishment that is proportional to the crime that they've committed. He doesn't have to send anybody to eternal hellfire.
yeah, but the people that don't know about God, or they don't believe, well, I would say probably just the people that don't know about God, then how would they even think about, worship somebody that they don't know that exists?
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, I've been, taught since I was, a kid, that God exists, and it does this and does that. But so I'm aware of that. So that is
Yeah.
where it comes the fear of, oh, if I don't want to believe in him anymore, then, and I know that based on the teachings I will go to hell, then that kind of makes me fear that if it actually does exist, then I could potentially end up in hell.
Right, but that's what we're trying to figure out right now, right? Which is, does the concept of hell even make sense? Because does God want you to love him?
I believe so, yeah.
Sure, okay. So can you love somebody if you only have two options? The options are love me or I'll light you on fire forever.
Probably not. Probably
Right.
it's more of having fear of God.
Right. Yeah. So, but that's actually what we've been given. That's actually the problem. Like, is God, like in the Christian doctrine, we're told that, well, God wants us to love him, but we have the free will to not love him. But we actually don't. What we have is an ultimatum. God says, you will love me or you will burn forever. And you can't call that love. You would never call that love. Like if it was somebody wanting to take your sister on a date, if they said, listen, I'm going to take your sister out. I hope she loves me. If she doesn't, I had to light her on fire and put her in the basement. Well, listen, that's great that you wanted her to love you, but like telling her that you must love you, she must love you, or you got to light her on fire. That's crazy.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not a hell isn't a coherent thing. Now, the Jews had a different conception of hell, which is essentially that it was for like really wicked people. It wasn't for people who just didn't believe in the God. That's a silly reason to send somebody to eternal hellfire. That's crazy. But Christianity needed to change the concept of hell to like anyone who doesn't believe in Jesus, which like the only function that could possibly have is to keep people going to church, because it certainly wouldn't be convincing to compel people to love God out of their own free will, because wouldn't God know that you're only doing this because you're terrified of hell?
I believe so, yeah.
Right, yeah. Now, hell could make sense if it was a place where people went to pay for their sins according to what they did. But unfortunately, that's not the case. What hell really is in Christianity is a place where people go and everybody gets the same punishment, and the only way out is to love Jesus somehow. And this goes for whether you were Hitler or Anne Frank. So like in the Christian model, like if Hitler confessed his sins to Jesus and had a real um conversion experience before he died, well, in Christianity, he would have gotten into heaven. Anne Frank, however, the little teenage girl stuck in the attic, he would have went to hell, having spent her young life denying Jesus. But like, certainly, it would be crazy to believe that Hitler was in heaven and Anne Frank's in hell, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Right. So, like, I think even if you do believe in Christianity, this nonsense that like I shouldn't question it because it's possible I could go to hell, I think we should just dispense with that fear. The idea that God is all good, but like if you question something incorrectly and end up on the wrong conclusion, he's got to torture you forever now, even though you weren't really a bad person. That's insane. That you can't say that God is all good if that's the behavior that you think he engages in.
Yeah, I don't think that God is all good. I mean, it's probably based on the teachings, is that God is doing things for our good, but whether it's good, completely good or not, that is not true.
Well, it does say in Deuteronomy 32:4 that all of his ways are just. And if that's the case, then his decision on who goes to hell must be some means of justice. It can't be something like you didn't confess your sins and believe in Jesus, even though you only had one sin and now you go to hell forever.
Okay.
Right? Because like justice demands that the punishment must be fitting to the crime. And I mean, in the Christian worldview, like I don't know, do you believe in the age of accountability?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I think most people do. I don't know what the age typically is, but let's say it's 13, right? So let's say like you've got a 13-year-old, they commit one sin, they lie to their parents, and then they go to church. You know, they grew up in America, they know about Jesus, they go to church, they get one last opportunity to accept Jesus, and they're like, now that's silly, I'm out. And then they get hit by a bus and they die. Well, I mean, in the Christian worldview, that person has to go to hell. But like, we wouldn't call that justice, would we?
No, not at
No,
all.
right? So I understand how scary hell is because I once used to believe in hell. I really get that, right? But spend a little bit of time thinking about it on whether or not it even makes sense. Because, like, it could be, Simone, it could be that your God is real and hell's not. It could be that your God is real and who goes to hell has been misconstrued by Christianity. Of course, it could be that it's all bullshit, right?
Yeah.
But the reality is, like, I don't want you to be dishonest, not dishonest. I don't want you to sell yourself short in how you deconstruct your faith system because you're afraid God will punish you, because it's such a silly notion that he would punish you for trying to seek answers.
Mm. Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Appreciate it. Yeah.
All that being said, what's the biggest thing that is causing you to doubt?
I would probably say that not everything that is in the Bible seems to be coherent.
Right.
And I've been, listening to your show for quite a while, so you kind of, I didn't know a lot of things that you're saying, during your live show. So it kind of made me think, okay, maybe I've only looked at the good things about Christianity, but I never really look into the whole picture. probably. So.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. What is the one thing that would make Christianity false in your mind? Like, think of one thing you could find out that once you found it out, you'd be like, oh, yeah, Christianity just can't be true.
Not sure, to be honest. I mean, if I base, my answer, on the book, on the Bible, then I would just say, okay, it's all bullshit. So yeah, it's probably contradictions.
Yeah, I think the contradictions are a problem. I can tell you what my breaking point was, though, and I think everyone here probably knows it. When I started studying the prophecies and I realized that Jesus just didn't fill a single one of them, to me, that doesn't mean that the God of the Bible isn't true. Like, Yahweh could still exist, but it certainly means that Christianity couldn't be true. Because Christianity rests on the idea that Jesus was the Messiah predicted in the Old Testament. And if he wasn't, well, the whole New Testament has to go.
Well, the book has been written by human beings, so people. So
right. But
so
what
like
evidence? Go ahead.
Sorry. No, go ahead.
What evidence would you point to from the New Testament that would be, say, convincing that even though you recognize that it's not a perfect book, what about it would be convincing to somebody that it was still talking about a reality that was truthful, like Jesus died for your sins and rose from the grave and fulfilled prophecies and whatnot?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's more like a comforting thing. Thinking about, that there is a God, that looks after you when you're dead. Whether, I don't know what, I don't know, to be honest. I'm quite confused, on a lot of things, especially after listening to your show. I'm planning actually to buy like the Bible, but not necessarily because I want to believe in it more. I just want to understand if I'm believing in the right thing or not.
Sure. Well, here's what I can tell you. I think you're probably at a point where you're going to dig into the book, and I want you to dig into that book. You're probably watching live streams other than my own at this point that are doing deconstruction work. To continue to watch the live streams and engage with some of the content. My deconstruction journey started from reading one. I want to say it started from reading one book, but one topic. The topic that started my deconstruction journey was contradictions in the Bible, because I was raised to believe that the Bible was God's perfect inerrant word. And I first started to discover that there were, in fact, some contradictions when I was about 21. And then I read a book by Bart Ehrman, and Bart Ehrman listed a very convincing contradiction. I had to add that to my list. Eventually, I got to a handful of contradictions that were difficult, and I just had to admit that the Bible could not be inerrant. These are contradictions that simply cannot be cleared up. So that got the ball rolling. I was like, okay, well, if the Bible can say things that are untrue, what that means is when I go into the Bible, I have to ask myself everything I read, should I see this as being true or is it not? And I had a really good atheist friend that asked me, because I was kind of coming at this point, we were having a lot of dialogues back and forth. I was coming at it as like, well, give me evidence that the Bible's not true. and he said to me, it's not my job to disprove the Bible. Is like, that's your problem. You're starting with the Bible's true until I can disprove all of it. He goes, start at the opposite end. Open the Bible at the beginning and ask yourself, which every page you read, can I prove this to be true, not untrue? And the reality is, most of it, almost none of it, I could prove to be true. I was taking it all on faith, right? And so that becomes difficult once you realize not only is the Bible not always right, but number two, I was giving it a lot of credit just on faith. Once you get past that point, man, things get really, really funny. It gets really funny really fast. So I don't know where you're at in your journey, but it's a long journey. It took me many years to go from that spot where I recognized that there were contradictions to the point where I was ready to leave the faith. Probably 10 years.
The thing is, in a way, I'm quite passionate about astronomy. I would say not astrology, astronomy, about science. You know how the world kind of started, to exist. From the Big Bang and everything. So if I take that into account, and then I open the Bible, and then I start reading the Genesis 1, the first page, I will already discard the book completely.
Yeah,
I just don't know what thing to believe, and I'm kind of scared of. Okay, if I want to, reject the book, and I already start from page 1, what is the point to read the rest?
I couldn't agree more. Like when you talk about things in the Bible that are wrong, you don't even have to get past the first chapter. The first chapter already gets stuff wrong. Like it says that there was night and day prior to the creation of the sun. That's bonkers. It doesn't make any sense. But like they didn't know what caused day and night. They didn't realize that day and night was caused by the rotation of the earth and the light coming from the sun. And so like right at the jump, there's just like really silly things happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I understand. I don't know. I will probably need to, read more. It's just sometimes, thinking about, or even thinking about talking to my parents, because they are believers. If I would talk to my mom, for example, I would start, kind of having a logical conversation with her about whether it's true or not. It would just end up really bad, So
Right.
I don't even know how to approach that in a way, but it's probably the next step before I need to understand what I believe in fully, and then, kind of challenge, my parents, So
I would suggest too, it's very difficult to convince your parents of something. And I don't know if it's necessary. Like if your parents are happy and they're not hurting anybody, I don't know if you need to deconvert them. But that being said, like I think if they love and respect you and they kind of see that you're doing some deconversion, I think they'll have questions. I think they'll go in to some honest dialogue with you. That was my case. But like even in the Bible, Jesus said a prophet is not honored in his hometown. I think it kind of points to like this universal proverb, which is that like your family knows all of your faults. They know all of your problems. Like your parents had to change your diaper. They saw you pick your nose as a kid. And so it's hard for them to take religious information from you because that's like the most important thing. And like they saw you pick your butt when you were 5,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was probably more than convert them or change their mind, is more them accepting me if I, stop believing. That would be probably the hard part.
Sure, that is tough, and that does take time. I was lucky that my family was fine. Like nobody gave me grief over it. But I understand that some people will have a difficult time. I would definitely recommend reaching out to like Recovering from Religion or to our friend Dr. Joe or joining the Discord, because you're certainly what you're experiencing is not unique. I've come to the conclusion that my experience was rare. When a lot of people leave the faith, it's common for their family to have bad reactions. it seems like I'm the weird one where my family was like, they didn't give me a hard time.
Yeah.
But I wish all the best for you. If you need anything, Simone, come back, participate in the community. We'll do anything we can to help you out.
All right. Thank you very much, Justin. Really appreciate it.
Cheers, friend.
Cheers. Bye. Bye.
I really hope Simone finds the support that he needs. It's hard to deconvert, and it's unfortunate, but I've seen a lot of people kind of get blindsided by their family members for deconverting, and it's painful to watch. Hoping Mega Deconstruct says, Phil bro, you flunked philosophy or never took philosophy as you're using the wrong terms and sound not smart even in philosophy terms. Go to school. I do hear that a lot from people who like majored in philosophy in the comments. They get really frustrated when Phil bros come up and then they call me dumb for using words the way they're using the English language rather than how they're using philosophy. But it turns out that they're not even using it correctly themselves. But listen, there's a reason why we don't do philosophy here. It never really gets anywhere. There are other people who do philosophy that are way better at it. There's no point. If you can't use like normal everyday words, then you've stumbled into the wrong live stream. And I don't know why he thought I wasn't going to draw the argument back to the God he believed in. It's crazy that he thought I was going to let him make an argument for some sort of a generic deistic God that had angels and demons. Angels and demons are not part of the average theistic concept. That is a Christian Abrahamic concept. It's crazy. Kyle says, does electrical engineering have a lot to do with robots? I once tried to program a robot to pick up a block. I did it after like 25 tries. Actually, it can. That was my specialty. I actually went to school for robotics as my expertise. And I spent 20 years designing and programming machines. It was awesome. So yeah, you can do robotics in electrical engineering. Nowadays, you can do like an actual mechatronics degree or other robotics degrees and be a little bit more streamlined. But yeah, you can definitely do robots. Adam says, when Philbros start programming, I imagine them strutting around in powdered wigs and painted white face. That's about right, actually. I could see that. I could see that. And Dan says, here's to refund all those $5 words that Philbro tried using. I appreciate you donating to the fund. I really do. And Chambermaid, good to see you, says, using my hard-earned cash to request you pull in Pink Ocean from the queue so that they can talk bullshit. I don't know who Pink Ocean is, but we can get Pink Ocean into the conversation. I promise we're going to get somebody from the YouTube queue next, and then or the TikTok, and then we'll go back to the YouTube. So we've got Justin in TikTok, and then is it Gian in YouTube? Let me see this. I think it's Gian is next in the YouTube queue. So then after Gian, we can get to Pink Ocean since he donated $5. So it looks like he's third in line. So it won't be too much long. Hank, thank you for the 669. I appreciate that. This Define could. I know, it's crazy. If Philbros were as smart as they act, they could communicate without opaque jargon. Jargon is a flex for these chodes. That's exactly the point that I was making. He didn't like it. Using philosophy jargon doesn't make you sound smart. It just makes you sound smug. Just like if you saw me going into somebody else's live stream, like if I went back to my theology textbooks and only communicated using like very niche specific theological terminologies, would I be doing that out of smugness? Yes. There's no good reason to do that when I can communicate what I learned through normal people words. In fact, when I was in seminary, they specifically warned you when you do sermons, when you do Bible studies, forget everything you learned. Forget all of the theological jargon you learned in seminary. You don't need any of it. No one cares. No one knows what you're talking about. To be an effective communicator, you must use words that your audience knows. If you can't do that, then you're not communicating effectively. You're wasting your time. You're wasting their time. Godless Doctor says Simone and others could benefit from, recovering from religion and being rock hard for Doug. I agree. I did mention that, and I hope that as he as he works on his deconstruction, he can find some people to engage with him and help him out with some stuff. I get that the fear of hell is daunting, so hopefully he can work through some of that. Welcome in, Justin.
Appreciate it, brother. How you doing?
Doing good. Thanks for asking. Justin, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes, and I do.
Okay. And
so I do believe in Yahweh. No.
Do you believe in his son?
Jesus, yes. I do.
Okay, so you're a Christian?
I guess you would say that, but I don't like to fall under the whole religious thing because I don't really follow religion, you know what I mean? So like here's the way I look at it. I don't know if I'm allowed to say like why I believe or like how sensitive it is on this. I've been kicked off a few of these, but anyway, I wasn't raised in a Christian household or religious household. It was actually kind of abusive. So I guess I had every reason not to really believe originally. But in my teenage years, I was in a bad place mentally and was kind of thinking about cutting off lives and whatnot. And that's, I guess you would say. And I actually attempted that, ended up a paraplegic for a little bit of time. And once I gained my motor functions back, thank God, I was going to try this again and kind of like guarantee this was going to be it. I didn't really see a point in continuing this because I was kind of hurting and going through some abusive stuff. So I just wanted it to stop, right? And I didn't see a point in being here, and I was kind of angry at the thought of why was I even here in the first place? You know what I mean? This was kind of stupid, me just to exist for a little bit of hurt and then just end it. Like, this was dumb. And that's how I kind of seen it. I was frustrated. And I didn't really even intend on like praying or anything. I just started speaking out loud before I made this decision. And I was like, if it's a universe or God or whatever's responsible for creating me, I just wanted to know why. Like, why did you do this? Like, what was this? Is stupid. I never asked to be here. I don't want to be here. And like, if you're really there and have a reason for me not to do this, if I shouldn't do this right now, show me what I should do. And I truly expected nothing more than dead silence or unalive silence, and to just end it right then and there, and just be like, that's what I thought. But I didn't even know about the Holy Spirit at the time, but I believe now that I was like hit with the Holy Spirit, I guess you would say. And it was just like the best way I could describe it, it was almost like a oxytocin, serotonin, dopamine overload of adrenaline rush. Like, it was just intense, man. And it's like I would describe it as like the presence of his spirit, right? I just went from like crying and like pain to being completely mind blown at what I was experiencing and just being like, this can't be happening right now.
Right.
Like, so, and then I did rush to a Bible.
Justin?
Oh, my bad.
I can acknowledge that, whatever you went through is very powerful, very life altering for you. But I want you to understand from my point of view, this happens in every religion, right? So this isn't something that is like unique to Christianity. This is just something that people tend to go through, right? So if it's true that like your experience is real, then it would also be true that all the other gods exist. Like, it wouldn't be true that only the Christian God existed. So personal experiences like this aren't like really good evidence that God exists. I'm really glad that you're here with us. I'm really glad that you recovered from your injuries. I mean, it could have, I'm sure you could have been, if you were paraplegic, it could have been for life, but apparently it sounds like you've recovered. So certainly glad for that.
Scary.
So
thank you. Praise God.
So like, I'm really happy for you, and I'm certainly happy that you found something that makes you feel better. I'm certainly happy for that. But
I wasn't done yet, actually, with what I was saying. I was like, that's not what got me to believe in itself, like, or neither the next moment. Like, I did feel led to like open the Bible randomly, just kind of as a test, I guess. And what I landed on randomly was Matthew 11:28, and it was Jesus specifically. The last thing I said before I make that decision was, if I shouldn't do this, show me what I should do. And then that overwhelming vibe happened, and then I rushed to the Bible, and the random scripture I landed on was Jesus saying, like, come unto me and I'll put your burden to rest. And at first I was just like, that's kind of strange coincidence, but I felt it worthy of at least testing it. You know what I mean? Like, why should I believe it? Because I've always questioned things. Like, I decoded like the whole Santa thing by 5. I was already spying and calling things out and trying to prove things wrong. And why should I believe in God? Like, I knew there has to be something, like, not necessarily like Yahweh or Allah or whoever. Something must have created this, because I look at, like, I love science, I love biology, so I look at everything like really closely and try to dissect the detail of things. And if you ever study like software or like computer software or whatnot, it's a lot like that. You know what I mean? So when I see the code, it really is, though. I mean, like, breaks down, when you look at DNA, that's a code to everything that is constructed from your eye color of
It's
your hair,
not.
the way you talk. I mean,
I understand
that's
why
what
you would get
DNA
that
is.
impression, but if it's code, it's written by the most incompetent programmer ever. The sign of good code is that you don't have dead code. The majority of our DNA is dead. The sign of good code is that you don't have needless redundancy. Redundancy should always be purposeful. Our genetic code is helplessly redundant. Like, if our DNA
Bro,
is code, it's the worst code I've ever seen in my life. It's just not good code.
That's
Now,
funny you say that, because even the smartest humans ever can't even come close to recreating this code.
what code?
So,
It's
I
not
mean,
a
I guess
code.
there's
That's
no
why I
such
keep
thing
telling
as
you.
good code. There is code. Like, there's no human
not a
that can
code.
create the order of the human body. Think about the fact that with
Why
every
couldn't
breath,
they?
your body is designed to
Why
separate
why
oxygen
couldn't they
from
create
carbon
DNA?
dioxide. But they cannot create humans. They
Why
can't do
why
what
would
they
why
can't even
would
create an actual
why would I
leaf.
expect that human beings are trying to create synthetic humans? Why would they even try that?
I mean, they do try that with AI.
No, they
That's
don't.
where they're leading. I mean,
No,
that's definitely where they're leading to. But
no,
I
certainly
wanted to
not. No
ask you
one's trying
also
to create human
about the
beings.
contradiction.
All right, let's just get back on track. Okay, so
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the
you
contradictions, though. Yeah, you mentioned that's what made you deconstruct, right?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
You
I just
want
wanted to like write them down and
you want to know
look
some?
into them myself. Yes, sir.
Okay,
If you didn't mind.
yeah, I'll give you an easy one. In First Chronicles 3:15, 15 and 16, and Matthew 1:11. Matthew 1:11 contains genealogy of Jesus.
All right. Yeah.
Let's read it together. So in Matthew it says Josiah was the father of Jeconiah and his brothers at the time of the deportation to Babylon. And Jeconiah was the king that was cursed. It says that none of his descendants will ever sit on the throne of King David. Okay, but anyway, it says his father is Josiah. Easy enough. The problem is his father is not Josiah. It says the sons of Josiah are Johanan, the firstborn, and then Jehoiakim, the third Zedekiah, and the fourth is Shallum. The descendants of Jehoiakim are Jeconiah, his son, and Zedekiah, his son, which means Jeconiah is not the son of Josiah. They missed a generation. And this is the genealogy of Jesus, the most important genealogy that ever existed.
So this is all right. So wait, what are you saying the contradiction here is? How is this what's the contradiction?
The contradiction.
Out?
Yeah. So in Matthew gives a genealogy of Jesus, and he claims that the father of Jeconiah is Josiah. Right? In verse 11.
Well, yeah, and now you're saying that Josiah is Jeconiah's son?
Josiah is the grandfather of Jeconiah, not the father.
So are you sure it's not a misunderstanding on our part here? How
No,
is it contradicting?
Positive.
How is it contradicting?
We just read this. We'll try this again. Matthew 1:11 says,
like, tell me how
Josiah is your grandpappy your dad?
It's my granddad, yes.
But is your granddad and your real dad the same person?
Oh, obviously not, yeah.
Right, okay. So
But
when it says that Josiah
is my dad, though, so.
But they're not the same person. When it says Josiah is the father of Jeconiah and his brothers, that is an incorrect statement. Josiah is not the father. In fact, the father was Jehoiakim. It says Jehoiakim, his son is Jeconiah.
How do you know they don't both have the same name sons? Are they talking about the same person even?
Yes, Josiah is a king. King Josiah had 3 sons, Johanan, Jehoiakim, and Zedekiah. Fourth is Shalom. The descendants of one of those children, the descendants of Jehoiakim, include Jeconiah. But Jeconiah is not the son of Josiah. Jeconiah is the son of Jehoiakim.
And this is coming from what is your the link for this? What this is coming from the actual Bible. You've looked at it in the Word and researched everything. Everywhere is. This is all a huge mess up on somebody's part, whoever wrote the Bible, I guess, and a contradiction. What's your second contradiction in the Bible?
Sure, next contradiction. Okay. All right, let me grab another. I'm trying to grab some that we don't do often. Exodus 34:28 and Deuteronomy 10:4 has a contradiction, and this is one that doesn't get a whole lot of love, so let's get it up here. Now, this is when Moses is on the mountain in Exodus 34, and he already destroyed the first set of tablets because he was angry with the Israelites, and now he's got the second set of tablets, and he's going to get the commandments. And it says, he was there with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights, neither ate bread nor drank water, and he wrote on the tablets the words of the covenant, the 10 commandments. This is Moses, right? So it says that Moses wrote on the tablets the words of the covenant, the 10 commandments, being the 10 commandments are the covenant. Follow? Okay.
Right.
The contradiction comes in Deuteronomy 10:4, where it says, then he wrote on the tablets the same words as before, the 10 commandments that the Lord had spoken to you on the mountain out of the fire on the day of assembly. The Lord gave them to me. So back up. In Deuteronomy chapter 10:4, Moses is speaking to the Israelites about what happened previously. So that's what's happened. So he says, God wrote on the tablets the same words as before, the 10 commandments, and then gave them to Moses. So this is a contradiction because in Deuteronomy,
because Moses wrote them and now God wrote them. That's what you're saying.
Exactly.
So I see what you're saying, but like it based that's God. This is how we say the Bible itself is God's word. Like that's God, but it's actually written. Like what I'm saying. Like God's word. That's not actually God speaking audible, speaking because it's His word. Just as Moses said, God wrote this. Like this is God's words, not mine. That's what he's saying there.
The question is, who wrote on the tablets?
Like physically wrote it. I would say Moses said that.
Okay,
but
that means
at the same time, like
that means Deuteronomy 10 is wrong. Deuteronomy 10 says that God wrote on the tablets.
It's just another way of saying specifically, like this is God, specifically His words.
No, in Exodus, Moses wrote. In Exodus, Moses wrote. So Exodus 34:28.
I wrote this down, and then he told the people that God wrote it.
In Exodus 34:28, it says that Moses wrote on the tablets. Moses was there for 40 days and nights, and he wrote the commandments on the tablets. Deuteronomy 10 says the opposite. Moses is speaking in Deuteronomy, and he says he, the Lord, wrote on the tablets the same words as before.
Then he wrote on the tablets the same words as before, the 10 Commandments that the Lord had spoken. Where does it contradict itself? He doesn't say God did it. So
who do you think he is when Moses says he?
Then he wrote on the tablet. No, the Bible's saying then he wrote.
No.
He's speaking of
Moses is speaking.
Listen. There's a reason why it's lowercase letters though when it speaks of like
no,
God,
there's no lowercase letters in Hebrew.
It.
Hebrew has no lowercase letters. So that's a silly argument.
That's what I'm looking at right here.
All of the uppercase
Then he
he's
wrote
and
on the
hims
tablets
in the
same
Bible
words.
are added by English translators. They're not in the original text.
Now, how come it says, and the
So-
Lord gave them
so
to him?
Moses
how come it wouldn't say-
says-
see how it capitalized? Look where it says, and the Lord, and capitalized. You see that part, at least?
That's the name of God.
Exactly. So you would put the same thing where it said, then he, it wouldn't be lowercase he, it would be Lord and capitalization as you see at the
He
bottom.
is the Lord. The he that Moses is talking about is the Lord. Moses isn't talking about himself in the third person. So to follow along, verse 3, Moses says, I made an ark of wood. Who's I?
I is Moses, if Moses said that.
That's first person, exactly. When Moses says I, it means Moses. In verse 4, when Moses says he wrote on the tablets, that's obviously not Moses, that's Yahweh.
It says, then he wrote the tablets, the same words as before. That's
Yes.
literally, dude.
Moses spoke that word. Moses said he.
So even if it was Moses, that's still not God contradict. Even if Moses did have some typo and say
It's
he,
crazy that you're not
talk about
grasping this.
God.
So we'll try this
that-
again.
that's
The
still
question
not
is
God, though.
the question is who wrote on the tablets? Moses says that God wrote on the tablets. The narrator of
And then
Exodus
Moses-
says that Moses wrote on the tablets.
Okay, so Moses said that Moses wrote on the tablets, and then Moses said that God wrote on the tablets.
No, wrong again. The narrator of Exodus said that Moses wrote on the tablets. Moses is quoted in Deuteronomy as saying that God wrote on the tablets.
And who quoted him again?
Whoever wrote Deuteronomy is quoting Moses.
Are you sure that he ain't talking about Moses then? Because it ain't Moses talking, and
I'm
he's saying
positive
he.
Moses is speaking.
I don't think you are.
Verse
I
10.
don't think
At
that's a
that time,
contradiction, dude. I think
at
they're
that time, the
misunderstanding.
Lord, at that time, the Lord said to me. Moses is talking about what the Lord said. And the Lord said this. The Lord said, carve out 2 tablets of stone like the former ones, and I will come up on the mountain and make an ark of wood. I will write on the tablets the words that were on the former tablets, which you, Moses, smashed and put them in the ark. So God is literally indicating at the beginning of the passage that he's going to write on the tablets. And then Moses says that he does write on the tablets in verse 4.
Yeah, so Moses wrote the tablets.
Not according to Deuteronomy. According to Deuteronomy, God wrote on the tablets.
I believe that they're saying Moses did, and they're calling Moses he, and not the Lord wrote on the tablets. There's a reason
Moses
why it doesn't say
is
the Lord.
speaking in verse 4. These are
Not in
Moses'
Deuteronomy.
own words. Yes.
You're talking about Deuteronomy, though. Like
I
he
am.
wasn't
Yes. In
the-
Deuteronomy. Do you know what Deuteronomy is? Have you read the book?
So Deuteronomy is Moses speaking then.
Yeah,
That's what I was just saying.
literally all
You
of
said you didn't know.
Deuteronomy is Moses giving a speech. So Moses is speaking, and in verse 4, he says he wrote on the tablets, which is Moses speaking about God.
Okay, so that something like that made you not believe in God?
No, not even close. You asked me about contradictions. I gave you some easy contradictions. You can believe in biblical
But like the
contradictions and
contradiction-
still be a Christian. The reason why
Alright, so with the
Christianity is not
Bible,
true is
honestly,
because Jesus is a liar and a fraud.
I don't believe that. I believe that I do
Oh, it's
believe
true.
though that religion is definitely, I believe it's a tool used by, like, I guess you would say the elite. And
want me to prove
definitely
it?
is used for control and all this. As far as the you know
You
how
want me to prove
religion
it?
is, and then even Christianity. Prove what?
That Jesus is a liar and a fraud?
You can't prove it.
Yeah, I can. Want me to do it?
Just like I can't prove.
Not
you
even
wrong
hard.
that God is
Justin, do you
imaginary,
want
but
me to
you
do
can't
it?
Prove. You to believe you can't prove Jesus is a liar. That don't.
I
make sense.
can. Would you like to see me do it?
You can try.
Not even hard. Have you read Isaiah?
Isaiah. Are you talking about the part where God creates evil in like Isaiah 45?
No.
Where it says like God.
Have you read the book of Isaiah?
No. Some parts
Okay.
of it, not all of it though.
Okay, so we'll do a little bit of background. Now, Isaiah was written about when? Do you know anything about the writing of Isaiah?
I would say Isaiah was written probably about 700 years before Christ.
You're getting close. The first part of Isaiah, chapter 1 to chapter 40, well, chapter 39, was written during the Assyrian period. So about 730 to 720, maybe even close to 700. Now, the second portion was written close to the exiles being released from Babylon, which is about 538, 539 BCE. The third portion was clearly written just after that. The third portion, there's a really interesting prophecy in chapter 61. And I think if we read it, it'll become very clear what it's referring to. So in Isaiah 61, the prophet, who's ever speaking here, is talking about the release of the captives from Babylonian captivity and how they're going to be restored. He says, "The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me. He has sent me to bring good news to the oppressed, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives and release of the prisoners, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all who mourn." This is where it gets good. Listen to verse 3 and 4. It says, "To provide for those who mourn in Zion," that's in Jerusalem, "to give them a garland instead of ashes, the oil of gladness instead of mourning, the mantle of praise instead of faint spirit. They will be called oaks of righteousness, the planting of the Lord to display his glory. They shall build up the ancient ruins. They shall raise up the former devastations. And they shall repair the ruined cities, the devastations of many generations." Now, the Babylonians came in, they sacked Jerusalem, they deported the people and took them captive for nearly 70 years, and they've been released from captivity, and God says, your time of mourning's over, your cities are going to be rebuilt, the devastations are going to be repaired, so on and so forth. Is there something about this prophecy that I'm missing? Is that a good analysis?
I don't see a contradiction in it though.
I didn't give you one yet. Based on the passage we read, is there any reason why I wouldn't interpret this prophecy as being a restoration of Israel after the Babylonian captivity?
I'm trying to scroll on your. My bad. I was trying to read it. You know, like go over
Oh,
it.
right.
I don't think so, bro. Like if you read it straight from the book, I mean that's what. How can you miss it? So
I agree. It's very clear. If you've ever read Isaiah, it's very clear what this is talking about. This is talking about the restoration of the Israelite people and their homeland.
They shall build up. But so now, isn't this after though? Like, so this happened after that though.
This happened after the Babylonian captivity. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So you think that they're speaking of the past right here?
No.
That's what you're saying? Like that's what this is?
No, this is a prophecy.
So that's what I'm saying, it's prophecy
for the Israelites once they've been released, saying that they're going to rebuild the ruins, the cities that have been destroyed. They're going to be rebuilt because they're free now. They're going back home.
I heard, yeah, you know that one part in Matthew though, where it talks about when Jesus says that he'll rebuild this temple in 3 days, and he's actually speaking of like the body and all this.
That's
what
not.
people say.
There's no temple here. Just
like
try to follow along. Okay, it says that they're going to rebuild the cities.
Okay.
Right? There's no reason why I would read metaphor into this. No reason why I would read when God says they're going to build up the cities that have been destroyed as a metaphor. Right?
I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you.
This promise shows up like 15 times throughout the major prophets. God said he's going to rebuild their land, and there's no reason to believe that that's a metaphor for anything. Now, The reason why this makes Jesus a liar and a fraud is because not only does he take the passage out of context, he actually lies about its fulfillment. In Luke chapter 4, when he's in the synagogue, it says, when he came to Nazareth, where he had been brought up, he went to the synagogue on the Sabbath day, as was his custom. He stood up to read, and the scroll of the prophet Isaiah was given to him. He unrolled the scroll and found the place where it was written, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim release to the captives and recovery of sight to the blind, to set free those who are oppressed, and to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor." Interesting, this exact quotation doesn't exist anywhere in any of our manuscripts. This is an entirely not new. Some of it's in there, but some of it's not in there. This is something that is invented for the Gospel of Luke. And then it says he rolled up the scroll, gave it back to the attendant, and sat down. All the eyes of the synagogue were fixed on him. And then he began to say, "Today this scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing." That scripture had not been fulfilled in their hearing. That is a lie. That scripture was about the prophet bringing good news to the Israelites that their cities are about to be restored. They got wiped out when Jesus was there.
Could I ask you a question real quick?
Sure.
So, like, what determines whether or not something's true when it comes to something you're reading of the past in our history? Like, how you can't, like, everything comes down to evidence when it comes even to George Washington. We weren't there to see him. We have to go based off of other people's words and documents that were filled out, and it's most likely we can take it as real. I mean, we know that it's like most likely legitimate, a lot of it, but at the same time, it still comes down to a faith when you consider the fact that, like, we don't really know. We're taking someone else's word for this, no matter what, whether it's we believe in the Bible, whether we don't believe. When it comes down to it, we always have faith in what someone else is telling us, because we never, even when it comes to like DNA or something, like, we've never actually seen it. If someone says you have DNA, it's like, you know what I'm saying though? Like, like,
do you not know about the Human Genome Project?
I know about, I'm saying though, like, were you actually there, and like, did you get, like, look in this microscope and look at, like, cancer be cured or whatever, like, things that we've heard online or whatever, things that you've seen on the news, even, like, there's things that were being told and things that were shown and that we can probably believe for the most part. I'm just saying though, like, would you agree that, like, when it comes to reading anything about our history, you still have to, like, even when you find artifacts and shit, like, to back it up, like, most likely this happened. You know, they said that there was a war here and we can see bullets scattered everywhere. This is all evidence that it was, but it's not 100% proof. You know what I'm saying?
I have no idea what you're saying. I don't live my life on things that are unprovable, and whether or not George Washington chopped down a cherry tree is a useless piece of information. It affects my life 0%. Whether or not, like, this book is true does affect my life. And so I do care about the claims that are made in it, which means if the claims need me to believe them or I burn in hell forever, then I need to examine those claims critically. I don't need to examine the claims of George Washington critically because they don't affect me.
That's a good point. So I feel like I was listening earlier when you were talking to, I forgot his name, but the last guy before me, and you were speaking about, like, that's one question I've always had, and, like, I'm gonna tell you the answer I got about, like, Indians. They have no idea who Jesus was. They never heard about Yahweh. They're just born in the middle of the woods, you know, live their life for a little while and then pass. So it's like, what about them? And what the Bible would say was that God's revealed himself through his creation.
Yeah, Romans 1.
That he has written the law on everyone's hearts. Like, you wouldn't actually have to be taught that essaying somebody is wrong. Like, you don't need to see it or do it to be like, I think that might actually be kind of bad. You know it intuitively, these things, like, not to hurt people. Even people that do it and, like, harden their hearts.
How come God didn't know it?
Didn't know what?
That essay was bad.
He does. He's against it. Like, you would get.
He's against it?
So, like,
he explicitly causes it. Have you not read Isaiah 13? Okay, here we go. We're going to go to Isaiah 16. I was about verse 15 or 16. Yeah, verse 16.
Isaiah which?
Isaiah
13:16?
13:16. He's talking about the
Makes sense,
devastation that he's going to bring. It says, therefore, I will make the heavens tremble, and the earth will be shaken out of its place, and the wrath of the Lord of hosts in the day of his fierce anger, like a gazelle on the run, or like a sheep with no one to gather them. All will turn back to their own people, and all will flee to their own lands. Whoever is found will be thrust through. Whoever is caught will fall by the sword. Their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses will be plundered, and their wives raped. Because
So wait, go back to 13.
Yeah.
So therefore I will make the heavens tremble. The earth will be shaken out of place, and the wrath of the Lord of hosts in the day of fierce anger, his fierce anger.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to cause all this bad stuff to happen to people for what?
As punishment. So God punishes people by having them sexually assaulted.
And we're allowing it at least. But
No, he's causing it.
Even
he says, verse 17, see, I am stirring up the Medes against them. The Medes are the ones that are going to come in, slaughter, rape, and plunder. He's causing it.
Oh, that's vicious.
Yeah, it is vicious. You nailed that one.
Isn't it crazy? Yeah.
Pretty wild, yeah.
Yeah, so like I look at have you ever heard of Billy Carson?
Yeah, I know Billy Carson.
Yeah, so like I see like a lot of I love Billy Carson, bro. He's a good dude. Like for the most part, I like watching his content and all. He does make a lot of good points. He's definitely against the God of the Bible. I know he admits like there is some sort of higher being consciousness or whatever he believes in, like something like the ultimate source of energy in life, basically what people would call God, I guess. But then how like man has put religion on it to put like a blindfold and try to separate us from God. But then I started thinking that way too. I'm like, well, maybe that is what it is. Maybe religion has maybe Jesus was just telling us that, we're all one with God, and so that you don't need an outer thing to get this. We're not separate from God, right? And that's what he was saying. So I started thinking like that. But then I get caught up again by like, there has to be some sort of judgment. Like all the people that somewhat get away with like the most gruesome, sick things in this world, like right from wrong, bro. We didn't have to be taught to know this was wrong, man. Like me and you hanging out and seeing something bad happening, like someone getting hurt from somebody else. Even if we don't know them, we're intuitively going to feel like this is messed up. We're going to try to help this person, regardless if it has anything to do with us. Like it's just the right thing to do. So I'm thinking about like really bad, evil people that do these things to people and hurt people nonstop and are just relentless until the end. There has to be something. Like I can't. You know what I'm saying? Like I would feel like I don't know, they're not gonna be like in heaven. I wouldn't believe in. Then I hear the things like what heaven would actually be like, heaven and hell.
Well,
I'm sure you've heard
let me address that point.
That goes up
So I have a really good friend who's a believer, and he struggled for a bit with universalism because I think he might be partially universalist now, but for him, he wanted hell to exist.
That is real quick.
Universalism is a Christian concept where all people go to heaven. So similar to like Rob Bell's Love Wins type of situation. But like, so for a long time, he wanted hell to exist because he felt like it's the only way justice will ever get served. But the reality is the hell of Christianity isn't justice, because good people who don't do a bunch of horrific stuff, they go there for merely not believing in Jesus, which means it's certainly not a place of justice. It's a place where people get punished for not.
By your standards, by the Bible standards, that there's none good, it says. So like,
so that makes it worse, not better.
So then, isn't that crazy? Because I'll be like, God, why? One of my
questions
Justin, coming up is I'll be like, if God knows everything, and He knew that this person would go burn in hell for eternity before He ever created them, but He loves them, like why would He even create them in the first place? That's what I would ask. You know what I mean? I would go ahead, my bad.
Let's just try to focus, right? Hell is not a place of justice because you believe that a person who dies having only committed one sin goes to the same eternal torment as somebody like Hitler. That's not justice.
I don't believe that, no.
Okay, so who goes to hell then?
I can't say. I'm not the judge of that because it's up to God, man. It's between God and whoever. Even if they've sinned their whole life, God judges the heart. Like that's between Him, the Creator, bro. Like my judgment goes on. Like if somebody's a thief, I know better not to leave my wallet around this person. Like my judgment will let me know that. But as far as judging, you're going to hell. That isn't my place for anyone.
Right.
I believe what gets me to heaven though is nothing that I do is not because I repented or my good works. I believe the absolutely only reason that I would make it into heaven is strictly because of God's grace and me accepting it.
That's my point. If you go to heaven merely because you accepted Jesus, not because you were good, then heaven and hell is not a system of justice. It's a system of whether or not you believe in the God, which means if I have only committed one sin in my life and then I die having rejected Jesus, I don't get to go to heaven. I go to hell. But I get the same punishment as somebody who spent their entire life doing an unending stream of horrors. We both get the same punishment.
Well,
that's just not justice.
What it comes to us, I understand 100% what you mean, bro. What it comes down to, though, from my point of view, is that God doesn't send anyone to hell. That we choose to be godless, you know.
No,
like God.
No, I didn't
choose
all
this.
Things
that are good.
That's not true, Justin.
To deny Him is to
Justin,
deny all good things.
I did not choose to not believe. You don't choose what you believe. You're either convinced of something or you're not. And I'm not convinced that this God is real. You are. You didn't choose to believe in this God. You just do believe in the God. Can you choose right now to not believe in God?
I couldn't, only because of what I
know.
experienced with that God.
Because it's a brain state, right? Belief is a brain state, not a choice. Like I've got a pen in my hands. You should be able to see it, right? You can't choose to believe that I'm not holding a pen because you can see me holding the pen, right? So this idea that like I'm sending myself to hell because I just randomly chose to not believe, that's not the case. That's not true at all.
To believe you could save yourself and all, like,
but I don't believe.
I get it, man. Dude, so what God do you believe in?
None. I don't believe in any God.
What do you believe is responsible for life?
I think life is just chemical reactions. All life is a chemical reaction, and so everything that you would describe as being alive is made up of non-living parts. Like the individual atom is not alive, but that's what we're all made from.
Vibrating at an intense frequency and all that. Yeah, that's cool. I love that. But what it comes down to also, if there is no God, then where do you get your sense of justice? Is also just a chemical reaction and made up theory to make you feel better or just, and there is no such thing as just. It's merely something we made up. We all have no more significance than that of a goldfish. Like it's pointless, like everything, other than whatever point you make yourself. You make up a point and like, well, this is what it is. But that's,
it's actually really easy.
Like, this you can say this is my truth, and I say, well, my truth is, if my truth says,
I don't believe in nothing you just said about me. I believe. So you're trying to describe what my life must be as an atheist, and none of it's true. So I don't believe that nothing matters. I don't believe that there are no morals. I believe we come to moral propositions using experience, using logic, using critical thinking, using empathy, right? And even if it's selfish, even if all you have is selfishness, you can still come to logical conclusions about moral systems. So for example, if I say, listen, it seems like it hurts a lot to get stabbed. I don't want to get stabbed. I would prefer to live in a society where people don't stab me. Therefore, I'm going to encourage the society I live in to have rules saying that we can't stab each other. Now, that's a selfish rule. It's based on just me not wanting to get stabbed, but it still gets us to the end point, which is that, hey, listen, as it turns out, nobody wants to get stabbed. Nobody likes getting stabbed.
So you believe...
Therefore, it's perfectly reasonable to live in a society where we all come together and say, oh, you don't like that? Oh, you don't like that? You don't like that either? Okay, let's not do it.
So if we all agree on it, then it's okay all of a sudden. Like back when slavery was.
That's not what I said.
If you say if people agree on it, like, right? It's like, I don't like the way this feels. Let's see, get other people to agree on it, that we can make a big rule that you don't do this to each other.
Yes, rules. Thank you. Yeah. So it's important that you understand that your terminology here now matters. Like when I say that, like there's something that we're going to disallow or we're going to allow, like all of these are very like they're based on subjectivism, right? When I say that something's good, I'm not making an objective claim about it being good. I'm making a claim that it's subjectively good to my opinion, right? In order to make objective claims about the world and about morality, somebody would need to demonstrate first that objective morals do exist, and nobody can do that. It's an impossible task, and there's no way you could point to the Bible as being an objective moral framework, because the Bible allows you to own slaves. The Bible treats women like property. The Bible says that polygamy is okay. There's nothing in the Bible that would lead me to believe that there's a source of objective morals, because the minute I read these laws of God, Christians want to reject them and say, oh, that's the Old Testament. We don't have to do that. Okay, well then find me where the objective morals are.
I would say it was under Jesus' law, like to love God and love each other.
Did Jesus invent those two laws?
No, they said they under those two laws, the 10 commandments hang under those two. So like by following those two, you automatically follow the commandments.
Nailed it. Yes. So in Matthew 22, Jesus says that these are the two most important commands. And where do those commands come from?
The 10 commandments.
No.
He said all 10 commandments hang on these two commandments.
He did not say that. Nope.
I'm pretty sure.
I'll put it on the screen. Yep. Don't worry. I got it. Matthew 22.
Let me pull it up in my Bible.
Yeah, it's towards the end of Matthew 22.
You shall love the Lord God with all your heart. Greatest commandment, and second like it, you shall love your neighbor. On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets.
That's right.
Okay, my bad.
Okay, so
okay.
Neither of these two
same thing. It's not 10 commandments.
Neither of these two commandments come from the 10 commandments, right? So the first comes from Deuteronomy 6, the second comes from Leviticus 19. Now, what Jesus is saying is that all of the laws of Moses can be categorized into one of these two categories: loving God or loving man, so on and so forth. What he's not saying is that you don't need to follow the laws of Moses anymore. What he is saying is that the laws of Moses fit into categories. And these are the two categories. Now, it just so happens the second category, where he says, this is the greatest command, and the second is like it, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. This comes from Leviticus 19:18. So in Leviticus 19:18, just 6 chapters later, God says you can own slaves, which means owning slaves is compatible with loving your neighbor as yourself.
I mean, I'm a slave right now, so I mean, I can choose not to be. But
You're a slave right now?
I think that's what I think that's what it's referring to.
Do you think that slaves can choose to be slaves or choose to not be slaves?
Well, there's a slavery that was like the Israelites that God had freed, and then the type of slaves I believe he's speaking of that's like being like good to your slaves or whatever. I believe it's talking about like a maid would be a slave.
Justin, how are you a slave?
Like to the system and shit, like in the rat race and all. Like
that's not a slave. Okay, so member of society. Like is there a difference between you and an African American slave on a plantation?
Is there a difference between us?
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm not getting.
What's the difference?
For it, except for the fact I get some. Well, when I'm beaten, it would be like by like the law or something, I guess, which it seems different than their law. Their law is their so-called master or whatever. If you're referring to like old American slavery, I believe that God was against slavery like that, like being.
We'll try this again. My question was, what is the difference between African American slaves and you being a slave?
Well, I guess it's a different time. So nowadays, it's made to look like. All right.
What is the functional difference?
The difference is now it's mental slavery versus the slavery it was. Now it's a slavery for like your mind, and you keep you like to obey and stuck under the
Okay.
big brother, if you will.
Okay, so it's not real slavery, it's a metaphor.
No, it's a type of slavery. I believe
It's a metaphorical
like a slavery
slavery.
that you don't even see, like a slavery you're not going to try to escape because you don't realize it. You
So
know what I mean?
metaphorical slavery. Because the definition of slavery is somebody who's owned as property. They must work for somebody else. They don't get paid for their work, and they don't get to leave. None of those things actually apply to you. You can leave anytime you want. You get paid for your work. Nobody owns you as property, which means trying to equivocate what you're going through with slavery is silly. So when I say slavery, I'm not saying a metaphorical slavery where you feel like something has a hold of you. I'm talking about literal slavery where human beings are owned as property by other human beings. That is something that the God of the Bible explicitly tells you you can do
you know
in
what's
Leviticus
funny?
25.
What's funny about that is just how you said earlier about the whole subjective or objective thing. Like over there, it's not seen as bad to them. It's not seen as bad to marry a 13-year-old to them, but to us, we would see it as bad.
I'm talking about the Bible. I'm not talking
so I
about
guess it-
other cultures. Just to try to stay on
Even
track.
in the that's those cultures are in that Bible though. That's
Yeah,
what
I
I'm
know.
speaking about them. Like,
I
so
agree. That's why the
referring
Bible's
to
not a
whoever
good
he's referring
objective
to,
moral framework because the Bible
whoever he's
produces laws that you don't think we should live by. For example, in Leviticus 25:44 says, "As for the male
Because
and
they weren't
female
made
slaves
for
who you
us.
may have, it is from the nations that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you, have been born in your land. They may be your property." And actually, in most translations and in the Hebrew text, it says they'll be your property forever. This is slavery.
It's still not. It's not. It's in a different land. It's different, bro, than what you interpret.
I didn't say anything about anyone's land.
Like, listen, it's a
I'm
different
talking about
culture
the
you're talking
God
about,
of the
though, and
Bible.
Those laws are.
This is not
Those
given
laws
by
are
a
made
culture.
for a
This
different
law was
culture,
given by
bro.
God, Justin. Who gave the law here?
And who's he giving it to?
Who gave the law here, Justin?
Okay, God's giving the laws to who?
God gave the law to Moses. Moses gave the law to the people. So God told his
To-
people exactly what I told you a minute ago. God told his people that they can own slaves. Now, you think slavery is bad. Do you think slavery was always bad?
Why? Listen, why would he have them free from
Do
Pharaoh? Just
you
to put them
think
back in
slavery
dude?
is always bad, Justin?
The slavery that was happening and with Pharaoh with the whips, like that's obviously bad, dude.
Okay, so slavery is
But, like,
bad.
The terminology.
Okay, so
but the terminology
when it
that
says
they're
in
using is
Leviticus
kinda twisting the
25 that they can own slaves forever, was that bad?
Not if it's okay with that culture, no.
So you don't believe in objective morals. You think that morals are subjective based on culture.
Well, if you don't think it's bad to have to, like, I might like to get spanked. You don't like it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
So then you agree with me.
Like-
Morals are subjective. They're not objective. Which means
no, I believe that they are.
which means
subjective.
you
That is wrong.
believe
It's wrong.
you
Like,
believe with the
slavery in that
atheists.
term is wrong.
Okay, so slavery is wrong.
No, I believe slavery is wrong if it's
Objectively
done
or
like that, but
subjectively?
In that terminology that they're using for like that slavery, saying you can own a slave, it's not the same type of deal as what Pharaoh was doing to them.
What was different?
It's not the same, bro. That's what you got to understand.
What's different?
The difference is, dude, it's a huge difference. Like they're not being like.
Name one.
I don't know if I can say the words of him. Like being tortured and whatnot. Like how
They're not
Pharaoh
getting
was doing,
tortured.
like, yeah, they are, dude. They're being.
No, they own their own houses,
and
Justin.
forced against their will.
The Israelites in Egypt owned their own houses.
They were treated bad, which is why they wanted to escape.
It's almost like you didn't hear me, Justin. The Israelites in Egypt owned their own houses.
Are you saying they weren't slaves?
What I'm saying is you're playing up how much of slavery was happening in Egypt.
No.
When
It
there's
was obviously
slaves
so
in
bad that
Egypt,
they
they were
needed to
obviously just
escape.
forced labor.
That's-
They owned their own houses. They could have left. Joshua left
That's
when
like
Joshua meets Moses in the desert.
no.
Joshua just
Look
got
what
up and
happened when they
left. He
left.
just walked out. No one stopped him.
When they left, Pharaoh came after them. That's the whole point of like
When
Exodus.
yeah,
is
when the entire
slaves being
when the
freed.
entire people group left, yes, Pharaoh was like, we don't want this to happen, right? But
So,
individual
if they got
Hebrews
caught
could
sneaking
literally
out,
just
a
get up
bunch
and
of
leave.
people- Yeah, they could sneak out, but if they could get caught
Yeah, I know.
sneaking out, they could be punished for that. It's not something that it was allowed.
Are you saying that the Israelites
still
didn't
breaking
punish
the
their
rules.
slaves?
No, I'm not saying that. They definitely got
Okay,
punishment
because
for
they
sure.
did. You know, the Israelites were beating their slaves. God
Yeah.
said you can do it.
Yeah, and he was even against a certain amount to where like they break it down to like all these different rules, and like to us in our culture in this today's world, like we look at slavery automatically like we would like the African American slaves 405, in America. That's not the way it is though. Like I
It
struggled
is.
with
It's the
this
same
concept
thing.
for a long
God-
time.
God said
But
you
it's
will
not,
own them
though.
as property. They don't get the right to leave. Their children become your property, and you can beat them with rods. It says in Exodus 21, when a slave owner strikes a male or female slave with a rod and the slave dies immediately, the owner shall be punished. But if the slave survives for a day or two, there is no punishment because the slave is the owner's property, which means you can beat your slave so severely that they accidentally die a couple of days later and you won't get punished for it.
Yeah, that's not something that God wants. That's what the people do.
No,
bro. Like
God
isn't
gave this
causing these bad
commandment.
things.
Try to follow along.
Based
God
on
God
what
gave
they're
the
doing,
commandment.
Okay.
Could God have told them don't beat your slaves?
Don't have slaves.
Could God have told them not to own slaves at all?
God could do whatever, obviously.
Okay, then why did he
If it
tell
was
them
me, I would
specifically
take it
that
my
they
way.
could
I would
own
say-
slaves and that they could beat their slaves?
I couldn't tell you why God does what he does.
So the reality is this book is not a good place to look for objective morals. As I told you before we started reading it, if I read this book to you, you will tell me that you don't like these laws of God, which means this can't be a source for objective morals because it's full of stuff
Laws
that
of
you
Moses.
don't think are good.
I don't think it's God. I think it's the law of Moses. And
No,
for
God
his
gave the
people in
laws.
the desert.
God gave those laws.
For these Israelites, that's not for like a worldwide deal. Like you're not allowed to trim your beard or you're going to
That's
hell.
certainly not true.
What the deal is, bro.
That's
Yeah.
where
Or,
in the
like,
world
matching.
where
I'm saying?
in the
That's against
world
law,
did
like,
God
trim your-
say where in the world did God say that he doesn't want people following this law? Because if you read the Messianic prophecies and you read the Old Testament, that law is going to go to the ends of the earth.
Jesus fulfilled the law
That doesn't mean they go away.
for us because they don't go away. So the law just is like a mirror just to show you how filthy you are basically with this law. But the law,
That's not what the law
following
is
the
for.
Is it going to get you into heaven? It's not going to get you into heaven. Following the law 100% is impossible for us.
Did
Thank
Jesus
God
want
he
did
loved
Jesus
us
want people
enough
to
where
follow the
he would
law?
give up his life.
Did
He
Jesus
would
want people
rather
to follow
give
the
up his
law?
life.
Did Jesus
Yeah,
want people
Jesus
to
would-
follow the law?
Obviously, he gave 2 laws to us, bro. And under the we just read that.
Did Jesus want you to follow the laws of Moses?
He said he was a law, man. Like we are not.
He
following
didn't.
his laws.
He
No,
did not say that. I'll ask you
But
for the last time.
wait.
Did Jesus want people to follow the law of Moses? It's a yes or no.
Oh. So you mean like the beard trimmings or not? No.
Okay, so then let's read
Like,
Matthew
but he
5.
he does not care
So
if you're
Jesus says in
circumcised
Matthew
or if
5,
your
do not
beard
think
is
that I have
trimmed.
come to abolish the law or the prophets. What does it mean to abolish?
Just destroy.
When
Destroy 'em.
you abolish something, does it go away?
Yeah. I would
Okay.
say so.
So when he says, do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets, he's saying, don't think that I've come to do away with them. That's what that means. He says, I have not come
The
to do
religion?
away
Yeah.
with them, but to fulfill them. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Have heaven and earth passed away?
Is that a rhetorical question or?
No.
I don't know if you're like, if you're serious, like dead serious. I don't know the answer to that. So
Heaven and earth
rhetorical or if I should answer.
have not passed away. We're on it right now. Slushy, thank you for the manifesting.
I don't know. I think it.
All right, we're almost there. Verse 19, Jesus says, "Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven." So, are you a whoever?
Am I a whoever?
Yeah.
I guess I'm a whoever.
Right, yeah, because if I said whoever gets caught in the rain should have an umbrella, that's just anybody. There's no limit on whoever. Okay, Jesus says whoever breaks one of the least of the commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. What this means is that Jesus wants people to follow the laws. In fact, he ends it by saying whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So Jesus is telling you, if you want to be the best, if you want to be great in the kingdom of heaven, you're going to teach these laws and you're going to follow them. So he certainly didn't say they're going away.
It determines a level of heaven for you then. But it's not
yeah,
what
actually,
gets you to heaven.
that's a very fun point. Yeah, it determines your level in heaven. Yeah. So what that means is that the law of Moses is a good thing according to Jesus.
So like, doesn't it seem, and I would get it too, like there's things that seem like funny to us, like don't eat pork. But then if you look at it from their time, they didn't have the same type of utensils and studies we have, like on like worms and all that stuff. And it was bad for you, so you wouldn't eat pork. It can cause sickness and all that. And these days, it's a lot, we're able to check the temperature to make sure it's actually fully cooked. And we're higher up in tech. You know what I'm saying? So like a law like that would not apply to us. Like, but it's still not good for you, I guess. Maybe it's still a law against like the body and like mixing cloth. I know that sounds funny, but I actually seen a study done to where like how every human.
No, you didn't.
Like we were talking about atoms.
I know the study you're talking about. It's bullshit. Don't believe it. It's not even pseudoscience. I know exactly the study you're referring to. Fabrics don't have frequencies. There's no fabric frequency that has healing powers.
Everything.
That's not. Nope. No, it doesn't. Nope.
Everything is made up of atoms vibrating at a frequency.
Atoms don't vibrate at a frequency.
That's all. Yes, everything's vibrating.
Are you thinking of string theory?
And like quarks. Oh yeah, quarks.
Those have spin, not vibration.
I believe everything's vibrating. So.
And you'd be wrong. So the reality is the study on the frequency of various fabrics is nonsense. It doesn't even rise to the occasion of pseudoscience. I know that it was a popular news article when it came out, but it's complete nonsense. In fact, the description of the machine that was used to measure the frequency isn't something that would even measure frequency of fabric. The machine and the person who invented the machine still are completely unnamed. Nobody can buy one. No one can find one. No one can even see the machine because the whole thing is clearly made up fiction. But listen, Justin, we've talked for quite a bit, and I promised that I was going to get a couple other people in that have been waiting for a while, so I've got to get them in here. But do come back. Spend some time thinking about what we've talked about. Come back, and we'll have another conversation.
All right, bud. You be easy, man.
All right, cheers. I feel bad. I feel like he's been through some shit in life. I want the best for him, but he's really fighting hard with not a lot of tools in the shed. Stonus, thank you so much for the 100 Argentinian dollars. Says, I just realized that due to my country's lousy currency, my super chats appear to be a lot more than they actually are. I blame YouTube's color coding. So sorry, but rock hard for Doug. Don't worry, Stonus. I appreciate everybody. It's not even a thing I worry about. Sonus, I'm just glad you're here. And Zen, thank you for the $49.99 super chat. That is huge, my friend. I really appreciate that support. It says, if you continue to talk to Phil Bros, would you please consider putting them on a clock? They're painful to listen to. Oh, Zen, I did. Yes, I finally have a clock integrated to OBS. I need to work on a background for it. But yes, I do have a Philbro clock that I'm working on. I'm going to be rolling it out very soon so that we can limit the amount of nonsense from Philbros to, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes or something. If you have a syllogism and you can't get through it in 15 or 20 minutes, maybe it's not a good syllogism. You know what I mean? TG QWERTY says, first time donation. Well, thank you so much. I've been listening to you for free for far too long and maybe borrowing some of your talking points here and there in my personal debates. Well, QWERTY, I'm glad that you're using some of the content for your own debates. That's what we're here for. We want to equip you with the best. And Trista, thank you for the hearts on TikTok. I really appreciate that. I've seen a couple that you've sent. A big W. Thank you for everyone as well that's been sending gifts on TikTok. Dr. Joe as well. And thank you so much for John McLaren for the subscription and for the cake. I really appreciate that. And also Tyson and Frog, thank you so much for the face paint. I really appreciate that as well. Guys, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate all the supporters on TikTok and also on YouTube. The fact that so many people show up and support these streams really makes my heart explode with joy that the deconstruction community is going to continue to grow and grow. I'm going to grab 2 more super chats and we're going to get Gian, I believe is the name in here. Shady, thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, may I ask your thoughts on the verse from Isaiah 49:26? To me, it seems like more of God doing awful things. Not sure if the context is literal or metaphorical. This verse always stuck out to me as I'm curious on your opinion. So Isaiah 49 is a really interesting part of the restoration prophecies. Let me pull it up for you because this is really a good question. 49:26. Let me grab it. We're almost there. And I agree. It's not going to be, if you haven't read Isaiah 49, there's going to be some bumps along the way, right? So it says, but thus saith the Lord, even the captives of the mighty will be taken, and the prey of the tyrant will be rescued, for I will contend with those who contended with you. So now this is retribution on Babylon, and I will save your children. I will make your oppressors eat their own flesh, and they shall be drunk with their own blood as with wine. Then all flesh shall know that I am the Lord your Savior and your Redeemer, the mighty one of Jacob. And he says it elsewhere. Remember, Leviticus 26 and Jeremiah 19:9, God literally says that he's going to cause the Israelites to eat the flesh of their own children with the bloodshed that he's going to bring upon them. And here it's actually reversed. Those who punished the Israelites are going to experience the same thing where their flesh and blood are going to be cannibalized. So God is totally cool with punishing people with cannibalism. And like, it's funny because like the Bible uses it as like a big gotcha. Like, I'm going to fuck you up so bad, you're going to eat the flesh of your own kin. Like that's something God should be bragging about. That's crazy, but you're reading it correctly. Last one from our friend Greg. Thank you so much. This Justin Caller sounds like Jesse. B-boop a little bit, actually, who, when confronted with a contradiction, replied with, so what? And would find any excuse to dismiss it. Hopefully he doesn't learn about the pole shift. Oh my gosh. B-boop was special. And it pains me to my heart because I like the name Jesse and I think he ruined it for me. But man, if you haven't seen the B-boop three volume series on my YouTube channel, go check out the B-boop discussion. It's wild. I mean, I was a little aggressive on him, but I think he earned it. All right, we're going to get our next guest in here. And I'm probably pronouncing the name wrong. I apologize if that's the case.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Is it Gian?
Gian is good, yeah. It's the Italian version of John. So.
Oh, okay.
John, yeah, something like that. Gian would be the worst one, but thank you. How are you doing?
I can call you John if that works.
If you prefer, I don't mind.
It's easy. That I mean.
Yeah.
Sussy, thank you for the blooming. So, John, what's your position? Are you a theist or not a theist?
I am 18 and I'm an atheist. So I wanted to know if you if you don't want to talk with atheists, that's fine. I actually I wanted some good apologetics if you had any, because I'm trying to read the Bible and study some of the stuff. And I went through a passage that struck me as particularly cruel and weird. Uh, and I tried to find good apologetics for it, and I couldn't. It's the one in Numbers 15:32.
Oh yeah, with the guy picking up sticks.
Yes, that one. So it's really weird to me because it seems to have no reason whatsoever. The guy was picking sticks, and then everyone on the internet is like, "Oh, he was openly defiant."
He
and
wasn't.
stuff like that. Yeah, right. He wasn't. And then I tried to read it as what it says, and what it says is so bad because even if God just smited him, I would have preferred that. But then no, he made a point that he had to be stoned to death by the assembly. So he makes people do it, right? For such a petty crime.
It's brutal.
And there was stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've heard people talk about this before. Like the idea that the punishment for anything would be stoning is horrific because that's going to leave you with PTSD. Like people who go to war come back with PTSD and they're like mortified by what they did while they're in war. But like to be able to sit there with a group of people and throw rocks at somebody until they die, of course you're going to get PTSD. Of course it's going to mess up your psyche. It's the worst form of punishment God could have picked, especially when God could have just snapped his fingers and took him out of the world like he did with Onan and Onan's brother.
Even more so when this is actually your neighbor you're supposed to love, right?
Yeah.
So you were commanded to love this guy as yourself, and now he has done this thing. It's so casual as well, because there stuff that you kind of get the point that God was trying to make a big point of it. This guy was just gathering sticks, and then people were like, what people said, that he was getting an advantage by working on the Sabbath. Really weird to me. So I if you had a good justification for the whole situation, because from my limited context, it's my first time actively reading it all, and it's such a weird passage.
So the passage tells you, at least implicitly, that the guy didn't know he was breaking the law. And this becomes clear when you read it. It says, those who found him gathering sticks brought him to Moses, Aaron, and the whole congregation. Okay. So they brought him, right? And they put him in custody, or some translation will say they put him under watch because it was not clear what should be done to him. This statement alone tells you that when they brought him to Moses, they didn't know if he was breaking the law. They didn't know what should be done to him because it's not clear that gathering sticks is a violation of the Sabbath. So they're like, shoot, we don't even know what to do with this guy. Then it said, the Lord said to Moses, the man shall be put to death. So God chimes in after they inquire of the Lord, hey, what do we do with this guy? God's like, fuck him, go stone him. That's crazy. He didn't know.
Yeah, it gets worse then. And people say it's untrue on the chat. It's so funny because it literally is what is written. So sometimes you can't. If you read what is written, it's horrific. I can't. And there is if you don't mind me jumping a little bit, and when it gets boring, if you want something more confrontational, you can go to someone else. It's no problem.
Well, traditionally we just do debates here. I don't think many people are here to watch me talk to people that agree with each other. This is a debate channel. Yeah. And so you've waited in the guest queue for a long time, so I wanted to take one of your questions. But the reality is we have to keep the debates going or my audience leaves. And, without debates, I don't really have a channel.
No, absolutely. I get that. I think you're going to have some funny characters coming. Also, the guests today were quite cool. Like, honestly, quite interesting.
Yeah, I
And
think
should the
so
guy,
far.
yeah. And should the guy who is deconstructing, if he's still there, I would like to say, like, that he should probably consider what about religion is important to him, because he seems like a very reasonable person. And if it is just fear of hell, he's going to find hell illogical really quickly. I think a problem that a lot of people have is that they have a sense of ethics that religion has kidnapped. So they do not see how they can still be true to their purpose and to their desire to be good if it's not through the religious framework. And that's
Right.
really sad, because like you're not losing that. So if that's what it's important should him and his connection to his family and being good and stuff, you're not going to lose that, because that's not from your religion, that's just from what he is, right? Before the religion kidnapped it.
Right. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah,
Most people who leave religions, you'll find that their moral systems don't really change all that much, because even within religion, I think most people's moral systems are subjective. They just don't know it is. Like, there's a lot of people who, like, they're very generous, but then they're just as generous when they leave a religion. The reality is they're just generous. The religion didn't have anything to do with it.
oh, it's true. Yeah. And if anything, it asks us to do like some stuff that it does not comport with our morals anymore. So yeah, I can't
Right.
live with the dissonance. But yeah, thank you
I'm
so
with
much
you.
for having me, and nice
Well, thanks for
debates.
coming up. It's great to hear from you, and thanks for being a member and watching the channel.
It's always fun, man. Thank you.
Cheers. Nice guy. He waited for a long time in the queue, so I wanted to get him up if I could. You know what I mean? So glad he was able to come up. Let me grab the next person in the queue. If I saw them come in the right order, I think it's going to be Sergeant Roy on the TikTok queue. How you doing, Sergeant Roy?
Hey, now it's time to begin the show, bro. It's time to begin the show. Oh my gosh, you are funny, man. You are funny. All right, man. First of all, let me ask you a question. You deconstructed, so you were a Christian at one time, or you thought you were a Christian at one time. Is that correct?
Yep.
What church did you go to?
Irrelevant.
It is irrelevant. No, it is
Nah,
relevant.
it's not
It is
relevant.
Well,
No,
no,
it's not.
because you say it's not relevant. No, well, let me ask you this.
It's not relevant because
Are-
you didn't actually come up here with an argument. You came up to do a no true Scotsman, which has nothing to do with the topic. The topic is whether or not your God is imaginary. The topic is not whether or not you think I was a real Christian. I don't give a single flying fuck if you think I was a real Christian or not.
I know.
So I will not even
You're
entertain
okay.
that conversation.
You're okay. Put your big boy pants on, okay? Because the thing is,
Okay, so what you're going to do is refocus. Okay, take your panties off, put your big boy pants on, like you said. We're going to have a conversation about whether or not your God is real. What we're not going to do is argue back and forth about whether or not you think I was a real Christian. Nobody's here for that shit. I'm not here for it. My audience isn't here for it. Nobody cares. So if you have an argument for why your God is real, I'd love to hear it. I'd love to engage in some sort of substance about your God. But if all you have is no true Scotsman,
if you let me
then
finish,
I'll
if you
kick
let me
you.
finish. Yeah, if you let me finish.
Does
all
your
right?
argument
I'm
end
getting ready
in
to present my argument.
does your
I'm getting ready
argument
to present my
does your argument end in God being real?
God is real. God is real.
No.
Because
Does your
the thing is that-
argument?
let me
We'll try this again.
Yes, let
So
me finish, and
I
then
asked you a
can-
question and then you didn't answer it. So I'll try again. So what I need to know from you is, are you laying down an argument where the conclusion of the argument is that God is real?
I'm not laying down the argument. I'm just telling you the truth. Okay.
Okay.
And
you
you struggle with
you
that.
can go fuck off. No one cares. Nobody gives a shit about your preaching. Nobody cares. We're here to hear arguments and dialogues, and you don't have it. So you wasted your time, you wasted my audience's time, and you wasted my time. And it sounds like you waste the time of the most people in your life. So we're going to move on to an adult. All right, I think Raymond was next in line, so let's bring in Raymond, and we'll keep the train rolling. How you doing, Raymond? Raymond? With us? No? Okay, well, I'm back if you get a connection. We'll try next in line. Looks like next in line is Al. Either Al or AI. It's hard to tell sometimes. Al,
Can you
welcome
hear me?
in. Is it Al?
Yeah, it's Al. Yes.
Is it just me? Let me know on TikTok and YouTube. Is it just me, or have the YouTube guests sounded a little bit like they're in like a cellar or a basement today? I wonder if something's going on with my audio setup. Anyways, just kind of curious. Al, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes.
Okay. And which God or what kind of a God do you believe in?
The Christian God.
Okay. What would be the greatest evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Well, the greatest evidence would be the Holocaust, because the kike's dying was so beautiful that Hitler just had to do it. Unless he
Oh,
didn't. He made it up.
what a piece of shit.
Wait, you hate the Old Testament though. Admit it. You hate the Jews. Just say it.
What
you
a
hate
what a piece
Christianity
of
in the Old
shit.
Testament, so you hate the
What a
Jews.
racist piece
Wait,
of
you hate
shit.
the Jews though.
Does your mother know that you get on the internet and you do this? Is she aware that you get on the internet and just spout all kinds of racist, xenophobic rhetoric? Do you think that she would be proud of you? Do you think that that's something that she'd like clap her hands and tell her friends about? Or do you think that she would be like super embarrassed about it? Listen, you're a waste of space and a piece of shit. Don't come back. All right, well, move on to the next one. Oh, Raymond came back. We'll see if Raymond can connect this time. Basement confirmed, Ben? Okay, yeah. There must be something happening with my sound setup. I'll work on that. Because it's not happening on TikTok. It's only happening on the Video Ninja, which is interesting. Because not much has changed on Video Ninja, but whatever. We're not worried about that. Let's bring in Raymond. Hopefully Raymond's got the situation sorted out. How you doing, Raymond? Set up. I'll work on that. Because it's not happening on TikTok. It's only. Oh boy, Raymond. Do you even have a microphone? No. You don't have a microphone. Your microphone is listed as your sound card, which is why I hear me through your microphone. In order for you to use your computer, you actually have to plug in a microphone and come back. Ryan, thank you for the manifesting. I appreciate that. And Jesus, hold on, what's this name? Jesus is coming again, Baptist Charger. I appreciate the gift. Well, let me see. I can't even see it now because these boxes are popping up. It looks like a music on stage. I appreciate that. Okay, well, Raymond doesn't have a microphone, so we're just going to move on. They'll come back when they figure out how to plug in a microphone, and we'll grab somebody from TikTok. Welcome in, Christian.
How are you?
Christian, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm 35. Yeah, I'm believing Christian God.
Cool. And what do you think is the best evidence or the best argument for the Christian God being real?
If you look at the Christian God, the one thing, if you look at the worldly justice system, right? We have a justice system in this world. So in the Christian God, it says God is a justice God. I mean, God is a God that fulfills justice, right?
Deuteronomy 32:4, yeah.
If I wouldn't follow the Old Testament, it's the New Testament. It fulfills all righteousness. Jesus fulfills all righteousness. Right?
When the Old Testament talks about God, is it lying?
Jesus says many of the things in the Old Testament written is not right. That's
he did not say that.
So, yes, he did.
No, he did not.
Okay, I'll give you an evidence for that.
The only evidence is Matthew 19, when Jesus
I'm
told
giving
him,
you.
when Jesus told them that Moses allowed you to divorce, even though that was not God's intention from the beginning. That's the only thing that Jesus ever said about the Old Testament that's quote unquote not right. And he wasn't
So you
saying
agree.
that the Old Testament was not right. What he was saying was he rightly picked up on a contradiction in the Old Testament and tried to fix it. Because if you go to Malachi, in the book of Malachi, God says, I hate divorce, which means Jesus wasn't saying that you shouldn't follow the Old Testament. He wasn't saying that the Old Testament is invalid. He picked up on a contradiction in the Old Testament and tried to fix it by saying God allowed Moses to allow divorce, even though that's not what he really wanted. And I'm actually okay with that. If that's Jesus's way to fix that one particular contradiction, that's fine. But that is one very specific topic that does not relate to every other law of Moses.
Okay, so Jesus says, you have heard eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. But I say to you, if one strikes your cheek, show the other. So he changed
I'm aware.
that law, right? All right. Then another one, if you commit adultery, you think it's adultery. But I say, if you look at a woman
You
with
keep
lust,
quoting Matthew 5. I'm aware
yeah,
of the
I'm saying how
modifications
he
that
changed
Jesus
the laws.
came, where he came
I'm
and
saying how he
tried to
changed the
instruct
laws.
them to have a
Brother,
larger boundary around the laws. He made the laws harder.
yeah. So I'm saying is how he changed the laws. Correct? Do you agree he changed the laws?
He added to the laws. He didn't get rid of a single
So
law.
eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. He changed it, right?
He changed some of the laws, but he didn't get rid
Do you
of the
agree he changed
laws.
it, bro? Just admit it. He changed it, right?
I said it twice. It's not like you're not even listening. I'll say it for the
No, you're
third time.
saying he added to it.
Jesus changed some of the laws by
Exactly.
adding to
Now you
them,
agree.
but he did not get rid of them.
So you're saying that Jesus did not get rid of the eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth law?
It's literally crazy that you can't actually pay attention to what's happened here. So
Are you
in
saying
Matthew
he
chapter
didn't
5,
get rid of it? Just say that. Just say that.
in Matthew chapter 5, Jesus is making the laws harder. Some of the ways he makes the laws harder is by making people do things that they don't actually want to do, like forgive rather than do the vengeance. The reason why that specific law was done by Jesus or modified by Jesus is because Jesus recognized that it's difficult, because in Leviticus 19:18, we're actually not supposed to seek revenge. So Jesus is actually pointing to Leviticus 19:18 and instructing them to do that. To do Leviticus 19:18, not just to ignore the law of Moses, not to abandon the law of Moses, but to focus on this one specific part of law of Moses rather than this other part of law of Moses, which is, it's a change, it's a transition. He's trying to get you to focus on one part and not on the other part. So none of this,
So you're saying
none of
it
this,
in a nice
none of
way.
this, none of this
So
proves,
you're not
none of this proves that the Bible's real. Remember, I asked you at the beginning of the conversation whether or not you have an argument or evidence for your God being real. And what you've done is you've come up here and you haven't given me one of those things. What you're attempting to do, what you're attempting to do is rehash a point that I've talked about with prior guests, because you didn't like how it, that you didn't like how it went. So the time to speak is not while I'm speaking. And to be clear, my microphone is absolutely louder than yours. No, I did not.
I was speaking.
So,
You interrupted.
So I'm speaking right now. I'm in the act of speaking right now, and I was almost finished. You could have waited 5 more seconds. I would have been finished. So what I want from you, Christian, is an argument or a piece of evidence leading to your religion or your God being true. I'm not here debating the interpretation of these passages. Like, I love to debate the interpretation of some of these passages, but that's not what the topic is right now.
Now you're changing it from the
topic.
Now.
No, the topic is whether
because you
the
knew
topic
you got
is
cooked.
whether or not your God is real. Is Matthew 5 part of the argument for your God being real?
Then why did you bring it to Matthew 5?
Is Matthew 5 part of your argument for God being real?
You see that? Now you're changing the topic.
Is Matthew 5 part of your argument for God being real?
So let's get back
Is
to the topic,
Matthew 5 part of your argument for God being real?
You're going to crash out now.
Is Matthew 5 part of your argument for God being real?
You're gonna crash out now.
Is Matthew 5 part of your argument for God being
Crash
real?
out now. You keep
Is Matthew
repeating the same
5? I'm going to repeat it till you say yes or no.
because you keep repeating. You know why? Because you don't want the guest to speak.
So we'll try this
You don't
again.
want the guest to speak.
I want you to speak. I want you to say yes or fucking no. That's what I want. Because if Matthew 5 is part of your...
I'm trying to show it to you.
Because if Matthew 5 is part of your argument for why God is real, then I want you to give me the argument from Matthew 5. That's what I want. If Matthew 5 is not related to your argument for God being real, then I don't care to discuss Matthew 5 right now. I want to hear the argument. So if
Yes,
Matthew 5 is part of your argument for God being real, then by all means, go ahead and lay out the argument. If Matthew 5 is not part of your argument for God being real, then I need you to start over with the argument for your God being real. Do you get that?
Can I answer now? You keep muting. You're so afraid.
I'm
Can I
muting
answer
you
now?
because you keep talking while I'm trying to clarify what I need from you.
Can I answer now?
Maybe you're the reason why you're getting muted.
Can I answer now?
Yeah, the answer is yes or no, by the way.
All right. So now I'm gonna say why God is real based on Matthew 5, right?
That's what I asked you. To be clear,
I'm gonna answer now. If you stop talking, can I?
to be clear, the question. To be clear, my question was what? What was my question? What was my question?
You asked me if God is relevant based on Matthew 5. I'm gonna answer it if you stop
And
talking.
I've been waiting for a yes or no.
Yeah, can I answer now?
Oh yes, now that you finally said yes, I would love to hear the
Shut
answer.
your mouth. Can I answer now? Can you shut your mouth?
I'm asking you for the argument. Give it.
Mouth. Can I
Give the
answer
argument.
now?
Give it.
All right. No, yeah, just shut it. Yeah.
I've been
So
asking
I'm
you to give me the answer.
Again, this guy. You don't want to.
I don't know if you know this, but you're on my live stream. I get to talk.
answer?
I get to talk on my own live stream.
Yeah, you don't talk over the guests.
Do you?
just
No,
because you're the
I
host.
do talk over the guests, the ones that can't have an
because
honest
you're
dialogue, the
afraid of
ones
the
that talk
answer.
over
You're
the host.
afraid-
Every
you are
guest
afraid
that
of
talks
the
over me
answer.
gets talked over.
You are afraid of the
I'm
answer. That
asking
is why
you for
don't
the
want me to
answer and you're
speak.
crying. Give me the answer.
Yes, so can I answer now?
I'm asking you for it. Do it.
All right, now keep quiet. So when I talk, don't interrupt, right?
I will
I'll give you the
interrupt you
answer.
when I need to.
You see that? You see
So I don't know
that?
if you know this. You don't get to tell me what to do on my live stream.
You don't. There's the problem. You keep
Listen.
asking a
Listen.
question,
I'm
and
not
then
your
you say
wife. You don't
answer
get. You
because
don't get
keep
to control
interrupting.
me. I don't know what if you know
No,
what it's
I'm
like
asking you, can I
where
speak now?
where I'm from,
Can I
but
speak
like you don't get to
respectfully?
tell me what to
Can I
do.
speak now?
I'm asking you.
Respectfully, can I
I'm
speak?
asking you to give me the argument.
Can I speak now?
I'm asking you to do it. Do it.
Yes. So keep quiet, right?
No,
So I'm
every time you
speaking.
tell me to keep quiet, I'm going to talk because you don't get to tell me what to do. So I'm asking you, you're on my live
can you
stream to
listen to what
provide
I'm
the
saying?
argument.
Because if you keep talking when I'm speaking, then you don't want to listen to my answer. You're a pussy. That is why you don't want to
Every
listen.
time you tell me to stop talking, I'm going to start talking because it's my live stream. So I'm asking you to give the argument.
it's
And
your
also,
live stream.
you should take
I know
advice
it's your
from your
live stream,
Bible.
and
You
I'm
should actually
asking you,
read
can I
Colossians.
answer?
You should actually read
I'm
the book of
asking you,
Colossians.
I know this is your
What
live.
is
I'm
the book of
asking you, can I
Colossians?
answer?
What does the book of Colossians tell you about that kind of speech?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying you're a pussy cat.
I'll
You're a
read it for you.
chicken.
Therefore,
You're so
God
afraid
has
of Christians answer.
says, "Holy and
You
beloved,
don't want
clothe
Christians to answer
yourselves."
you.
Says, "Holy
You
and
don't want the Christians
beloved,
to answer you.
clothe yourselves with compassion, kindness, humility, meekness, and patience." Do you think that you've clothed yourself with compassion, kindness, humility, meekness, and patience?
You don't have to judge me. God will judge me. I don't need you
Okay,
to judge me.
just making
Who are you
sure.
to judge
Okay,
me?
all right. So
Yeah,
go
I don't
ahead.
need your
So go
judgment,
ahead.
bro.
Go ahead and give
I
me
don't
the
need your
argument.
judgment. Yeah, all right, I'll give you the argument, right? So based on Matthew 5, right, where Jesus says we are all supposed to love our neighbor, show our other cheek. If you look at the whole of creation, it's all based on love and not hatred. If it's based on hatred, this whole universe would collapse. So it's showing one characteristics of the God which is behind this universe, which created this universe, which is based on love and not on hatred. Love holds this universe. And based on your argument, which says, oh, the whole universe existed out of nothing, I don't buy that shit. I don't
Well,
buy
that's
it,
not
bro.
my
I
argument,
buy
and your argument
your
is dog
argument is
shit. And the
Big
reason why
Bang.
your argument is
Your
dog shit is
argument is
because
Big
the
Bang.
fact that love
Your argument is
exists,
a Big Bang shit. It's a Big Bang.
the fact that love exists says nothing about whether or not a God exists. So love is a chemical reaction that happens inside of the human body. It is certainly not evidence of a God. That's bullshit.
All right.
Now,
So
the other
if
thing,
all
and the
right.
other thing,
Okay. Okay.
the other thing is that it certainly doesn't prove Christianity to be true, because commands to love one another exist in a bunch of religions. In fact, it existed in Judaism before Christianity, which means you still haven't met your burden. You have not done a single thing to get you one step closer to a God.
All right. So now you are saying love is just chemical reactions. We're all chemical reactions. We're all just chemical molecules just walking around. Right. So now I ask you a question. Will you have sex
I
with your mom?
just want to be clear here. I'm waiting for an argument that your God is real.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just because you are chemical reaction, is it okay to have sexual relation with your mom? Because
With
you
your
both are
mom, I
chemical
will.
reactions. Well, why not with your mom?
Why would I have
Why
sex
not?
with my mom?
Why not?
Why would I
both are
want to?
chemicals. You're just
Why would I want
chemicals.
to? Why would I want
wouldn't
to?
you? Why wouldn't you want two chemicals to join together? Why wouldn't you?
Because
Why
it's
wouldn't you think it's
disgusting, and
not
it
right?
sounds like you need to
Oh,
clear
why
your
is it
browser
disgusting?
history.
Why is two
It's
chemicals joining
it's disgusting.
Why is it
It's
disgusting when
disgusting
two chemicals join?
because we've evolved as a species to find our own family members disgusting. It's an evolutionary adaptation.
Biblically, that is why
It's an evolutionary adaptation that allows people to pass on their genes in a way that is less destructive. Because as it turns out, if everybody just went ahead and had sex with their near kin, the DNA pool would be absolutely chock full. Would be absolutely chock full
you to have
of genetic problems and
asking you to
anomalies because of inbreeding. So the reason why people generally are not attracted to their family members is because we evolved to not do that. Now, that being said, there are still people who don't have this type of belief. There are people in the world who believe that it's okay to dinkle their near kin. And that's on them. If they don't have that evolutionary adaptation and they want to fuck up their gene pool, that's their problem. I'm not interested in doing that.
Bro, no one's asking you to have a kid with your mom. I'm asking, why don't you have a sexual relation with your mom?
Because it's disgusting.
Why is it disgusting? Because you know why?
Do you know what the word disgusting means? Do you know what the word?
follow the Bible. That is why it's disgusting to
No,
you.
I don't follow the
Yes.
Bible.
Yes.
No, I don't.
That is why the
No,
Christians
I
taught
literally
you this.
don't. This is crazy. The
taught you
Christians
that
did
it's
not.
Disgusting. Yes, the Christians taught you this.
Okay, so this is why you keep getting muted, is because you don't let me address anything you say. So I have to mute you every time I talk. And so this conversation is not going to be fun for either of us. So the reason why I don't find my mother attractive is the reason why I would never want to consummate a relationship with my mother. Okay? That's it. It's not because I have some moral sense that comes from the Bible. That's bullshit. If my moral sense came from the Bible, I'd be okay with slaves. If my moral sense came from the Bible, then I wouldn't be pro-trans and I wouldn't be pro-LGBTQIA. I wouldn't be those things. The reality is my moral system doesn't come from the Bible. It just so happens that I'm not attracted to my own kin. If you are, listen, if you are, that's your problem. I don't know what to tell you. Like if you're like fighting in the closet with yourself right now because your mom's in the other room and you just can't contain yourself and you're like, oh my God, I need to go boink my mother, but the Bible says not to. That's on you. That's not a problem I have.
All right, now can I answer? Don't interrupt, yeah? Don't interrupt. So what I'm trying to say is, I see a lot of non-believers mating with their parents, sisters, brothers, right? Why?
Not
Because
where I
they
come
don't follow
from.
the God's law. Yeah, they don't follow the God's law. Do you know why?
No.
Because they don't want to believe what God
This
said to
is
them.
literally
You know
the
why?
worst
Because they're
argument I've
atheists like
ever
you.
heard.
You know
Where
why?
I come
You know
from,
wait,
so where I come
let
from,
me answer. Why are you interrupting?
so where I come from,
Why are you interrupting?
where I come from,
Relax.
where I come from, parents and
Relax.
children's,
Relax.
where I come from, parents and children
Bro, why are
don't,
you interrupting?
where I come from, parents and children don't do that kind of stuff. Now, I don't know where you're from. I believe you that wherever you're from, parents and children are doing the thing, or maybe in your own household. I don't know what's happening in your own household, but it sounds like what you're describing is very close to you. And listen, I don't know what the atheists you know are up to. It sounds like they're up to diddling their own parents. Where I come from, that's not a common thing. That's not a normal thing. That's not socially acceptable.
You're from a Christian background. That's why you're from a
No.
Christian background. That's why you have morals.
Not why.
Yes.
No.
It's because
Wrong
you
again.
don't think they're just chemicals. You don't think they're just chemicals, right?
They are
we
chemicals.
You think they're chemicals. That is why.
Yes, I think they're chemicals because they are.
I'm talking about the atheists. I'm talking about the atheists who see their parents as just chemicals and have sexual relation with
Well,
them.
I'm not one
right?
of them.
I'm talking about them. But you don't
I'm
see
not
them,
one
you know
of
why?
them.
Because you follow
Because
the
they don't
biblical
exist.
teaching.
No, because they
you
don't
follow
exist here.
Christian teachings,
No.
Christian morals.
It's because your household,
embedded
your family
in your
unit
mind.
is depraved.
Embedded in your mind.
Your background is depraved. You're projecting your own problems onto my society.
No, I'm projecting your problem.
Yeah, you are.
Your
I've
problem
never
is you see
I've
people
never
as
met a
chemicals.
single
You see
person.
your dad as a chemical. You see your mom as a chemical.
I've never met a single person
Your
in my
problem. This is your.
I've never met a
Your mom
single
is a
person. I've never met a single person in my life.
mom is just
In
a
my
chemical for you.
in my entire adult life, I've never met a single person who was openly having a relationship with their parent or the parent with the child. That is obviously a problem. That's obviously a problem in your circles,
An atheist name.
but it's not actually a problem in my circles. And I don't care if you heard of an atheist that did this. I can find you Christians that do it. Christians do it in West Virginia. That's meaningless to
I'll
me.
tell you,
Neither one of these are actual arguments for God being real, because if God was real and I cared about God's laws, then I would be pro-slavery. God is pro-slavery. I'm not pro-slavery. Therefore, I don't believe in God's laws. Do you want to move on to a better argument? This surely isn't the best you got.
Yeah. I'll show you this. Now, you guys have a flaw in your argument because you just look at each other as just chemicals walking around.
No,
right?
I do.
You don't care if it's your mom. You don't care if it's your sister.
No,
you don't
I
care
do.
If it's your brother.
Why do you
can
keep
go
putting
and
words
put
in my
your-
mouth? These are
you
not
can
my
put your
beliefs.
willy in
These are
any
not.
chemical.
These
can put your
are
willy
not
in
my
any chemical,
beliefs.
and
These are
it's
not my
okay
beliefs.
for you guys.
These are not my beliefs.
These are your beliefs.
These are not my
your
beliefs. These are not my
Your
beliefs.
mom is just a
These are
chemical.
not
Your
my
mom is
beliefs.
just a-
These are
your
not
sister
things
is
I
just a
believe.
chemical.
These are not things
you
I
will
believe.
Just put your willy
These
in
are
a
not my.
chemical. This is what your
the-
problem is.
These are
And
not my. So I don't know if you've been here very long.
Stop it.
I don't know if you've been here very long, but these are not my beliefs. If you
Christians
want to
are
know
trying
what,
to stop it.
if you want to know what I believe, then I will tell you what I believe. But nothing you just listed,
You believe it because
nothing you just listed is
you
my
believe it
belief.
because of the
Nothing I just listed is my belief, and the Bible has nothing to do with this. So I'll ask you again.
believe-
So I'll ask you again. Do you have a better argument, or is this all you have?
Yeah, this is one of the arguments why we don't look.
It's not a good argument.
Wait, I'll tell you. We don't want to look at our siblings, parents as chemicals, right? We are looking at them as spiritual beings.
No, I'm not.
This is a teaching from our Bible.
No,
Wait,
I'm not.
This is a teaching.
I don't
this is
look
a-
at anybody spiritually. I
this
don't
is a
believe in
teaching.
spirits. I know
Yeah,
what
you
your
don't believe
Bible
that. Well, you know
teaches, and
why?
I don't believe in it.
You don't believe it. Why? Because you believe in the Big Bang, which is
Because
a
it's not
foolish theory,
true.
right?
The Big Bang is
It's a
irrelevant to whether or not the Bible is true. Even if there was a
So
God,
is
your
Big Bang
your
true?
religion
So
your
if-
religion would
is
your
Big
religion
Bang
would
true?
your religion would still
So
be
is
false.
Big Bang true? So tell me, is Big
Your religion would still be false.
is Big Bang
Even
true?
try this again. Your religion would still be false even if there was no Big Bang. Even if there was a God, your religion would still be false.
Yeah, our religion is based on love, and it's the
It's
only
not.
reason why we
It's
all
not based on
exist.
love.
If it was full,
It's not
filled
based
with
on love.
hatred,
You're lying.
yeah. If I
Liar.
hated, if we hated,
Liar.
we would nuke
Liar.
each other. We would nuke each other.
Is slavery
right?
loving?
Jesus said, "Show
Is
the
slavery
other cheek."
loving?
Jesus said, "Show
Is
the
slavery
other cheek.
loving?
Love your neighbor." Jesus said,
Is slavery
"Love your slaves."
loving?
Jesus said, "Love
Is
your
slavery
slaves."
loving?
Love your slaves.
Is slavery loving?
Love your slaves.
Is slavery
Love your
loving?
slaves.
Is slavery
Love your
loving?
slaves.
Is slavery
Love your
loving?
slaves.
Is
Love your
slavery,
slaves.
is owning another human being
Love
loving?
your slaves.
We'll
What
we'll
do you
try
not
this
understand
again.
by
So
love your slave?
I'm gonna ask you the same question until you answer it. I don't know if you've been here very long, but I don't let people dodge easy questions. My question is very simple. Is owning another human being as actual property loving? It's yes or no. You can say I don't know.
When you give that,
We'll try this again. Is owning another human being as property loving? Keep in mind there's three possible answers. There's yes, there's no, and then there's I don't know. Which one is it?
do you own your children?
We'll try this again. Is owning another human being as property
own your children?
for life as a slave loving? The answer is yes, no, or I don't know.
Children?
We'll try this again.
you own your
Is
children?
owning another human being as slaves
Treat your slaves
loving?
like your children.
We'll try this again. Is owning another
Treat your
human
slaves
being
like
as
your
a...
children.
I could ask you the same question until you answer. I don't know why you want to
Yeah,
drag
I
this
can
out for
see
10
you
minutes.
asking-
So again, the answer is yes, no, or I
have an
don't know. Yes, no, or I don't know. Is it loving to own
Yeah.
slaves?
Do you have
Yes or
an
no?
argument for that? Do you
I'm
have an
asking
argument
you
for
a
that?
yes or no question.
Yes. If you can own your
So
children,
try this again. So is it loving? Keep in mind it's yes or no. Is it loving to own another human being for life as property?
okay, can I answer now?
Is it
If
yes
you're
or
not
no?
afraid. Can I answer now? If
Is
you're
it
not
yes or
afraid.
no?
Is it yes or no? Can you listen to a
So the reason why you keep getting muted is because you're too cowardly to engage in the actual discussion.
That's why
The actual discussion right now that we need to have is whether or not you think it's loving to own another human being as property for life. We cannot move on until you provide an answer to that question. I need a yes, no, or I don't know.
does your boss
Okay.
own you?
Okay, so no, he can't actually answer the question. Okay, well, you can go get lost. You haven't done a single thing for your God today. In fact, I would imagine that you've embarrassed most of the Christians watching. Most of the Christians watching this right now are literally sitting in like a cringe fetal position by you embarrassing other Christians. When I was a Christian, you would have been an embarrassment for me. I would have come up on this live stream after you to apologize for how embarrassing you were as a Christian. You should be ashamed of yourself. There are decent Christians watching this right now, and you've misrepresented all of them. Yoda St. Cloud, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I started reading the Bible to try and grasp Christian nationalism. It's fantasy. Sex, betrayal, murder, magic. If they marked it that way, I'd be so huge. Wait, it'd be so huge. Would cosplay the apostles. Christian nationalism is wild. That is their fantasy. I would say this. Reading the Bible is in fact, it's like the best novel written. Like all the good stuff about novels, stories that we like is in the Bible. There's betrayal, as you said, there's sex, there's rivalries, there's adultery, there's fornications. I mean, it's got everything. There's so much in there. There's wars, bickering, and fighting. I mean, it's wild. There's plot twists, so many plot twists. Cora, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. I really appreciate that. Big W, and great to see you tonight. Cora says, I just wanted to say I appreciate that you've helped me understand the Sky Daddy has more in common with Jigsaw from the Saw movies. Yahweh says, let's play a game. Punish me, Sky Daddy. Praise Doug. Rock hard for Doug. Oh, that's so true. The God of this book really is akin to Saw, Jigsaw from the Saw movie. I think that's one of the better comparisons I've heard. I do enjoy that. Okay, let me grab our next guest. It looks like the next in line was going to be... Oh, Ramon came back. We'll see if Ramon's got audio hookups this time. He does not. He or she does not. Okay, so we're just going to hang up on Ramon. Ramon, until you plug in a microphone, we can't talk. I don't know what to tell you. Next in line was the worshiper of the old gods, which sounds fun.
Hey there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing, worshiper?
Hey, you can call me Nemo. That's not my real name, but you can call me that.
Okay, Nemo.
Anyways, just wanted to say, big fan of the show. Really, really cool. I love the arguments you have with Christians. It's really funny. And yeah, so to answer your questions, I know you ask people like 2 questions at the beginning of everything. Yes, I'm above 18, and yes, I do practice a religion. I'm a polytheist, but I'm not really looking to debate. I was kind of more looking to talk about like deconstructing former beliefs. Is that something you'd be amenable to, or do you want to only focus on debates tonight?
Well, yeah, well, the goal is to do debates. So when I'm live and doing debates, you know, I got to do debates.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, cool. So, I guess I'll leave you to it, and rock hard for Doug.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Big W. Yeah, rock hard for
All
Doug. Thank
right,
you.
have a good
Thank
night.
you, worshiper.
Have a good night.
It's a shame because, you know, I would like to dialogue eventually with people rather than debate, but the reality is most of my live streams are just debates. Like maybe I'll start working in a non-debate live stream where people just come up and talk about their non-standard belief systems, but I'm not really sure, like, I don't know. I'm not really sure when we would want to mix that in, you know? Anyways, let me grab the next guest in queue. Give me 1 second to grab, it appears like it's going to be Miles. Miles and Rob. Oh, I think Miles dropped as they were connecting. We'll see. It shows that they're trying to connect. Don't know if they're going to connect. Usually when it does the waiting symbol that long, it's a bad sign. Katrina, thank you for the hand hearts. I really appreciate that. Big W. And Jesus is coming again. Thank you for the pizza. I appreciate that. Okay, I don't think Miles is able to connect. I can't bump him, or can I? Okay, there we go. Miles is out. And then I said we'd bring in Rob. We've talked to Rob before. If you've seen that replay, you know what to expect. Welcome back, Rob.
Hey, Justin, how's it going, man?
Good. How you doing?
Good. How about you?
You know, I can't complain too much. Rob, you've been here before. I know you're at least 18, and I know you're a Christian. So we'll start where we usually do, which is what would be the most compelling evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
I have several. I would say objective morality would be one of my first ones. I think personal experience in the life of a born again believer. I think the fruit of the Christian life, seeing people change, seeing people delivered off drug addiction, pornography addiction, seeing people healed, experiencing miracles. I think the historical evidence for Christ. I think
Well,
stacking up Christianity.
so let's
Go ahead.
let's slow down. We're not going to do a Gish Gallop. I said to pick one, the most compelling, right? So pick the most compelling argument, and then we can start there.
I think the most compelling argument would be personal experience, but that's a hard one to argue. So I can do objective morality. If you want to do objective morality, I think that's a strong one.
Yeah, I think objective morality is fine. And Frog, thank you for the kitty and hat. I appreciate that. So, in order for the objective moral argument to work, I think the first thing that needs to be done is for who's ever making the argument from your position, it needs to demonstrate that objective morals do exist. Do you think that's possible?
I do, because I believe, at least in my own life, that there is an innate, inherent understanding of good and evil. And I think that the scripture backs that up.
No, the scripture definitely does have some language to suggest that like everybody knows right and wrong. Like even early as Genesis chapter 3 says that humans now know good and evil. So yeah, I'm not disagreeing that the Bible says that, but I would disagree with the claim from the Bible. I don't think that everybody has an innate sense of right and wrong that is objective, which is why nobody can agree on what actually is right and wrong. Like for the vast majority of history, most humans, not all humans, but most humans have kind of been okay with slavery. In fact, some of the early church fathers even said that it was necessary, right? So it's weird to me to think that we all have objective morals, yet at the same time, there are people that believe that slavery is objectively moral.
Yeah, I would definitely say that slavery is immoral.
Right. But you couldn't come to that conclusion from the Bible.
Oh, I think you could.
No, you couldn't. Do it.
Well, remember we started out with saying that we have an inherent morality. Yes, there are passages in the Bible that condone slavery. I'll give you that.
Does it ever
There
condemn
are also,
slavery?
yes, man stealing is illegal in Exodus.
Man
It said
stealing
that
is not the
somebody,
only form of slavery. Man stealing is what happens when you kidnap a free person and sell them as a slave. But that's not how
right?
people became slaves. Not only that, that obviously only applied to freeborn Hebrews, because in other passages God explicitly tells them they are allowed to kidnap other people, like in Deuteronomy chapter 20.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, those are tough verses. I mean, I would agree with you that under the Old Testament, under the law of Moses, that slavery is condoned.
Right.
And that's tough for a Christian. I would say under the New Covenant, slavery is not condoned.
Oh, I would completely disagree. The New Covenant nowhere says that slavery is bad.
I mean, nowhere does it condone slavery like under the Old Covenant either.
It never condemns it. So if the book from beginning to end starts out by saying slavery is cool, and then it never condemns it, the only possible conclusion you can come to is that the God of the book's okay with slavery. And I think this is rather explicit, how God feels about the laws of Moses, including the slavery laws, when you read Deuteronomy chapter 30. So in Deuteronomy 30, God talks about like what we might call like the messianic age, right? It says in verse 6, the Lord your God will circumcise your hearts. Your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you would love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. Christians would rightly point, based on the New Testament text, that well, that's what happened when Jesus came. People's hearts are now circumcised, not their genitalia, right?
Right. It's we're in a spiritual covenant now where we're not under the law anymore.
Well, that's not what we're about to find out. So, in this time period when God circumcises the hearts of his people, he says, then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I am commanding you today. So, in the time period when God circumcises the hearts of the people, as he mentions elsewhere in the Old Testament, that's going to be accompanied by following the commands of Moses, which he's literally uttering in this very book.
Yeah, I'd say that's under the new covenant, though. That's when the law is written on our hearts, which the law is fulfilled with love your neighbor and you know, as you love yourself.
But the law isn't going away. The word fulfill doesn't do anything for you. Jesus
Well,
said
what
that
about
he did not
Galatians?
come to abolish the law.
Yeah, fulfill it. Fulfill it meaning we're not under that anymore. That's what I
No,
take that to mean.
he told you the opposite of that. So he says, do not think that I've come to abolish the law. What does it mean to abolish?
Abolish means to get rid of. Correct.
Okay.
Completely get rid of. Well, obviously didn't get rid of it. It's still here. We still have the
Okay.
law. We're reading it
So
right
he
now.
says, do not think that I
Correct.
have come to get rid of the law or the prophets. I have not come to get rid of it, but to fulfill it. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away. Not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Obviously, you and I agree, heaven and earth haven't passed away, which is why he says the next thing. The next thing says, therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So Jesus is
Right.
saying, by following the law code of Moses, you are making yourself great in the kingdom of heaven, which can only mean that the law code is good.
Yeah, but that doesn't say the law of Moses. That just says these
Yeah.
commandments. That's what Christ is teaching. For
No,
context, that's what Christ is teaching.
no, the
That's
context
Christ's
is
law.
the law and the prophets.
No, that's fulfilled. That's fulfilled.
It's not fulfilled. We just
Yeah,
read Deuteronomy
Christ brought a
30.
new law.
In Deuteronomy, he did not. In Deuteronomy 30, God said, when he circumcises the hearts of the people, they will follow the law that Moses gave them. That God said that.
Yeah, I don't agree that that's the same law though. And
It's
the law is very
it is the same
subjective. It
law.
could be the Ten Commandments. It could be the
It's
Ten
not.
Commandments.
It's certainly
Ten
not the Ten
Commandments is law.
Commandments. So we'll try this again.
There's
Deuteronomy.
ceremonial law.
Listen, these talking points won't help you. Just pay attention to what the text says.
I'm
The
listening.
text says,
I'm listening.
then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I am commanding you today. What commandments did Moses give them that day?
Well, there's many different times he gave many different commandments, so I'm not
What
familiar with this exact passage. You
commandments
could tell me what
are
commandments did
Moses?
he give that day?
All of the book of Deuteronomy were commanded by Moses in one day. All of them. So all of the laws in Deuteronomy were given by Moses in one day prior to them going into the promised land. And God says through Moses that when he circumcises the hearts of the people, that he's going to make it so that they do actually observe the commands that Moses is giving them.
Right.
Right. So this nonsensical idea that God doesn't want people to follow the commandments when Jesus explicitly disagrees with Paul and God explicitly disagrees with Paul is nonsense. If you just read Deuteronomy, God tells you on 5 different occasions that the law is forever. He says, you shall love the Lord your God, therefore, and keep his charge, his decrees, his ordinances, and his commandments always.
I got you. I mean, we can agree to disagree. Christ fulfilled the law. Can you go to Galatians 5:18?
No, we can agree that you didn't listen to what God actually said. So God said to follow the law forever. He says, these are the statutes and ordinances that you must diligently observe in the land that the Lord, the God of your ancestors, has given you to occupy all of the days that you live on the earth. Are God's people still living on the earth?
Yeah, of course.
So is there a reason why they shouldn't be following the law?
I mean, Justin, I told you I believe Christ fulfilled the law, man. I mean, we're not going to agree.
I'm
I
telling
hear
you what I'm
We
telling you
just
what God said. So try to follow along. God himself.
Right. Well, Christ is God. I mean, I believe Christ is God. So.
Then that means Christ believes you should follow the law forever. If Christ is God and Christ can't contradict himself, then you must believe that Christ thinks you should follow the law forever, which is why it says in 28, be careful to obey all of these words that I command you so that it may go well with you and your children after you forever, because you will be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. So if you believe that God has an objective moral law code, you have to agree that that includes the laws of Moses. He told you to follow these laws forever. Anyone who comes by later and says, nope, God was joking, don't follow these laws, that person is a heretic.
So Paul's a heretic?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I disagree. I believe the Holy Spirit inspired men and women to write the Bible and God and the Holy Spirit is God. So Galatians 5:18 says
Which would produce a contradiction.
Yeah.
I think
it's a ratification.
You've produced the contradiction between Paul and God.
Yeah, I think it's a ratification.
It's not a ratification, it's a contradiction.
Okay, well, I mean, we can agree to disagree.
We're not disagreeing.
Law. Christ fulfilled the law.
If God said to follow the law forever, is there an end to forever?
That could be hyperbole, Justin.
Oh,
But
so
we're under a
now
new covenant.
forever doesn't mean forever then.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so what does forever mean?
It's like saying a football team slaughtered another football.
What does
They
forever
didn't literally
mean?
go out and slaughter them.
Yeah, what does forever mean?
Yeah, like it's taking forever for my Amazon package to come.
How long
Yeah,
is
it's not
forever?
literally taking forever.
How long is forever?
Forever means forever if you literally mean forever, or it could be
Does
hyperbole, it could be sarcasm, it could be a
does
lot of
God's
things.
love endure forever?
I believe it does, yes, sir.
No, that's not literal. Forever doesn't mean forever. It just a long time.
Maybe in that context it is, though.
No. You just said forever doesn't mean forever. So Psalm 136 can't be true.
Yeah, I think you have to take it in context. You know, I think
I
when
do take it in
Galatians 5:18 says
context.
we're not under
God
the law
literally
anymore.
tells you that during the new covenant era, you will follow the laws of Deuteronomy. He explicitly stated it. We read it twice.
But I disagree with you.
You disagree with the Bible, not me.
No, I disagree with you. I think when Christ
No,
fulfilled
you
the law,
disagree
he
with the
fulfilled it. It's
Bible. The
over.
Bible said that they would follow all of the commands that Moses gave them on that day.
Yeah, but Christ came to fulfill the law.
No, he did
The law was a
not.
curse.
No,
You know
it
the Bible
wasn't.
actually says the law was a curse. Yeah,
No,
it
the New
actually says that
Testament
the
says
law
the
was a
law
curse.
was a curse. The Old Testament says that the law was a
Right,
blessing. So
right.
thank you
And the
for
New
pointing out
Testament came after the
another
Old Testament.
contradiction. Yeah, in the Old Testament, the
Yeah,
God said the law was a blessing, not a curse. All you've done is produced
but you have to
another
read the Bible
contradiction.
all the way to the end.
I have read it. That's why I know it's a contradiction. You haven't read it. That's the
So
problem.
so it wasn't over yet. So if you read from the Old Testament and then you
Like he
take
never
what that
learns.
says, if you haven't read the New Testament yet,
I have read it. That's
then
why I know it contradicts, Rob. Pay
but
attention.
the conclusion is the truth, though.
No, it's not. It's a contradiction.
Yes, because we're under the new covenant,
Thank you for admitting it's a
and
contradiction.
that's
Finally, you
we're
finally
under
said
the new
something
covenant.
true. Yes, the
Yes,
new covenant
yes,
in the New Testament contradicts the old
yes.
covenant, which means that makes
We're
God a
not under the
liar.
old
God
covenant.
can't contradict himself.
Right. I mean, I hear you, Justin, but we're not under the old
You
covenant
don't
anymore.
hear me, Rob. Can God
I do
contradict
hear you.
himself?
God can do whatever he wants to do,
Can
except
God
lie,
contradict himself?
if he wants to.
Contradictions produce lies.
God's not held to the same standards we are because he's God.
Contradictions produce lies when you're God. If you contradict yourself, that means you lied.
Yeah, God cannot lie. So,
God can
I
lie.
mean, I
He
don't know what
does
to tell you.
lie.
Yeah. I mean, it's you're not reading it the way that I'm reading it. Christ fulfilled the law. We're
I
under the new
know. Yeah,
covenant.
I'm not
The
reading
law
it
was a
because that's
curse.
dishonest.
Yeah,
You're ignoring
yeah. No,
2/3 of the actual
no,
Bible.
I would
2/3
say
of
that
the
you
actual
haven't.
Bible disagrees with you. And what you're doing, you're saying, I only believe what Paul said. I don't believe what Jesus said. I don't believe what God said.
You've got to read it all the way to the end,
I have,
Justin.
Rob, every
Yeah.
last word, which is why I know
In the
that there's a
end,
contradiction.
yeah, there's no contradiction in the New Testament. The New
There
Testament says we're
is,
no longer
yes,
under the
there's
law.
contradictions in the Old and New
Show
Testament.
me in the New Testament where it says that we are under the law now, that we must keep the sacrifices, that we can't trim our beard, that we can't wear mixed fabrics. We're not under that law. We're under the law
I
of love. Love your neighbor as you love yourself, and love the Lord your God
that's Old
with
Testament.
all your
That's
heart,
the
mind,
law
and
from
soul.
that's Leviticus and Deuteronomy.
That's
Pay
all the law and
attention.
the prophets are hung
Pay
on
attention.
those
That's
two commands.
Leviticus and Deuteronomy. The two greatest commands from Matthew 22, those come from the law of Moses. Jesus didn't invent those, Rob. It's almost like you haven't read the book.
No, I've read the whole book front to back, Justin, and I respect your knowledge of it. I
You
do. I
don't.
respect that you know the Bible very well. You look at it as a different way than I look at it. You have
Yes,
a
I look
different
at it
you have a different
honestly.
agenda.
No, I
Your
look at it
religion is
honestly. You're
deconstruction and mine is
dishonest and
Christianity.
I'm honest. I'm reading the book, and
Okay.
I'm
Well,
saying
we could say that back and
that
forth.
words actually have meanings. So when Jesus says,
Yes, they do have meaning.
when Jesus says, "Whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same," the commandments he's
Christ's
referring to
commandments. Yes.
are right
Yes.
here. No, the law and the
Right.
prophets. He's talking about the law and the prophets. Everything, all the commandments that are listed in Matthew 5, all of those are laws of Moses. So when he tells you
Christ.
that he didn't come to abolish the law of Moses, and he says
Jesus
to
changed the
follow,
law.
it says to follow the law, that can only mean one thing.
What is the law of liberty?
The law of
What is the
liberty
law of
is
liberty in the book
the
of
law of
James?
liberty is a dumb reference from the book of James that refers to the fact that you're no
Yeah.
longer bound by the law, which again just produces another
Thank you.
contradiction.
Thank you. Yeah. Right. No, because the new covenant, we are no longer under the law. So you keep talking about slavery
And that
and
is
talking
a
about all this stuff.
contradiction. Every
It's
time you
not.
say
It's
it,
not
Rob, every time you say
It's
it's a
not applicable in
contradiction.
this era.
Rob, every time you
Yeah.
say it's a contradiction.
Yeah.
Every time you say you're not under the law,
We're
you're
under the
just
law of liberty.
you're just
We're
pointing
under the
out
law of
a
liberty,
you're just
Justin.
pointing out the contradiction. The God of the Old Testament said that the law was forever. He said that the law was perfect. Do perfect laws need to change?
It was perfect at that time during
Do
that era,
perfect
Justin.
laws
What are
need
you
to
not
change?
understanding, dude?
Do perfect
Yeah.
laws need to
Yes.
change?
Yes.
Why?
We're in a
They're
different era.
perfect.
Eras change. We're
So
under the covenant of grace.
so it was
We're under
perfect.
grace now. We're
It
not
was
under judgment
perfect
of the law.
when God said that you can own slaves.
God said in Ezekiel that the law was
Was
not a
it
good thing. He
perfect
said
when
in
God
the
said you
Old
can own
Testament.
slaves?
Yeah, no, that was not a good thing. The law was
Okay,
not
so
a good thing.
that was a
I admit
bad
that.
thing. So the law that God gave to own slaves was a bad law.
Yes.
So
God says it
God
in
gave them a bad law.
You know what? I don't know why God did that. I admit that, Justin. That's a hard scripture to struggle
Did
with. I
God
admit
give
as a
them a
Christian
bad
that I
law? Because it
struggle with
sounds like
that.
the answer is yes.
Yeah. God
Okay.
said himself that the law is a curse. He said it. If you read the Bible all the way through, you will understand that we are under a new covenant. Christians
Yahweh?
are not under that law, and you're trying to
Yahweh
put
did
us
not
under
say
that
that the
law.
law is a curse, Rob.
Yeah. It says it in the New Testament. It says that the law was a curse.
Yeah, thank you. Yahweh didn't say that. The New Testament says that. You keep showing more contradictions. Like you're
Christians
doing
are
my
not
job
under
for
the Old
me.
Testament.
You're doing
Yeah.
my job for me, Rob. You're just pointing out that the New Testament and the Old Testament don't agree. They do not agree on the law.
Yes, because they're different covenants.
What does God say about the messianic age and circumcision?
I don't know off the top of my head.
I know, because you haven't read the book. You keep telling me you have to read the whole
I
book.
mean, I've read it. I mean, I just don't. I don't.
So you
you
don't know?
You have it as a talking point.
Have you
read it off the top of my
have you
head.
read the whole book, Rob?
Yes, front to back, multiple times. Yes.
Fantastic. Then how did you miss
I'm sorry, I
Ezekiel
can't remember.
44?
Yeah.
Okay, so Rob, do you know the layout of
Okay.
the book of Ezekiel? Do you know what's happening?
It's been a little while since I've read the book of Ezekiel, so
The book of Ezekiel is detailing what's going to happen in the New Jerusalem, in the New Israel, when the Messiah comes. Messiah shows up, chapter 37, the war of Gog and Magog, 38 and 39, and then they rebuild the temple, and then they have the New Jerusalem, new heaven, new earth, the whole shebang. They even give measurements for the land and measurements for the temple, and then he gives all the rules and regulations that the people have to follow. One of those rules and regulations is about the foreigners, because guess what? Foreigners are going to be joined to Israel. Foreigners are going to worship Yahweh. And he says, "Thus saith the Lord God, no foreigner uncircumcised in heart or flesh of all the foreigners who are among the people of Israel shall enter my sanctuary." Which means if you're a foreigner, if you're a Gentile, you got to get circumcised too. A direct contradiction to Paul. Paul says, if you take the marks of circumcision, Christ is of no use to you.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, that's something
It's a
that,
contradiction.
I've struggled through some of those. Yeah, but I get it, Justin. Let me just say this. I get it that there are things that appear to be contradictions.
They
I
are
don't understand them.
contradictions.
Okay. From our perspective, with our limited knowledge, yes, there are things that appear to be contradictions. Okay, I don't know exactly what that prophecy was saying, is what I'm saying, but I do know God is real because of personal experience, and I
No, you
struggle
don't,
with certain
Rob.
scriptures. That's why I respectfully listen to you. You have a lot of knowledge of the Bible, and I say, you know, I go to God in prayer and I say, God, I'm struggling through some of these passages. Sometimes he'll reveal them to me. Sometimes it's a mystery. But it doesn't take away from the fact that God is real, that he
He's
hasn't
not.
done miracles in my life. But he
Rob,
has,
he
Justin.
hasn't.
You, I don't know what to tell you, Justin. Sometimes it would be a lot easier to not believe in God. It would. You
No,
know,
it certainly
it's tough
wouldn't.
being a Christian. I got to deal with people like you
Being a
every day. I
Christian
got to
literally
deal with a
it
bunch of non-believers
deal with
every day.
me.
It is tough being a Christian. Yeah,
Deal with me.
non-believers.
Do I go
Yeah.
and knock on your door? Do I try to force my religion
Oh,
on your kids?
that's so.
Do I condemn you to
That's so
hell for
bad.
not believing what I believe?
But Justin,
The
there's
fact
moral
that
relativism.
Christians are going to walk around saying, "Oh, I have to put up with you people who don't believe my fictitious sky fairy," that's asinine, Rob. You don't put up with me.
No,
You
I'm not talking about you
just
specifically,
just be
but I'm talking
clear,
about in my
Rob.
life, non-believers.
Rob,
Look,
you came to
these
me.
people out here. Yeah,
Rob,
right,
you
right.
know you
I'm
came to me,
listening.
right? Nobody forced you to be here.
Yeah, I'm out here doing apologetics for my faith, having a discussion with you. You don't believe. I respect your right to not believe. I'm not trying to sell you. I'm not trying to preach the gospel. I'm having a discussion about my faith. I'm a believer. You're a non-believer. We're talking about the Bible. I love the Bible. Okay,
I don't think you
I
do because
can't
you won't read
explain
it.
every single. I can't. I do read the Bible. I can't explain every
You
single
don't.
passage. There. Yeah, I read the Bible every day, brother. I don't
You
know what
read
to
the
tell
New
you. You
Testament.
know, I mean, I have no reason to lie about that. I read the Old Testament too. I'm reading Deuteronomy right now, as a matter of fact. I'm in
It's
Deuteronomy 19.
did you
So
get to the part? Did you get to the part where Jesus is the false prophet predicted in Deuteronomy 13?
no, I don't believe that. So
Want to read it?
I believe that Christ is the Messiah and he
Yeah, we'll
fulfilled the
read it. Don't
messianic
worry.
prophecies. Okay,
Says,
I'm not.
if
Yeah,
prophets or
look,
those who divine by dreams appear among you and show you omens or portents, and the omens or the portents declared by them take place, and they say, let us follow other gods whom you have not known, let us serve them, you must not heed the words of those prophets or those who divine by dreams, for the Lord your God is testing you to know whether indeed you love the Lord your God with all your heart and soul. The Lord your God you shall follow, him alone you shall fear, and what? His commandments you shall keep. God is literally telling you, if somebody comes
yeah.
along later claiming to be a prophet and say you should worship somebody other than Yahweh, don't follow that person and do not abandon the commandments of God. Jesus came
Right. I
along
just read this
and you're
passage.
saying that we
I just
should worship another God named Jesus and abandon the laws of God. And that is exactly what God told you not to do in Deuteronomy
no.
13.
No, I disagree with that because I think Christ fulfilled many messianic prophecies. Psalm
Zero.
22,
Psalm
Isaiah
22 is not even a
53.
prophecy. Isaiah 53 is about
I,
Israel.
well, I mean, we're just going to agree to disagree. I know I got saved under the name of Jesus. I know I got
No,
delivered
you
from
did
drug
not.
addiction, pornography addiction. I mean, I did. I know I've seen
No,
healings. I know I've seen
no, you
prophecies
haven't.
fulfilled, miracles.
Not a
I mean,
single
I don't know what to
prophecy.
tell you, Justin. I mean,
Psalm
we're
22 is
just
not a
gonna.
prophecy. It's not even talking about future events. So we'll look at Psalm 22. For dogs are all
His
around
hands
me.
were pierced.
Is
Yeah,
this present tense or future tense?
yeah. He's talking about the soldiers that are
Is this
around him on the
present tense
cross.
or future tense?
It looks like present tense, Justin.
Okay. Are prophecies present tense or future tense?
Well, it was spoken in the present, in the past, so
Are
it was prophetic, and
prophecies future tense or
they're
present
in the
tense?
future. They're in the future.
Okay. Is this in the future tense?
No,
Okay. So why would I think this is a prophecy?
because that's how prophecies are written in the present
No.
tense from the
No, it's
past. So when
not.
they happen in the future, they're
Nope.
prophetic. Okay.
Not even
Well,
close.
we just agree to disagree. Okay.
No, you agree to disagree. I agree that you don't know how words work.
Okay.
I have no reason to believe that a present tense psalm of lament is a prophecy. Why do I believe that?
It talks about his hands being pierced.
No, it doesn't.
Psalm 22 doesn't talk about his hands being pierced.
No, it does not. If your Bible says they pierced my hands and my feet, your Bible is lying to you. The Hebrew word for pierced, dakar, does not show up here. In fact, nobody knows what is actually in the original Hebrew because the oldest manuscripts we have of this are all corrupted. The oldest one comes from
Well,
the Dead
just
Sea. Rob, listen. Maybe you'll learn something.
yeah.
The oldest manuscript in Hebrew comes from the Dead Sea. It's the Neha Hever scroll number 5-6. And what you'll find in here is not the word for pierced. What you'll find in here is a misspelled word that doesn't have an actual variant in Hebrew. It doesn't exist. So every translation of this text is somebody guessing as to what they think could be there based on the misspelled Hebrew word in the Dead Sea Scroll. Now, the reality is
Okay.
the closest Hebrew word that could probably be in there just means to dig, like dig in the ground, like dig dirt, right? Which is exactly what you would expect if we have a metaphor about being surrounded by a pack of dogs and you're trying to fend the dogs off with your hands and your feet. Yeah, the dogs are going to be nipping and digging at your hands and your feet. This is all a metaphor about David's suffering. This is not a prophecy.
Okay. I mean, I haven't looked into the Hebrew, but yeah, my Bible says that they pierced my hands and my feet.
Well, you should burn it because that's not what shows up in the text.
Well, I can't burn it because it's on a tablet, so
Well, delete it.
I mean, I will look into the Hebrew, but I mean, to
There
me,
are.
as far as my information went, Psalm 22 is a very messianic prophecy that was
It's very much
fulfilled.
not. You only believe it's a prophecy because the New Testament told you. That's circular.
Okay.
I could do the same thing for me. I can say, I fulfilled Zechariah 9:9. You must believe me because I'm the Messiah. I'm the Messiah because I fulfilled Zechariah 9:9. It's a circular argument. If you don't already believe the New Testament is true, you have zero reasons whatsoever to ever believe that Psalm 22 is prophetic because it's
Well, I
not
do believe the New
prophetic.
Testament is true. I mean, I
I
do believe the New
know. Yes,
Testament
you're
is true.
starting at your conclusion. Don't start with your conclusion. You start at reading the text and asking questions about the text. What you've done is you've started with the conclusion that the New Testament's true, and then you go back into the Old Testament and you make it say what you need it to say in order to hold your faith that the New Testament's true. But if you're an ancient Jew living in the first century, there is not a single reason ever that you would read Psalm 22 and think that this is a prophecy.
Well, I mean, if you believed in the crucifixion and resurrection of Christ, I mean, and then like you read the New Testament, like I would agree with you that, if you're an ancient Jew, I would agree. But, you know, I believe that the Jews have a veil over their eyes. I mean, that's,
Yeah, you have to
you
believe
know,
that. You have to believe that the Jews are bad in order for your religion to work.
well, I don't think
It's
they're
crazy.
bad.
Christianity
I
is
just
not only is
I think
Christianity
that the
both
gospel,
a contradiction because of the books, but it's also a contradiction because you have to embody a mixture of Zionism and xenophobia at the same time. It's the craziest thing ever.
well, I would say not xenophobia. I would say pity.
You feel
Because
bad for the Jews because they're all wrong.
well,
Who do
the
you think
gospel,
knows?
the
Who do you
gospel,
think knows the Hebrew Bible better? Do you think the Jews know their own Hebrew Bible
the
better than a
the
bunch of
gospel went.
Greek-speaking early Christians?
Right, right. I mean, that's a fair point. I mean, but the gospel did go, according to the New Testament, to the Jews first, and they rejected it, and that's why
For
it
good
went out. That's why
reason.
we're still talking about it. 2,000 years later, we're still talking about it. The church is still there. People still getting saved every day. You're making a living off
The
talking about
popularity
Christ,
of a
who you
religion
don't
is
believe in.
useless. Islam's not true
Yeah.
because it's
I mean, I'm just
popular, is it?
saying.
Is Islam popular?
No, and
Is it
that's a
true?
good point.
Okay.
Justin, I'm giving you that. That's a good point. It's demonic.
Christianity's demonic.
And let me ask you this. Which religion is worse, Islam or Christianity, in your opinion?
I mean, personally, I think Islam's worse, but it's irrelevant because they're both not true.
Yeah, no, I know you don't believe. I'm not trying to make you believe. Like that's not, I'm here actually to talk about the Bible. I actually respect your knowledge of the Bible. I'm a strong believer, and actually your channel actually increases my faith because wrestling through
Yeah,
these
I
hard
believe that.
passages has really made my relationship with God through Christ stronger. So I really appreciate what you're doing, at least in
Yeah.
my life, in my faith.
Want to hear a real messianic prophecy?
Sure.
You ever read Jeremiah?
We're actually going through that at my church Bible study right now,
Good time.
expositionally. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Jeremiah 33:14. says, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. Did any of that happen?
I would say that that may be Christ.
Christ sat on the throne of King David and rescued the Israelites from their enemies?
Well, you remember, Jesus came to save his people from their sins. So I think that we may be talking about a spiritual thing here, whereas you're looking
We'll
at
try
it
this again.
as a natural thing.
The prophecy doesn't say anything about someone being saved from their sins. It says Judah will be saved. That's a specific people group. And Jerusalem will live in safety. Living in safety is not spiritual safety from your sins. It's safety from your enemies. Which is
Well, I
obvious
mean, the Bible is
if you scroll back and read what he says. He's talking about the Israelites living safely in the land again. It says, in this place that is waste, without humans or animals, and in all the towns there shall again be pasture for shepherds and resting their flocks. In the towns of the hill country, in the Shephelah of the Negev, and the land of Benjamin, the places around Jerusalem, in the towns of Judah, flocks shall again pass under the hands of the one who counts them, says the Lord. So this prophecy that includes the Messiah is about the restoration of the people to live in safety in their homeland.
Yeah.
Did Jesus do that?
Well, I mean, again, I mean, I think there's a lot of things that are figurative. There's a lot of metaphorical things in the Bible. Jesus said, "I am the door." He's not literally saying, "I'm
But
a
did
door with
Jesus
hinges
do
and a
it?
handle." Yeah, I think he did. I think when he walked
Okay,
the earth,
show
he
me in the
covered his
Bible
people.
where Jesus rescued his people from their enemies and brought them back to the land of Israel.
I think that we're probably talking spiritually about how he came and people got saved when the
No,
Messiah came and
not
he
even,
saved them from
not
their
remotely
sins.
close. Rob, this is the worst clip I've
Brought
heard
the
all
kingdom
day.
of God.
We'll try this again from the
Well, I don't
top.
know, Justin. I mean, I don't
So
know specifically. This is what I'm just getting
verse
out of it.
12
I
is
don't
a
know.
literal prediction. It says, in this place that is a waste without humans or animals, in all of its towns there shall be again be pasture for shepherds. Why would I believe that this is talking about a metaphorical collection of towns?
But we don't know. It doesn't say literal and it doesn't say metaphorical.
Why would we interpret the word towns as metaphor?
There's a
So
lot of
Rob,
reasons.
just to be
The
clear,
kingdom of God is like a mustard seed. The
Rob,
kingdom of
your
God is like a mustard seed.
hermeneutic,
It's not literally a mustard seed.
Your
I'm
hermeneutic is
listening.
when
I'm
the
listening.
words, when I don't like what the words mean, they must be a metaphor. That's the hermeneutic you
Well,
are
I can say I don't
employing,
know, Justin.
and
I can say I don't know.
it's a dishonest hermeneutic.
Yeah.
So
Well, I can say I don't know too.
I need you to engage with this text honestly. The text says that in this place that was destroyed, those towns are going to once again be inhabited and be safe. Why would I interpret this as being a metaphor?
Because I think that maybe people can pursue God in spiritual safety again. There's no temple. They went to Babylon in captivity. They had no real connection with God. The Jews were rebellious. Christ
Rob,
came, and now in him we can
we're
go to God
talking about
safely.
Jeremiah 33:13.
It's a prophecy.
Pay attention to the text on the screen. It says, in the towns of the hill country of the Shephelah and of the Negev, in the land of Benjamin. These are literal places in Israel. Why would I interpret these literal places in Israel as being figurative?
Because the woman on the whore and the Babylon.
We're not talking about Revelation. We're not talking about women riding dragons in a book that clearly is a metaphor. Everyone knows that apocalyptical prophecies employ metaphors to communicate truths. I'm asking
Why
you.
couldn't this be a metaphor?
I'm asking you in
couldn't this be a
Jeremiah why you would interpret it as a metaphor. Jeremiah is not an apocalyptical book. Jeremiah
say
is
that it's
listing
literal, Justin.
physical places.
Yeah. It doesn't say that it's literal, Justin.
It doesn't say that. Rob, I'm going to take a deep breath.
Calm down, brother. Breathe, breathe. It's okay.
The Bible never tells you if it's literal or metaphorical. You have to use genre and context clues. What genre and context clues are in Jeremiah 33 that would lead one to believe that it's a metaphor?
I don't know. I don't know.
Then you have no reason to think that it's a metaphor. The plain reading of the text is about God restoring his people after whatever time period needs to pass. You have not a single reason to think, no, it couldn't be, Rob.
So there's no metaphorical prophecies in the book of Jeremiah.
I never said that. I said this one we're reading right now has a clear non-metaphorical interpretation. He's listing actual cities that will be re-inhabited.
Okay, well, if I'm not right, and you're right, and it's a literal prophecy, I'm conceding that could be the case, then I would say I don't know. Like, I don't know the exact interpretation of this prophecy.
It doesn't need interpreted. It means exactly what it says. There's no interpretation necessary. It's not a metaphor.
Like,
it's not vague. There's no interpretation needed. It means exactly what the words say. The words say that when the Messiah comes, he's going to sit on the throne, that Judah and Jerusalem will be saved and they will live in safety. Those words mean precisely what they mean.
Could that be during the millennial reign when he comes back?
Yes, thank you for finally saying it. Yes, you could say
that hasn't happened yet.
I know. Keep paying attention, Rob. You haven't fixed it yet. You've only gotten one step closer to finding out the next contradiction. Now, you can say that, yes, this is a literal prophecy, which it obviously is, Rob. It obviously is a literal prophecy.
Know. I'm saying it could be, yeah. Okay.
The Christian response needs to be that this is a literal prophecy that gets fulfilled when Jesus comes back. The problem is that verse 17 and 18 derive a contradiction no matter when the prophecy is going to be, because it will never happen in the Christian worldview. Verse 17, thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. If that happens when the Messiah comes, whether it was in the first century or whether it's at the end of time, it still derives a contradiction, which is that God still wants Levitical priests giving Mosaic offerings and sacrifices.
Right, and that's a contradiction of what are you saying? I'm sorry, I'm a little
the
dense.
Entire New Testament.
Saying that there isn't going to need to be sacrifices?
No, it literally says there will be eternal sacrifices. The Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings and to make grain offerings and to make sacrifices for all time. That's forever.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's something I'll look into. Like I said, like I don't know. I don't have all the context. I don't have all the answers. You probably know the Bible better than me. That doesn't take away from my faith. That doesn't undo all the things that I've seen and been through. But like I hear you, and I will look into this scripture. What I'm saying is, if you can deconstruct me, do it. You know, like
I'm doing it right now.
Text. I mean, you're not deconstructing me. You're showing me what you say are contradictions. But like, who am I going to believe? Am I going to believe God? Am I going to believe Christ, who we're still talking about 2,000 years ago? Or I'm going to believe Justin, who's been on this planet 30, 40 years and is going to die in a few years. And is like the word of God has been going strong for 2,000 years. People have been trying to do what you're doing for 2,000 years. It hasn't worked yet. I mean, who do I believe? Do I believe Justin or do I believe God? I believe God.
Rob, you haven't demonstrated that God has anything to do with this to make anyone choose between me and God. In order to make that choice, you have to first actually prove that that is a legitimate choice, and it's not. You have to prove that God
Right.
exists before you challenge people on
It's
accepting
hard with the
him.
scripture.
I
I
know it
accept
is
you.
because
I give you this.
it's
It is hard. It's
contradictory.
hard with the scripture. Well, I don't believe that. I believe that we have limited information. I believe in mystery. I believe a lot of things can be talked
Oh,
through
now
mystery.
it's
I
a
know you're
mystery,
going to
of
say that
course.
it's convenient. I know but that's a fair argument. Look, it's fair
It's
for you
not a
to
fair
say that I'm
argument.
just making things
Saying
convenient.
it's a mystery is an admission that it's a contradiction.
No, I'm saying it's fair for you to say that I'm saying that conveniently. Like I accept that. Like from your
Oh,
perspective,
okay.
you're being like,
Fair enough.
well, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like I accept that because I'm objectively looking at it from your perspective and saying, I know I sound delusional, like I'm just trying to make it all fit together. And like all I can say is that there's a lot of scriptures that God has spoken into my life that have come to fruition. I've seen the prophetic ministry of the Spirit. And yes, there are scriptures that I wrestle with, I struggle with. I struggle with the slaves. I do. The slavery scripture. I struggle with annihilation scriptures when it's go kill the Amalekites, kill all the children, even the ones suckling on the. I struggle with those. I admit that. Like I can come on. I'm not trying to defend God in that. I mean, I have a perspective that we're not under that covenant anymore. You disagree with that. I
Yeah.
get that.
Hey,
And
Rob.
you have a good knowledge of the Bible, but and I respect it, you know, but like it doesn't
Rob,
change my faith though. That's the thing. Yes, sir.
does God delight in the destruction of the wicked?
Yes. That's what the Bible says, right? What's that in Psalms?
I'm
No, no,
asking,
no,
do you?
no, no. He takes no delight in the destruction of the wicked. That's in Ezekiel, right?
Yeah, Ezekiel 33. You nailed it. You read some of Ezekiel.
Yeah.
That was one of the recent
Yeah.
passages that you said you were reading. Okay.
Yes.
So
He takes
Ezekiel
no
33.
yes.
Uh-huh. I have no pleasure in the death or the destruction of the wicked, right?
Yes.
Can you read Deuteronomy 28:63 for me?
Hold on one second. Let me get it. Let me pull it up. We were supposed to be talking about objective morality. We done got
Yeah,
off
I
track a
think,
little bit.
well, we got sidetracked on slavery because slavery is a part of the objectively moral law code of the Bible. And then we
It's
went through
tough,
all this
man. I admit.
trouble.
All
Yeah.
right, 28. It's tough. Slavery is tough, you know. I don't think
Mm-mm.
I don't think God supports slavery under the new covenant. Why he did in the old covenant, it's hard for me. I admit that as a Christian. Doesn't change my faith though. All right, Deuteronomy 28:33.
63.
63.
Go ahead and read it out loud
Okay.
for us.
Okay, it shall come about that as the Lord delighted over you to prosper you and multiply you, so the Lord will delight over you to make you perish and destroy you, and you will be torn from the land where you are entering to possess it. Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, that's a
Do
tough
you
one,
want
huh?
to hear my perspective on that?
Well, is it a contradiction with Ezekiel 33?
I mean, I would definitely say that those are definitely not in line with each other. I would say that there are different contexts for different time periods.
Okay, so Ezekiel 33 is not a statement about God's nature.
I would say and I would say one may be a general characterization. I would say this is specific. I would say Deuteronomy 28:63 is specific. That's probably referring to something like the Babylonian captivity. And remember in the New Testament, it says that God chastises those that he loves. So just like you know, fire burns for a reason. A little kid touches a stove, burns his hand. He learns not to touch that stove anymore. The analogy of God being the stove and allowing the child to touch the stove to learn not to do that. So he chastises those that he loves. So yeah, that's tough that he enjoyed the Babylonian captivity, which would be 28, 30, 63. But if it ultimately led people to repentance, it's just like in Joseph, where it says that what you meant for an evil thing,
Rob,
God meant for a good thing.
what was my
You know, when
question?
is it a contradiction?
Yeah,
I don't think it's a contradiction because I don't think they're I think it's different contexts.
context is irrelevant. So Ezekiel 33 says what about God?
That he takes no delight in the death of the wicked.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a
Yeah.
statement about God's character?
Yes, I would say that's his general character because he's
Okay.
merciful and God is love.
Does God's character change?
Per situations, yes, God deals with different people in different ways. Yes.
Rob, I got bad news for you. You're going to super hell. You now become a heretic. God is supposed to be immutable.
I'm not saying that God changes in that he does something and then goes back and doesn't do it. I think that because God is all powerful, infinite, he's inside the box and outside the box, he can deal with different people in different ways. That's just like Christ getting rid of the old covenant, bringing the new covenant is a paradigm shift of God. So when you're talking
Right,
about
but we're talking about
changing as
God's
in
nature,
like what we
not his
do in
not his behavior.
hypocrisy, yeah.
We're talking about his
So
nature.
his so I would look at it like this, Justin, and I could be wrong about this. I would look at it that his general nature is that he takes no pleasure in the death of the wicked. Okay? But he does chastise those that he loves.
I never said he
Okay?
didn't. I don't know why you keep bringing up chastisement. No one's questioning whether or not he chastises people.
Well,
Now,
that's what I believe Deuteronomy 28:63 is about.
we know nobody's debating on whether or not God chastises people. No one even brought that up. I don't know why you brought it up. What we're
Well, it's
asking
Deuteronomy 28:63.
is, does God delight in the destruction of the wicked?
I don't think so, no.
That means Deuteronomy 28
But he
is
is angry with the
wrong.
wicked.
He is
What?
taking delight in their destruction. It says, just as the Lord took delight in making you prosperous and numerous, so the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction.
Yeah, because
It's
it's
just
going
a
to bring
flat
them back to
contradiction, Rob.
repentance.
It's just a flat
It's going to
contradiction.
bring. Well, I mean, it's a tough passage, I admit.
Proverbs 1:26.
Dalton, welcome in,
God
buddy.
says, it says,
I don't see it as a contradiction.
It says in Proverbs 1:26, God says of the rebellious, I also will laugh at your calamity. I will mock when terror strikes you. That seems like he takes some pleasure in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, God is wrath and justice. God has different attributes. He's love also.
But God is laughing at the calamity of the people and mocking when panic strikes them. That sure sounds like God
Yeah.
takes delight in their destruction.
Yeah. Well, I would also say that we have to keep in thought that the Bible is written by man. It's written by men. Men are imperfect. Men are sinners, right? Who are inspired by the Holy Spirit. That doesn't mean some of their sin nature doesn't make it into the text.
Rob, I don't know if you know this. You just walked into the door of deconstruction.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
The minute
I mean,
you admit
I mean,
that the Bible has mistakes because mankind wrote it, buddy, you just put your whole foot and ankle into the waters of deconstruction.
yeah, well, my faith is as strong as ever, so I reject that, and you can believe what you want to believe, but people are sinners. David was a sinner. David murdered, had affairs. Moses was a murderer. Paul persecuted Christians. I think that speaks more to the validity of the Bible that God used people that were flawed and didn't hide their mistakes. He didn't try to sweep them under the rug.
Certainly not. It says nothing about the validity of the Bible, is that you like the storyline.
Well, I think the validity of the Bible can be backed up in the results that it has bared. I mean, if you look at
Certainly
the
not
lives
the
of the
case.
Christians,
You mean the ones that were
I
burning each
don't know
other
the
at the
case.
stake?
Yeah, that's the small minority of Christians.
Small minority.
I think that, yeah,
The Catholic
yeah,
Church, the
Christians are
Catholic Church
regularly burning that.
murdered millions of people.
Yeah, well, again, David, Moses, Paul, many bad things have been done by people in the name of religion, by religious people.
Then it's not
To
evidence that it's
me,
true. If the evidence that Christianity is true is that it produces good things, and then we look at Christianity and produces all these bad things, then the argument fails.
well, but overall, the world is a lot better of a place because the vast majority of of Christians are not burning people at the stake. You don't see
I never
it
said the vast majority
claims
of Christians were. What I said
yeah.
was that the church was. And just to be clear, there was a
The church
time
has done a lot of
period
terrible.
in which most Christians were okay with this, because if you read like the edicts of the various leaders within the Catholic Church, like from Spain, from Italy, so on and so forth, during the medieval period, they were issuing edicts like literally go up and round up all the Waldenses. These were early Anabaptists. Go and
Yeah,
round up all the Waldenses,
yeah,
and guess what? Bring them to us for execution, and then we'll grant you their
yeah.
property. And you know what Christians did? Christians went out, they gathered up heretics, submitted them to the Catholic Church for burning of heretics, and then took their property. They did the same shit to the Jews. Martin Luther himself wrote a whole treatise on what should be done to the Jews. It's called On the Jews and Their Lies. And he recommended, not even Catholic, he was a reformer. He recommended confiscating all the property of the Jews, burning down their synagogues, and kicking them out of the land.
Yeah, I'm not familiar, but I mean, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, people are sinner. There were many Christians that were slave owners in the early colonial Americas, and
I
I
wonder
mean, I don't
why.
respect that at all. Yeah, yeah, but I mean, I'm saying I'm intellectually honest about the flaws of people in my religion. Like I'm not turning away from that. Like it's a fair point for you to make too. And I get
Yeah,
it. I mean, you have an agenda to
What?
deconstruct. Now, I see deconstructionism as another religion. But
certainly not.
and that's fine. And you're a pastor. You are a pastor for deconstruction, and you're a good one. You have many converts. And there is a God. I mean, I don't really like that's just that's my worldview. I'm not trying to like accuse you or insult you because like that'll like that's not going to help anybody. But I do respect you. I'm to love my neighbor even if you are trying to steal people from my faith. But I don't believe you'll be successful because I truly believe God is behind the Christian faith. He's behind the
I've actually
Christian
been
church,
pretty
even though it's
successful.
flawed.
So if you're watching on
Yeah.
TikTok or YouTube, throw a 1 in the comments if you've deconstructed or deconverted by watching my live streams.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you have many, but I don't believe that people that are able to be deconstructed were ever truly born again to begin with. So that's my Christian worldview, you know.
Bertram, thank you for the jellyfish.
I mean,
Dalton, did you have
congratulations.
anything
I'm sure you
to add to this discussion?
I,
Oh no, I'm just hanging out until Rob's done because I had something to share with you.
yeah.
Awesome. Well, listen, Rob, I think now is probably as good as time as any to conclude our conversation. I think this conversation went better than our second conversation,
It
which I
did.
think was
It
actually better
did.
than our first conversation, which, as far as I can
Yeah.
tell, that means we're making progress.
Yeah, I think we are. Absolutely.
So,
Hey, and I pray that God does move you back to the believer side because you could do a lot better side and you're going to love the end results much more if you are one back. But in the meantime, I do respect you. You are my neighbor. I'm commanded to love my neighbor even when it's tough. And so, yeah, I appreciate the dialogue for sure.
yeah. My mother used to say, wish in one hand and shit in the other and see which fills up first. I would only modify it to say, pray in one hand and shit in the other and see which fills up first. Anyways, Rob, thank you so much for being here. Come back sometime soon. Let us know how you're doing, and we'll
Absolutely.
we'll do
Will
this whole
do.
thing over again, okay?
Thanks, man. Y'all have a
Cheers.
good one.
Hey, buddy. Good to see you.
Hey, good to talk to you. Okay, so here's what I wanted to share with you. I noticed that a lot on your lives, Psalm 22 gets brought up.
Yeah.
I think what's really so, and often what's going to get brought up is that particular verse about the, they pierced my hands and my feet, and then you can go into the Hebrew. But generally they're going to be like, I don't believe you that ka'ari means like a lion. So I just wanted to point your attention to, there's a verse you can point them to before you go to that verse. It's in Isaiah 38 verse 13. In the King James Version, which is a popular one for the religious Christian, says, I reckon till morning that as a lion, so will he break all my bones. And as a lion there in the original Hebrew is also ka'ari, same
Ka'ari.
letters, points. So you can point them to that, and that will confirm from themselves that this is what this word means, and then take them to Psalm 22 and see, all right, what does it mean here?
So this is such a good talking point, and I'm kind of shocked that like I've never used it in dialogue yet, because like any edition of the JPS, like if you have the 1917 JPS, or if you have like the new I think 2023 is when they updated the new JPS, both of those editions have a footnote directly to this passage and lists the actual Hebrew ka'ari as it's used in Isaiah, as like a good defense of why that's probably the most authentic reading. And I got to be honest, I still believe that's the most authentic reading to me. I think the Masoretic text got this one right.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you people who point to the Nachel Hever scroll, I mean, it doesn't even really say karu, it says ka'aru, which is not a real Hebrew word.
It's a misspelled of kara. It's not the same word.
It gets even worse than that, because if they really want the Nachel Hever scroll to be the correct one, well, they're going to have to start confessing that Jesus is a woman, because the very next word, which is usually yedai, which means my hands, it's misspelled with a hey at the end, so it becomes yedaya, which means her hand.
So there's been discussion that whether or not it's feminine or like it's an invocative hey, and like either way, I think we've got three choices. It's either feminine, or it's like an invocative hey, or it's actually just a misspelling, right? And like none of them are good for the Christian point of view. They all break down.
They all fuck up the reading.
Have you checked out what the Septuagint has in the various recensions? Because it gets worse.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, let me grab it real quick.
They tried to. I think I remember looking at. Did they use some variation of the word which means to dig?
There's one of them that uses that. I'm gonna pull up. Let's see. I have a document. I must not have it on this computer, but I know exactly where I've saved it. Just give me 1 second, and I'll pull it up. So I wrote down all the variants found in Psalm 22. There we go. Here it is. There's a couple missing from this. I was using a critical edition of the Septuagint to grab some of these. But here's some of what we have in the Septuagint. So like the Septuagint, whatever it was translating from, it wasn't a stable text. Like it just wasn't the case. What's interesting is even in the Talmud, they're not even clear. Like we've got some early sections in the Talmud that don't know what to do with it. But I think this lends credence to the Masoretic text, which is that in the Aramaic Targums, which I have to believe will date earlier than the Talmudic writings, it's like a lion.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, it's interesting. I have an English Bible. It's the New Revised Standard Version, updated edition, and even it sort of like it kind of goes in between the like a line and like the Pierce. It says in this one they're a little bit more honest. It says they bound my hands and my feet, which is still not accurate. But pierced.
So that comes from the Greek. So if you go to the Aquila recension of the Greek edition, it says epidason, which means they bound. And if you read, I think the Net Bible, I could be wrong, either the Net Bible or the Oxford commentary has like a whole write-up on why they chose bound. And when I first came into this conversation about why the NRSV picked bound my hands and my feet. I thought that's a silly translation. I don't think that's and then I read the argument for it, and oh my God, it's actually really good. I'll have to find the article for you, but the article explaining why they chose bound is actually way deeper than I expected. I think you'll like it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Send that to me for sure. But I'm gonna let you get back to the cookout, and I'll just keep watching. And I'll talk to you later.
Hey, great to see you, buddy.
Good to you too.
W. Dalton, the Bible guy. He'll be live again soon, I hope. He'll be live again. All right, I'm going to grab a couple super chats. We'll get another guest in the box. Design, my friend, welcome in. Design says the Bible has everything because it had to. Why was it so popular? Because Seinfeld pre-runs and lax cell service made the Bronze Age boring as fuck. That's about right. You needed lots of this literature, lots of this stuff to survive in the Bronze Age. That seems to be the case. And Atlas, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says thank you for your talk with me for your talk with the two Mormons the other day. In honor, here's a joke. Oh, I love a good joke. How do you know if you are in a Mormon's house? They don't have a coffee table and they have a hot chocolate table. That's actually true. I am baffled as to why the Mormons won't let you have coffee, and it's not because of the caffeine. What about coffee is so bad? I don't understand. I don't know. Trista, thank you for the donut on TikTok. I appreciate that. And also, Atlas with another $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Says the world was a better place before Trump in spite of Christianity. So this is a good point when people bring up like how Christianity is good for the world and whatnot. The world is what it is in spite of Christianity, not because of Christianity. That seems to be the case. And Yoda says, rock hard for Doug. Nope. Rock hard for Mum. Yep. Yeah, that Christian caller certainly was. He wants to be in her chemicals. Weird dude. Real weird. Love your slaves, clown. That was one of the more clownish calls we've had in a while. That dude was a clown. It's funny. He's like yelling at me not to crash out as he's crashing out. Dakota says, as a descendant of enslaved people, listening to all these fucking callers try to equivocate or excuse the cruelty of slavery is pissing me off. I'm with you, Dakota. That's why when people say dumb stuff like, well, I'm a slave, I purposely will ask them, what's the difference between what you're going through and what the transatlantic slave trade did to people? Because it turns out you're not a slave. They're not equivalent. That's silly. That's silly. And classical, Cassie says, how can I get rid of my fear of hell? Cassie, first of all, I'm sorry that you have a fear of hell, but the way to get rid of the fear of hell is to critically analyze and think about it. Eventually, it'll stop making sense. And once it stops making sense, well, you won't believe that it exists, and you sure as hell won't be afraid of it. Pun intended. Last one for now from our friend Simone. Says, thanks, Justin, for your critical thinking. I'm glad I started deconstructing and hopefully get closer to the truth. Well, thank you, Simone. I appreciate that. And that's what we all want. Like, people up here think that we just want to, like, hate on God. We don't. Like, we believe that society is at their best when they believe things that are true. In fact, it seems, I could be wrong, it seems that it's almost even a moral imperative to chase after truth as opposed to falsehoods, because when people believe false things, people get hurt, you know? All right, let's get our next caller. Ramon came back for the 15th time. Let me see if Ramon has a microphone. Maybe. We'll find out. Ryan, thank you for the hat. I appreciate that. All right, let's try to get Ramon in here. How you doing, Ramon? Still no mic. Okay. Well, you tried. All right. Well, move on to the next. This is a new name from Rajidi.
What's up?
Welcome in, Rajidi. Is that how you pronounce that?
Yeah, that's right. Rajadi Dajadi. It's good.
Cool.
You did good. Some people can't get it.
But it's not something you see every day. So, Roger D, are you at least 18? And do you believe in some kind of God?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. And which God do you believe in?
Well, I believe in the Christian God, but kind of most importantly, would like to go from maybe a more natural perspective.
Fair enough.
That's all right.
I'm intrigued. Yeah, give me the argument from naturalism for why God exists.
Okay, so basically when I do, from a naturalist point of view, basically you have quote unquote evolution and whatnot, everything through a natural means, physics or whatever, something kind of like that, and you have God. And really, there can only be two different ones when you talk about like the creation of the universe, if you understand what I mean. Like either there's a God or some sort of intelligent design, or there's not. You understand what I'm saying? So I guess that's kind of.
So you're saying either there is design or there's not design. There's no in between?
Basically, either it's. I mean, I guess maybe you could find. I guess normally people don't do that. Well, maybe some people do. I don't know, but that's normally not the way I think about it. I don't know. Hear a lot of people discussing it. The closest I can think of where people believe in evolution and God at the same time. That's the closest that might be considered in between that I can think of.
So would you recognize that like in deism there is a creation or no? Do you believe that like the demiurge is a creator or just like a prime mover?
I don't know about all those terms you were talking about, like deism and whatnot.
Okay, well, fair enough.
I don't know.
So I think for the sake of the argument, it's best to I'm just going to agree with the question you're posing, which is that the universe is either created or not created. I don't find that to be like an offensive decision, so I'm just going to say that that appears to be true.
Or either it could be influenced because it has to either God gets the ball rolling or creates it, or he doesn't, or no intelligent design. You understand what I'm saying? There has to either be a God or intelligent influence or not. If you understand what I'm saying.
I mean,
I think
I am agreeing with you. I think that for the sake of our discussion, we could just roughly say that that is a true dichotomy. So what would be the next step in the argument?
Okay, so I guess I'm going against the. Basically, it's God versus evolution if you want to boil it down. So basically, I'm going to say, okay, so the idea of my really a big beef I have with evolution is abiogenesis. It's one of my biggest beefs.
Well, abiogenesis and evolution aren't the same thing.
I understand that, but they still are part of the same naturalistic, no God, atheistic viewpoint. They have to coexist in the same body of atheism, if you understand what I'm saying.
Right, but follow me here. Evolution could be true, and abiogenesis, like our theory of abiogenesis, could be false. Right, so I don't know if jumping from evolution to abiogenesis is the thing you want. You could just start with abiogenesis. If that's your hang up is abiogenesis, just forget about the evolution argument and focus on abiogenesis.
Okay,
and to be clear on that line real quick on that line, like Catholics reject abiogenesis, but they accept evolution.
Okay, that's fine. We'll just try and argue. Well, okay. So the idea, it's kind of hard, but okay, well, here's the thing. Basically, with abiogenesis, basically there has to be a first self-replicating and all that whatnot cell or organism of some sort.
Not necessarily a first.
Well, there has to be.
It could happen in groups, right?
Yeah, but there has to be one that comes up and actually survives. There has to be
it could be a group that survives.
Yeah. So what he's saying is that like the mechanism for abiogenesis when it occurs, is likely going to form a group of self-replicating molecules, right? It doesn't it's not necessary that just a single one pops up, right? So
Okay,
like
but whichever one,
because like in the
whichever ones
Miller
do pop up.
Urey experiment,
Okay.
right? They didn't end up with what appears to just be one instance. They ended up with like a whole beaker of self-replication.
Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to say first, I don't know every scientific study and stuff like that. But this is where I see is that whatever is the first, but I just like to go on one because it makes it easier. I understand there could be multiple ones, but whatever is the first one in a line of of animals that reproduce.
I'd strawman the argument too if I were you.
Huh?
I'd strawman the argument if I were you as well.
I don't know if it's strong, but fine. The first organisms that would appear, because normally they talk about what come from one living cell. I haven't heard people say the argument of multiple ones. Okay, whatever. We can pluralize it. So the first cells, I would say, that came, like, basically when you got. Oh my goodness! Now this confuses my argument. But
Take your
okay,
time.
so when you got.
Take your time.
Because it's not normally how I go about it. So basically, from what I understood it as that it was one cell, but I've never heard of the multiple cells. But basically, the only things that we have in the universe today that can survive on their own, if you know what I'm saying, without the help of anything else, would be something that we call an autotroph. That means that it is capable of synthesizing like its own genetic material and whatnot. So, and what they do to do this, they use like chemosynthesis and photosynthesis. But in the idea of when they talk about abiogenesis, they act like it's going to be like some very simple creature. But that does not seem likely to me, because when you look at these autotrophs,
fine,
they have they have a more complicated metabolism like chemosynthesis or photosynthesis. So these, and it seems just to me, does not seem logical that if there was some little creatures, I don't even feel like it's logical to begin with. But if there were little creatures that appeared out of nothing, or not nothing, but out of no intervention intelligently, or any sort of power, or working on the molecules to make it go into its form intentionally, it does not seem even remotely possible that they would be able to spawn with a complicated metabolism such as photosynthesis,
Right.
or
Rajadi, what you're doing right now is just an argument from incredulity. You're saying, I don't know how it could happen, therefore it's impossible, therefore God. That's not really an argument against it, and it's certainly not an argument for God.
Well, I'm saying it's too complicated. So do you believe?
No, it's not. Like saying that it's too complicated in this argument is just saying you don't know how it could happen, right? But the reality is, like, there are millions of biologists who can explain to you how it could happen, right? So like when we're talking about like the argument for something being true, or even an argument for something not being true, just saying I don't know how it could happen is not a strong argument.
Okay, when you look at these little autotrophs and whatnot, okay, when you got little parasites, they have very small genomes but they mooch off of other things. They can't live by themselves. But when you look at these autotrophs, that have to have the more complex metabolisms, they have like over 1 million base pairs. Do you think that it's possible that the first cell could have so much data inside of it to just randomly come together? It just sounds ridiculous. It sounds impossible. It's like
it's not
like
ridiculous.
Smaller.
Now, how many years did it have to do this?
How can it? What do you mean years? So you think that it assembled? It's got it assembled over years and years, and just one day became life?
Billions of years.
But like, here's the thing though: when something dies, you have everything in there that needs, and what happens? It denatures and it breaks down. How is it going to go against those forces of nature? You understand what I'm saying? Like proteins will break down, RNA breaks down. Like it degrades, because one of the reasons why cells stay alive is because they have mechanisms to repair and to make more proteins and whatnot to repair itself, because that's what happens with life. But as soon as
Not
it
all
passes
not all
away,
cells do that. I don't know if you know that.
what do you mean? Not all cells.
Not all
everything can
cells
do it.
repair.
And in fact, some of these cells that don't repair, some cells over repair, some cells when they're trying to repair, they don't do it properly because they're not perfect. And this is what causes the mutations that causes evolution, if you didn't know.
So like there's not all that much in like the first prokaryotes. Like I'm not a biologist, but like they're not all that complicated. And there are very simple, easy to understand models on like how these cells divided, how they replicated, how they were formed. None of them are complicated, right? Here's what it sounds like to me. And tell me if I'm wrong, Rigidity. Here's what it sounds like to me. And I'm going to tell you this because I feel like this was my experience once, okay? It sounds to me not that you've studied biology. It sounds to me that you've read an apologetics book that purports to know biology, that is providing this type of an argument to you, and you're repeating the argument. And I only know this because I've read similar apologetic books when I was a Christian, and I've repeated similar bad arguments that they sound like good arguments because you're using biology words, but they're not good arguments if you even dare to approach a biologist with it. And I made this mistake. I went to a forum once when I was a Christian. I was probably 21, 22 years old. I went to a forum online because this is back before social media. I'm old. And I brought some stuff that I read in Ralph O. Muncaster's book, Dismantling Evolution. And I went to the forum thinking I had a really slick argument. And I got absolutely roasted by people who really did know biology. And all I actually knew was this dumb argument from the apologetics book, right? So I could be wrong. I apologize if I'm wrong and I'm mischaracterizing you. But it sounds to me like you're a person who's read an apologetics book about biology rather than studied actual biology from a biological textbook.
No, I have not studied biology from a biological textbook, but I wouldn't say that I've read an apologetics book for this. I guess I tried to figure out. Well, I need to read more, but it's hard. It's difficult to come up with the different things. But basically, I guess my main argument is they need to be able to survive and live alone. And I feel it's a pretty big step. I mean, it might not sound big when you're looking at a little tiny organism, but it's a pretty big step, I would say, from non-life to life to actually be like a living organism. And one of the reasons why you could,
but nobody's saying it's not a big step. So
but the thing
so
is,
again, your argument rests on it sounds really difficult and I can't explain it, therefore it can't be true. But again, that's not a good argument. Like the people who have PhDs in this field of study, they don't think that this is a good argument, right? So like, let's just get really honest about our backgrounds. I'm not a biologist. Cyber's not a biologist. You're not a biologist. None of us has expertise in biologists. So the smart thing that we should do is maybe appeal to the biologists. Like, just like I don't go to my doctor and tell my doctor how he needs to do his medicine. Like, he's the professional. I went to him. I paid him money because he's a professional, right? So that being said, you're bringing a bad biology argument to two people right now on the internet that neither are actual biologists. Have you tried talking to an actual biologist about this, and what answer did they give you?
I don't really know a lot of biologists, but any information that I hear about how I guess I never hear anything convincing about how it could go from the non-living to the living material, and it just seems like they don't know how it happened. They just believe
But
it
have
happened.
you talked to an actual PhD holding biologist yet?
No, I have not talked to one because I don't really know one, but I guess that would be a good thing to do. But I guess I don't know if I even come across them on TikTok.
I can give you a good one right now. So there's Scientific Snitch who's studying right now. There's Scientific Snitch. There's GT, GT. There's Oblivion. So those are 3 good ones that will answer any questions that you have.
And Forrest Valkai as well.
Yes.
Scientific Snitch and Oblivion.
Yep, Oblivion. Look up, I think it's Oblivion Network is like their full name, I believe. And then GT, her PFP looks like a tired scientist. It's like a tired person in a white suit.
Yeah.
So hold on a second. I'm writing down a Scientific Snitch and then Oblivion. What was it? Oblivion who?
A network, I believe.
Network, and these are TikTok names?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that would actually be interesting. I mean, I'm just going to snapshot what I wrote down on my little text box real quick.
Well, and a lot of them, especially GT and I think Scientific Snitch as well, if you just go look on their page, they have videos that answer a lot of these questions. As a matter of fact, I was talking with GT about this last week because one of the things that always gets brought up is, again, as Justin brought up, the Miller-Urey experiment shows us that we can create amino acids. And we do know that when you put amino acids in a jar and you shake it up, they will form into strands and form proteins. The issue was, though, how do those proteins merge with RNA? And GT had been like, oh, they're actually doing some studying at Yellowstone National Park, and they found that sulfur and silica, which were abundant, seems to be a key part of that, because it turns out they found out this is one of the reasons why the pools are so colorful at Yellowstone, is because this thing's kind of going on. This synthesis is going on there, and I'm going to butcher this word, but it is. If I can go find this word in this article that she had pointed me to. Where's this word at? Starts with the T, but I'm not going to be able to pronounce it. But it's a thing that goes on, and they found out you need silica and possibly sulfur for it. And once you put silica and sulfur in the mix, especially silica, well, RNA and amino acids no longer have a problem interacting to each other. And in fact, the RNA puts the amino acid proteins exactly where they need to be in the code.
No, the provided is already there because isn't it RNA is copied from the DNA or something like that, but with different. It's something else. It's called, I can't remember what exactly it's called, something nucleic acid, and DNA is another nucleic acid. But okay, right. One of the things there's one of the issues.
Well, let me ask.
IOTER, that's the word.
I would like to say something about something he said about he talked about the amino acids. Okay, it is true they've done an experiment where I think maybe using electric shocks or whatever, made different amino acids. But one of the things is they're like left and right-handed.
Well, hold on. In fact, they made the 13 that are necessary to create the proteins for life. That's the important part.
There's 20 ones. They created 20, if I understand correctly, but maybe I'm wrong.
Only 13 of those, but the 13 important ones were included in that.
I think there's 20 ones that are important for life, if I remember correctly. There might be another 2, but there's 20. I think there's maybe 20 main ones. But they were, if I remember correctly, they're right and left-handed, so that does complicate things because I can't remember if it was left-handed or right-handed, but they all are the same in life. They're not the different ones. So that means they could, if they were to connect, they would probably chances are connect wrong. But there's another problem I had is shaking them up in the jar. I don't think that's, as far as I understand, that's not how proteins are formed. You got to
This is a
take
basic study that biologists do in undergrad.
what I'm trying. As far as I understood, for them to connect, they have to take a water molecule out. So there are two water molecules. I can't remember what it was. So the two ends can connect. It's something like a polypeptide bonds or whatever. And I think ribosomes are the things that synthesize these proteins. Like everything has ribosomes in it. It's like factory, like a cellular factory for proteins, and it recreates them.
Rigidity.
Right.
This is what I was talking about. So I think everybody here is kind of listening to what you're saying. I could be wrong, but I think they're all getting the same opinion, which is what you're doing is still just an argument from incredulity. You're just saying, here's the thing I don't understand, therefore not true. And listen, like I get it. There's a lot happening in biology that if you don't have a real education in biology, it's complicated. It's hard. There's a reason why I went into electrical engineering and not biology. Electricity is way easier. But all that being said, I mean, all that being said, like what the arguments you're presenting all have arguments, or they all have answers. I know because I've repeated most of these arguments before. Most of these arguments that you're giving right now, you will find in apologetic books. You'll find all these arguments from irreducible complexity. You'll find all these arguments. Well, the argument from right and left-handedness that's usually referred to chirality. You'll find all of these same arguments in the apologetic books. In my experience, because I used to do the same, I was an apologist a long time ago. My experience was that there are answers for all of these. You just don't know it yet because you're not talking to biologists. You're talking to two guys on TikTok that aren't biologists. I got my answers by talking to real, actual biologists. And I think if you've actually got questions about the biology and you really want to know answers, you got to go talk to biologists, not me. Now, whether or not the biology is sensible, whether or not it actually makes sense to me, not all that relevant, because I can disprove nearly every religion on the planet with or without biology. I can disprove Christianity, Mormonism, a branch of Christianity, Judaism, whatever. None of these religions make sense. None of them. The closest you can ever get, like by trying to disprove science, is to get to some weird deistic God that doesn't give a shit about our universe. But trying to get rid of biology, trying to get rid of evolution will never get you to Christianity. It will never get you to Islam. It will never get you to Judaism or Hinduism or anything. None of them have a leg to stand on, right? Now, again, I could be wrong, but my guess is you believe in a particular religion, don't you?
Yeah, I do. But if we could still, I mean, like, if you don't want to talk about the biology, can we move on to one more?
Which religion do you believe in?
Christianity.
I figured, yeah.
Let's talk about that.
Christianity is not true no matter what biology says. If all of biology proved tomorrow to be wrong, Christianity would still not be true. So, like, trying to get rid of the science will not make Christianity true. Unless you have a good argument to convince us. Do you have an argument that Christianity is true?
If you don't, I mean, we can go on to that, but there's one other thing. Since you don't want to, either you don't feel like we're equipped to talk about the biology, or
let's say we grant the biology. Let's say you're right. There was a creator. Let's say we grant that, right? What's to say it wasn't chaos in Greek mythology? And everything just ended up coming from chaos in Greek mythology.
Yeah, Cyber, run with this for a minute. I've got to use the restroom. I apologize, but you're in good hands with Cyber.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's good. That's nice.
So what's to say it wasn't chaos, which was, essentially the first deity in Greek mythology, and then that everything came from that, right? So what makes Christianity the faith?
The faith. Oh, I guess you don't want to talk about that one. I tell you, when I try to talk about abiogenesis, that people they don't like to talk about it for long, but that's fine if you don't feel equipped. So why do I feel?
Well, I don't think you're equipped either, right? We can, if we talk about that, right? Because you brought up a thing, talking about, and then I quickly was able to disprove it, and then you moved on to right-handed and left-handedness, but you missed the part where I stated that when we introduce silica into it, and the RNA and the proteins start to work, all of a sudden the RNA puts the proteins in the proper position, and then we go through another type of synthesis. So all this is accounted for, right? But neither you or I are going to have the correct vocabulary to really go into that deep of a detail with this discussion, right?
Yeah, but you brought in RNA that was already there, like you brought in RNA that was already there. So, like, how do you get the RNA? You know what I'm saying? If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. But because that's not even a fair example if you already put RNA there, because when the life develops from nothing, you don't have RNA to begin with. You don't have.
Hold on. The atheist argument is not that there was nothing, right? That's not our argument.
No, I meant like nothing real, like no. Well, basically, I mean like no proteins, no RNA, none of those things. You understand what I'm saying? Like to be like if you bring RNA to then where do we get the RNA from? You don't understand what I'm saying? Like I can understand if we take real RNA, it might have a certain effect on things because RNA does have an effect, or at least instruction or properties or whatever, and is used in forming organisms in the natural world. But in an original world before all these things were any of this existed.
So just to cut this short then, so scientists have synthesized RNA. They know how RNA was made. Now, we could spend and waste time going in, and I can find the studies that would show how in the primordial Earth, RNA was formed. We can go down that. But scientists know how RNA was formed. They already know all these steps. This is why Justin had mentioned, go talk to a biologist, because they're more equipped to have this actual discussion with you, and they'll have the knowledge on the top of their head versus us wasting time on
we can move on from this. That's fine. That's fine.
Right, but scientists already know this. They know how this works.
So and like there are models, like the RNA world hypothesis is a popular model for the formation of RNA and so on and so forth. So like, listen, again, as Cyber was saying, like we're not biologists. Like we have access to the same research you have access to, right? But like if I go in and research any of these topics, I'm going to find answers for these problems, right? It sounds like you just haven't found answers for these problems, which is why they're like very convincing arguments for you. But like atheism doesn't rest on biology.
Okay, well, if we can move on from it, that's fine.
All right, so what makes the Christian God, what makes Yahweh the God?
The God. I guess there's reasons why I believe it. I understand that I was born, quote unquote, born into the faith. I guess you have to accept it. So I originally do have a bias towards it, I would say. But there are reasons that make me believe it. And, like, for ones that would convince you, I guess, like, in my own personal life, when I see, people change in their life, me change and whatnot, but that's not going to be helpful to you. So I guess one of the things, there's different reasons why, and it does come down to a matter of faith, but the reasons why I believe it, some of the things like convince me when it comes to like the biblical prophecies and whatnot. Like one of the ones that I like.
Oh no! You're about to activate Justin's trap card.
He's gonna start his deconstruction process. He's got his tools ready. So one of the ones that I like, this is one of my favorite ones, right? Is the one where Jesus prophesies the destruction of the temple, right? And that the one stone won't be upon another and stuff. So as far as I can tell, people actually heard him say this, right? And they wrote it down. I think there's multiple accounts of this. And then later on,
what's the earliest gospel? When was the earliest
I don't
gospel
know.
written?
Maybe Matthew. I don't know. Maybe
It's
written around
Mark.
90 AD.
So the earliest gospel
Oh,
is
you're
Mark, and most scholars date it to just after the year 70. Now, the reason why this is critical is because this means two things. One, it was written long after Jesus made the prediction, and number two, it was written after the temple already fell, which doesn't make it a really good prophecy. Anybody could write after the event that somebody predicted so and such would happen, but here's the kicker. Here's what makes it even more interesting. The way the New Testament or the way Christians want to sell this is that Jesus, who could have predicted the fall of the temple? My goodness, right? But like within Judaism, they were already doing it. If you read Sanhedrin 97 and other parts of the earliest portions of the Talmud, you got to remember Talmud was written over time, some preserving earlier testimony. We have people predicting within Judaism the fall of the temple prior to Jesus, right? So like number one, it wasn't a novel prediction. Like a lot of people thought the temple had to get knocked over because they thought that Daniel needed to be fulfilled another time. That their interpretation of Daniel dictated that the temple must fall before the Messiah would come. So like to say that Jesus predicted it and somehow that means he's the Messiah, I don't think this is like the best look in terms of prophecy.
Well, I guess like just a temple or building being destroyed itself might not sound like much, but I guess it was what sells it is the I can't think of the right word. I'm sorry, the right English word, but the specificness of the not one stone upon the other and whatnot, and what as far as I understood, maybe there's different legend or history behind it, but as far as I understood that the gold from the temple, but maybe this was wrong, I don't know, but went in between the cracks of the stones, and to get the gold, they took every stone away to get the gold, but maybe that was wrong now that I think about it. But I guess that's the part to me. And aren't there more prophecies about the Wailing Wall and whatnot that are still supposed to be fulfilled? And it's just interesting to me that the wall still stands. You understand what I'm saying? And that the wall is still there.
There's about
to be clear, and to be clear, do you know what the Wailing Wall like actually is?
I maybe seen pictures of it.
Yeah. I think it's kind of like being Jewish. We like to say it's like the last remaining wall of the temple, but it's really not. It's a retaining wall that helps hold up the temple mound from erosion, right? It's a wall that was built like as a retaining wall for the mount. So to say like it's part of the temple, I mean, kinda, but not really.
Yeah, no. Not really. But this is the part, man, like, wasn't there a part also further where it talked about the Jews being taken to every part in the same passage, where taken part to every part of the world, something and coming back? And that's another thing to me.
Happened throughout every period of history with the Jewish people? Have we not been taken throughout every known part of like the known world at the time? So that's not prophecy. That's just somebody saying, hey, this has happened to us in the past. It's going to happen again.
Well, if I understand correctly, there's prophecies for a third temple. Am I not correct? And it seems like now, I know this isn't fulfilled yet. Another thing that's interesting to me is that they're getting the cows, the red heifers, to hopefully it works out for them.
No, that is Christian propaganda. And this would just show that the people that come up with these don't know about Jewish culture. So do you know why we don't practice sacrifices anymore?
I guess I figured it was because the temple was gone.
Yeah, we practice rabbinic Judaism today because there's parts of Judaism that can only be done when a temple exists. They have to happen at the temple. And there is no temple. And do you know what one of those things that has to happen at the temple is?
What's the one you're thinking of? Figured the sacrifices.
Sacrifices. So there's not going to be any red, and I always say heifer because I had somebody come into my life kept saying red heifer, but there's not going to be any sacrifices until a temple is rebuilt. Until that happens. And as far as I know, there's no plans to build any temple anytime soon. So just get those red heifer things out of your mind. They don't exist. They're not real.
So the red heifers from Texas I saw in the news aren't real? Like,
no, that's propaganda.
They're just useless, though. I mean, whether or not they're real, whether or not they're real is useless. The red heifer is not a prophecy in the Bible. The red heifer is a ritual from Numbers 19 that commands them to use the burnt ashes of the red heifer to cleanse themselves if they come into a particular type of impurity. So you take the water mixed with the red heifer ashes, and then you cleanse yourself for 7 days if you touched a dead body. So this is specifically for like if you touched a dead body in war, or if you found a dead body and you had to move it, you would sacrifice a red heifer, burn it to ashes, mix it with water, then you would cleanse yourself with the red heifer ash water, and then you'd wait 7 days and you'd be clean.
I thought they were going to use it. I'm not saying they don't do that also. I thought they were going to use it to purify the temple artifacts.
Nope.
Or sanctify them or something. Or they don't do that?
Nope.
I'll have to look into that and read that passage again and make sure about that one.
So the red heifer does not cleanse the temple whatsoever. The cleansing of the temple is Leviticus 16. That's the Day of Atonement. And specifically, there is a bull and a goat that gets sacrificed on that particular day. That is for the people and for the temple, but the red heifer ceremony in Numbers 19 is not.
Oh, okay. All right, but
what other prophecies do you have, though?
What was that?
What other prophecies do you have, though?
I know the one prophecy, but you guys don't like that one. So, but
Psalm
it's,
22?
I mean, yeah, you guys don't like that one.
That's not a prophecy.
I don't know, but they're like casting lots for his clothes and stuff, and it's just like,
so what?
It just seems like, I mean, it seems so parallel to what happened, if you know what I'm saying. The
so
wording.
what? That's what. It's a common scene. When you're captured in war, what do they do with you? David was the warring king, was he not?
Yeah.
Right.
They don't normally.
And when you're captured in a war, what do they do with you?
I mean, it depends. I mean, they could. Well, I guess they bring you somewhere and put you in prison and try and exchange you maybe later or something.
Yeah, they take your weapons, they take your clothing. The soldiers that capture you will cast lots for your clothing. And like even just the dead bodies after the war, what do? They send people out to go strip the dead bodies of their armor and of their clothing. This shows up in the Bible and it shows up in Antiquities of the Jews. This is just what you did to captured people in war. So David is expressing his anguish here as though he has been captured in war, right? It says he's been surrounded by the evildoers. They're doing harm to him. And he paints this beautiful picture of what's happening to him. It's very poetic. I mean, surely we would understand that lions, like literal lions, were not at his hands and his feet. And they weren't literally casting lots for his clothing. These are all metaphors. Just like at various points in his laments, he says, I am in the depths of Sheol. No, the fuck, you're not in the depths of Sheol. Obviously, it's a metaphor. David does this all the time in his laments. He characterizes his position, whatever he's going through, in like these very extreme terms. And I think they're beautiful. It's great poetry, but I would have no reason to believe that it's prophetic.
I don't know. I mean, I guess that takes an element of faith, but I've never heard of anything. I don't know if I've seen any parallel to what he wrote in real life that even comes close to like what happened to Jesus or in any writings, if you know what I'm saying. Like, I've never seen a parallel to that.
Why?
You know what I'm saying?
There quite literally are writings. In fact, if you give me just one moment, let me pull something up. Hold on. There's an old Hittite curse tablet I want to show you real quick. I just gotta go to my Canva account and grab it for you.
Canva, that is a name I haven't heard in like 2 months since I've been on hiatus.
I thought that was
It's such a
artwork.
useful tool.
So you're using it for informational purposes? I thought it was like an artwork type thing or something.
I use it for a lot of things, but one of the things I use it for is making illustrations. Because it's pretty easy to make illustrations, I think.
Yeah, my brother, he used to use Adobe After Effects, I think, to make still images. You know, you can do whatever you want for whatever you want in real life.
Okay, so the text we want is in the ancient Near Eastern text relating to the Old Testament, page 533. Did I include it here? I think I did. Yep. Okay, so I'm going to put this on the screen real quick. Let's see if I can blow this up.
When was this thing written? What do you? Oh, okay, it's something you made. Okay.
This is an Assyrian treaty for King Esarhaddon and the king of Tyre, and you can find this in this volume right here. This is ancient Near Eastern text relating to the Old Testament. There's a section in here for ancient treaties. And a lot of times the cursings, like if you broke your ancient treaty, there's usually like a curse that you would have to take on. That's like your punishment. And a lot of times it has really militaristic ideas for the curse. And here's the curse in this one. It says, may they make disappear food for your mouth, clothes for your body, oil for your ointment. May Astarte break your bow in the thick of battle and have you crouch at the feet of your enemy, and may a foreign enemy divide your belongings. This is what happened when you lost in battle. They took your shit. They divided it among themselves.
Yeah, but that's still not the same. What I'm saying, I mean, you're saying they divided their stuff, but it's still not the same as the passage and what happened to Jesus. There's not.
Well,
like,
why would I expect that the treaty of Esarhaddon is directly quoting Psalm 22?
That's not what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is that both of them are speaking of the same thing. They're both describing what happens when you're captured by your enemies. When you're captured by your enemies, they take your clothing. They divide your belongings by lot. That's what it says.
I don't know, because that's still not like, well, basically what I was saying is that the psalm seems to be like a parallel of the same thing that happened to Jesus or whatever, because I understand they could part their garments and stuff or divide their stuff, you know. I mean, I get that happens, but when
but no one's saying it doesn't parallel Jesus. No one's saying that. It doesn't matter if it parallels Jesus. That's the point. Because something happening to David that is similar to something happening to somebody else doesn't make it a prophecy. Like, you can't just say it's a prophecy because it sounds similar. That's not how prophecies work. Prophecies is what you started out with. When someone makes a prediction, not a stone will be left on top of another. That's a prophecy. That is a prediction. Psalm 22 is not. Psalm 22 is a lament that David wrote. Listen, it's adorable that Jesus went through horrific things that parallel what happened to David, but that doesn't make it a prophecy. It just makes it a common archetypal scene.
Yeah, like for example, let's say we found a document that said what Jesus went through, the exact process Jesus went through, the exact same things that happened to Barabbas. Would you then be like, oh, look, Barabbas, this is talking about Barabbas?
Good question.
But you understand, like, the biblical prophecies, like when I know you apparently don't like this one either, but that's fine.
I dodged that too, but I need an answer to that question. If they found a manuscript of somebody recording what happened to Jesus happening to Barabbas as well, or anybody else in Judea that was being punished by the Romans, would you also then say that Psalm 22 applied to that individual as well as evidence that they're a possible Messiah?
Well, I can't answer it yes or no, but you'll understand when I say it. Because when it comes to and I don't know all the different prophecies and stuff. When it comes to the Messiah, or the one that's supposed, the Christ, the one that's supposed to come, there are more than one prophecy. So yes, one person could fulfill maybe one or
Zero,
two.
though.
Yeah.
Rod, Jesus
So let's
fulfilled
move on
0
to,
prophecies.
give us the best prophecy you think Jesus fulfilled.
I prophesy he's going to say Isaiah 53.
God dang it.
I already just did. I mean, and I said, well, I was about to maybe. And I said, I know you guys don't like this one either, but I didn't get to it.
I do love it. In fact, put a 1 in the comments if you've ever heard me address Isaiah 53, because as it turns out, there's not a live stream that goes by that I don't address Isaiah 53. I could be wrong. I'm sure there's one. It's hard for me to remember one where I didn't address this prophecy.
You'll be doing a live stream about fixing your audio issues, and somebody will come up and be like, but Isaiah 53.
Yeah. Pretty much. Okay, so in Isaiah 53, right, we find Isaiah 53 near the end of a literary unit. The literary unit is typically referred to as Deutero-Isaiah or Second Isaiah. Second Isaiah has a theme. Do you know what the theme of Second Isaiah is?
I'm Second Isaiah. I'm not sure.
Sure. So the theme in Second Isaiah is that it is now time for the Jews to be liberated from the Babylonian captivity. In fact, if you go to the very first verse of Second Isaiah, it lays out the program from the very beginning. If you go to Isaiah 40, I'll pull it up for you real quick. If you go to Isaiah 40, the section starts out with, "Comfort, O comfort my people, says your God. Speak tenderly to Jerusalem and cry to her. She has served her term, that her penalty is paid, and that she has received from the Lord's hand double for her sin." So this is important. This lays the groundwork for all of Second Isaiah. All of Second Isaiah is about, now it's time for the Israelites to leave captivity, go back home. You've received not just punishment for your sins, but double for your sins. All right, fair enough. Now, the next thing we need to address is, okay, given the context that everything in Second Isaiah is talking about the Israelites being released from captivity, going home, and being restored, let's read what the prophet says about who the servant is. If you go to Isaiah 41, 8 through 9, he says, "But you, Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I've chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, you whom I took from the ends of the earth and called you from its furthest corners, saying that you are my servant, I have chosen you and not cast you off." Obviously, he would say this. Obviously, because they were in captivity for almost 70 years, and God is saying, I haven't forgot about you, friends. It's time to pack up. Let's go. Isaiah 43:10, "You are my witnesses." Keep in mind, that's a plural. "You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant," in the singular, "whom I have chosen, that you may know and believe me and understand that I am he." Then 44, 1 through 2, "Hear now, O Jacob, my servant, and Israel, whom I've chosen. Thus saith the Lord, who made you, who formed you in the womb, and will help you. Do not fear, O Jacob, my servant." He repeats it in 44:21. And then he repeats it in 45:4. And then my favorite instance is 48:20. Now we're getting really close to the release. And he says, "Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy, proclaim it and send it forth to the ends of the earth. Say the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob." So, with having actually read all of Isaiah and reading all these passages prior to Isaiah 53, when I get to Isaiah 53, what would be one good reason why I would get to chapter 53 and now think that we're talking about something other than God releasing his people from captivity and finally vindicating them and restoring them?
But what you're talking about, I don't know if I 100% following you, but at that particular passage in Scripture, he zeroes in on somebody, if I remember correctly, and is talking about with his stripes we are healed and whatnot. He's doing it on a specific person. That's a specific remedy.
Nope.
If I remember correctly.
Nope.
Am I getting confused with passages?
It's not a person. That's what I keep telling you. Listen to what he says earlier. He tells you that Israel is the servant. Hear now, O Jacob, my servant, Israel whom I've chosen. Jacob is Israel. The servant is the nation of Israel, specifically in this case, the righteous remnant of Israel. So if he tells you over and over again leading up to this that the servant is Israel, again, why would I look at this instance of the servant and think, oh, it must not be Israel? Why would I do that?
So 53.
And keep in mind, I know what you're about to say. You're about to say, well, it sounds so much like Jesus. Well, yeah, it sounds like anybody who's ever suffered. I know. They wrote their theology to sound like this because they needed a way to justify Jesus dying.
And
but
they had
just
access.
Sorry, go ahead.
And they had access to the Septuagint. So they
That's
had
right.
access to these passages.
Hold on, let me just go to the chapter real quick. So, who needs to justify Jesus dying?
The Christians. The Christians needed a theology that would explain why Jesus would die. And Isaiah 53 gives them that excuse. Because if you read the actual messianic prophecies, which we could do after this, I can show you the actual messianic prophecies. In all of the actual messianic prophecies, the Messiah doesn't die. He rescues all the Israelites. He brings them back to the land, and then they live under the law of Moses. And the law of Moses goes from Zion out to the ends of the earth.
Why is my Bible not working?
Take your time. There's no rush.
Well, I'm trying to open up the Isaiah 53.
Yeah. Cyber, while he's looking for that, my favorite contradiction, which I don't know if I've ever ran during our conversation of contradictions, is Isaiah 54 verses 9 and 10. It's such a good contradiction because it makes a definitive claim about something God will not do, and then he absolutely does it. He says, I will never again be angry or punish the Israelites. And then we get to the New Testament and God's like, or the New Testament author is like, well, God's fucking up those Israelites again.
Here comes that backhand.
And then even in the book of Maccabees in 2nd Maccabees, chapter 4 through 7, they justify what happened to the Jews by saying, well, God was angry with us and he had to punish us. Like, what?
Yeah.
What? He said he wasn't going to do it again.
But we can't talk about those. We're going to crush his worldview.
Yeah. We'll get there next. We'll get there next.
So at the beginning of Isaiah 53, it looks like he's talking about Israel, but he's talking about them being bad. He's talking about them being bad, basically, as far as I can understand. He's upset with them or something. Okay, so what was the verse? I can't. I'm sorry. I'm not very good at reading this.
Well, don't worry. Let's walk through it. Okay, we're going to start in 52. We'll walk through it, and I'll lay out my case for why I have no good reason to believe it's about Jesus, but it seems to be about Israel. So we get in 52 more of the same. Remember, God keeps saying that it's time to leave Babylon. It's time for joy, not sadness anymore. So we'll start. It says, listen, your sentinels lift up their voices. Together they shout for joy. For plain sight, they see the return of the Lord to Zion. Break forth, shout together for joy, you ruins of Jerusalem. Because remember, Jerusalem lays in ruins. It says, the Lord has comforted his people. He has redeemed Jerusalem. Okay, so now it's time for God to rebuild Jerusalem. How's that happening? It says, the Lord has bared his holy arm before the eyes of all the nations, and all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of our God. Cool. Easy enough. What's that look like? Well, he tells you, verse 11, depart, and go out from there. Touch no unclean thing. Go out from the midst of it and purify yourselves, you who carry the vessels of the Lord. For you shall not go out in haste, and you shall not go out in flight. For the Lord your God will go before you, and the God of Israel will be your rear guard. Which you would recognize, verse 10, when it says the arm of the Lord has been bared before the eyes of the nation. This is something that's repeated like 15 times in 2nd Isaiah. God says, I'm going to bear my holy arm and free you by the strength of his hand from the Babylonians. So now this can only mean one thing. God bared his arm to rescue the Israelites from Babylon, which is why he says, get out of there. It's time to go. And he's comparing it to the Exodus, because in the Exodus, they had to go out in haste. And then more talk about Israel. See, my servant shall prosper. He shall be exalted and lifted up and shall be very high. Just as there were many who were astonished at him, so marred was his appearance beyond human semblance, and his form beyond that of mortals. So he shall startle many nations. Kings shall shut their mouths because of him, which if you read on in 2nd and 3rd Isaiah, God explicitly tells you that the kings of the other nations they're not just going to be shook by the restoration of Israel. They're going to come bringing you their gold and their silver. Isaiah 60 says, nations will bring you their wealth with their kings leading the procession. So this, again, interpreting this as Israel fits with all the rest of Isaiah and all the rest of the other prophets. And it says, this is important now. This is where it gets really fun. He says, that which had not been told to them, they shall see, and that which they had not heard, they shall contemplate. So this is the really interesting part. Who is it that is going to witness something that they haven't been told about?
I don't know. The
Right, so
Israelites? I don't know who else it would be.
So we'll start at the beginning of 15. He says, the servant will startle many nations, and kings shall shut their mouths because of him, because that which had not been told to them they shall see, and that which they had not heard they shall contemplate. So they're setting this up as the kings of the nations, the leaders of the nations. That which had not been told to them, they will see it. And that which they had not heard about, they will contemplate, right? And so the very next line is really interesting, because the very next line are the nations being personified about witnessing Israel being released from captivity by the hand of Yahweh. Who has believed what we have heard? I like the translation says, who has believed our report? I think that's better. It's a different conversation, though. It says, to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? Well, we know the arm of the Lord had been revealed to the nations. So we've got this really interesting section in beginning of 53 where the nations, or at least the leaders of the nations, are saying, hey, who would believe this thing that we've just witnessed, the arm of the Lord being revealed? And then he says, well, how did it get revealed? Well, we already know. God said he's going to reveal the arm to the nations when he frees Israel. It says, for he grew up before him like a young plant, like a root out of dry ground. Again, I'm still reading this as Israel. In Isaiah 60, God says that Israel is the root that he planted, the work of his hands, right? So the root out of dry ground, it's got to be Israel. I have no reason to put Jesus in here. Do we follow so
Do you
far?
have any questions, or are you tracking so far?
Well, yeah, there's I've never heard this one, so I how do I put it? I've never heard this one, so it's a little bit maybe more difficult to follow, because I would have not thought of this reading of it. But I can read. I won't be able to go into it deep. I'm not saying I'm not. You know what I'm saying? But because I may have to read it again myself to try and understand it, because when people bring stuff up. But to me, it's talking about he. I mean, does God ever refer to Israel?
We just covered that. We covered that when we were going over all the various verses that mention the servant being Jacob and Israel. So whenever you see Israel being used, the term Israel, whenever it's used by the prophets, it's used to either refer to the person Israel, who is Jacob. It'll be used to refer to the nation of Israel, which are the Israelites, and today would be the Jewish people. Or it's used to refer to the landmass of Israel, like the landmass. Those are the only three instances in which Israel is ever referred to as. So Justin went over this already when we went over all the times that Israel is made clear to be Jacob or the people.
So
he does it 8 times.
Rigidity, this is where context actually matters. Like, I'm told over and over again by Christians that you have to read the context. I have read the context. The context dictates that this is a narrative about God freeing his servant Israel from Babylonian captivity. Every last word of 2nd Isaiah is about that. There's not a single thing, there's not a single sentence in all of 2nd Isaiah that is about anything other than God redeeming his people from captivity. Every last word is about that. So when I get to Isaiah 53, and the book has already said that Israel is a servant and God is freeing his servant in a miraculous way, I have no other conclusion than to take this for what it says, which is it's the nations who have witnessed God's holy arm trying to make sense of what they have witnessed. That's why you have the setup. The setup is they shall contemplate. The very next line are they contemplating. Like it's not a difficult passage, but if you make this about Jesus, what you have to do is you have to take this chapter, remove it entirely from its context, ignore everything written before it, and say, well, it sounds like Jesus, it must be Jesus. But that's just not how reading literacy works.
Okay, so from the beginning of Isaiah, when I was reading it, chapter 1, I believe, it's talking about, so Israel's messed up. Basically, they've been the bad boy. So they are in trouble.
So you need to well, Rod, I don't want you to make hold on, Rod, I don't want you to make the mistake, okay? Let's backtrack because you're about to make a mistake, and I don't want you to waste your time making this mistake. Isaiah chapter 1 through 39 is not about Babylon. There's a couple mentions to it because there's a couple of chapters that are out of order, they're anachronistic, they're in the wrong section. But other than that, almost all of Isaiah 1 through 39 is written about and is written before the Assyrian invasion. The Assyrian invasion specifically was a punishment for only the northern Israelites. This is important. So about 730, 725, the Assyrian army came down and wiped out the Arameans and they wiped out the northern Israelites. The oracles in 1st Isaiah are about that. The oracles we're talking about from chapter 40 and beyond are all about a different invasion that specifically was about what was left of the Israelites, those that were in Judah, those that were in Benjamin, and the Israelites that traveled south into Judah to seek protection from the Assyrians. So that's why I started this by talking about 2nd Isaiah, because 1st Isaiah and 2nd Isaiah are written 200 years apart, and they have two entirely different themes.
Okay, I get what you're saying. I understand it was two different things. Okay, but the beforehand, this is for the Babylonian, not the Assyrian one, right?
Got it.
So
yeah.
basically, but there's still, I guess it's still. I understand you. It's good that you made a correction. Thank you. I appreciate it. But it's still they were the bad boys in this situation. This is just a different section, right? And a different time, and it was in Judah, right? Not the northern kingdom of Israel, correct?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Okay, so before this, they were the bad boys. Before we get to this chapter, and this is the part I'm talking about. It's. Would you say this is Isaiah writing here, or is it somebody else?
Well, I would say that, but I don't think that's important to the discussion. Like, I think the authorship of Isaiah is a rabbit trail that nobody needs. But to be sure, neither Cyber nor myself believe that Isaiah wrote 2nd or 3rd Isaiah.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So, but what it's talking here, as far as I see this part, which seems important, it says it says, but he was wounded for our transgressions. So how is
Yes.
that? What, the thing is, when it's talking about our transgressions, who is that? That's got to be Israel.
No, it's not.
Our,
No, it's not.
who is
It's
it?
not Israel. Okay. So again, the speaker is not Israel. The speaker is the nations who held captive Israel. And this is specifically, I started the conversation by saying that specifically the suffering servant is the righteous remnant of Israel.
And this is also how we know that whoever was using this in the New Testament was reading from the Septuagint and not from Hebrew, because there's a translation error here, right? If you go back and you look at the Hebrew, you know, in your scripture, it's going to say he was pierced for our transgressions. But if you go look at the actual Hebrew, for should actually be from, because the prefix lamed is actually used in the Hebrew, not mem. And so those change fundamentally what it means. And so the prefix is mem, not lamed. Lamed is what the translation
Lamed means for or to, yeah.
Yeah. But mem is used in the actual Hebrew. And so it is not the servant is not wounded for the nation's transgressions. He is wounded from or because of, right? So it fundamentally changes the sacrifice of Jesus. If this is mentioning Jesus, it fundamentally changes that.
Okay, so it's a problem because, as far as I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, before this happens, Israel was bad and they went to Babylon. Am I correct?
So again, Rod, the servant is not all of Israel. The servant for the third time is the righteous remnant of Israel. So Jeremiah was a righteous remnant of Israel. He was a righteous sufferer. Does that make sense? We're not saying that all of Israel is a servant, although you certainly could make the case linguistically. But if you really read 2nd Isaiah, it's pretty clear that it's the righteous remnant of Israel, and that agrees with the book of Jeremiah as well, and it agrees with the other prophetic books.
I'm not saying that you're. I guess
Okay, let me fast forward.
I'm not saying rude, but what I'm saying is, it's this interpretation. First of all, I'm not trying to be rude, but it's different than anything I've ever heard in my life, and it's just it seems odd. It seems like an odd interpretation.
It's not odd. It's only odd because you were poisoned by Christian thinking. But from the earliest times, this was interpreted as corporate Israel. Even in the early disputations between Origen and Celsus, Origen is discussing this interpretation with a Jew. The Jew is saying, no, this is interpreted as the suffering of corporate Israel. This interpretation that Isaiah 53 must be about Jesus is uniquely a Christian argument. I understand that 2nd Isaiah has a lot of ambiguous language. I get it. That is why the context is important. That's why of all the prophecies of the Bible, Rod, this is the one prophecy where you will never, not in a million years, you'll never know what this is about if you haven't read all of 2nd and 3rd Isaiah and read it intently and underlined it and highlighted it and looked at all the references. This is a contextual prophecy. Every last word of 2nd Isaiah is about the Babylonian captivity and the Israelites being released. Every last word. I have no reason, not a single reason, to get to chapter 53 and say, oops, this one chapter, these 9 paragraphs somehow talk about something hundreds of years later, when every other paragraph in the book is obviously talking about the release of the captives from Babylon. That's just a silly thing to do.
Yeah, and an important thing too, when you gotta remember in Isaiah 53, whenever it uses like in this case it'd be if we're using the correct Hebrew translation, from our transgressions, The hour is the kings, right? Imagine at the end, here's how I like to explain it. Imagine at the end of Isaiah 52, it says, and they contemplate. Imagine these kings sitting up on a hill and they're watching the Jewish people leaving Babylon, right? They're leaving Babylon. These kings are witnessing this happening. And this is Isaiah 53 is their report, right? This is how they're processing it in their head, right? So when it says he was pierced from our transgressions, you need to realize that these kings are taking responsibility. They're saying we did this to them, right? If you go read other scriptures, it talks about how when these other nations would find Israelites out in the that weren't captive, they would take them to Babylon for free. They weren't paid for returning them to Babylon, right? They did it essentially for nothing. And so they're saying we did this. They're in the position they are. Look how marred, look how disfigured they are because of what we did to them. We put them there. We helped put them there. This is the king taking responsibility for what they did. That's what this is talking about.
Okay, so I'd like to go to the very last verse, and it talks about, this is the part where it just doesn't seem to make, just not making sense with what you're saying, because it says, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, you know what I'm saying, but it says, and he bare the sin of many,
Yes.
and made intercession for the transgression. What I'm trying to
Sure
say
did.
is, because what was it, like the Babylonian Israelites, they paid for their sins.
No, they paid double. They paid double for their sins. It says at the very beginning of the section that they received double for their sins, meaning they paid for their sins and somebody else's sins.
I'm saying though, it says bear the sins of many, so that's taking somebody else's sins upon you.
Yeah, they paid double.
Exactly. They paid double for their sins. They paid for their sins and the nations that captured them. That's the whole point. The whole point of 2nd Isaiah is that God's rescuing his people from these nations that took them captive. He's vindicating his people. And because of how they suffered and how God is going to vindicate them, all of the nations are finally going to know that Yahweh is the one true God. They're going to come to realize the error of their ways when God vindicates them. In fact, we find this in Isaiah 55. He says, the nations that do not know you will run to you because the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel, has glorified you. It's the glorification of Israel that brings the nations to Yahweh. That's why I hate to be a broken record, but listen, if you haven't read the context, you have no way of framing this passage. Like, I agree. If you've never read Isaiah, if you have no idea what's in the surrounding passages, you would read Isaiah 53 and be like, that sounds like a motherfucking human that God had whipped and scourged for somebody else's sins. I get that. But that's why context is important. Context is king here because the context dictates that that's not what's happening. In fact, the passage you brought up refutes it. It literally says, hold on, therefore I will allot him a portion with the great, and he will divide the spoil with the strong. This is war language, war spoil. Jesus didn't divide any war spoil. The nation of Israel, they divided the war spoil. God said earlier that he's going to be giving the war spoil by leading a procession of kings, just like we're talking about. The kings of the nations will lead a procession bringing you their wealth. So this is a prophecy about what's going to happen to Israel post-captivity, just like it says he will see his offspring and prolong his days. That's a prophecy for Israel to have their children, their lineage prolonged. Jesus didn't have any lineage.
Another verse that seems to not, okay, this is the one. It says, all we like sheep have gone astray. We have turned every one to his own way. It's bringing it down to the individual level. And the Lord hath laid on him the iniquity of us all. That verse is on an individual level. It's not some corporate thing or another other lands and stuff. It's very individual. What it's saying here.
The servant.
It's down to the individual.
So keep in mind, the reason why this makes sense is because it's the kings referencing the servant. The servant is always a singular. the nation of Israel as a singular servant is going to be a he because servant is singular.
No, no, no. I'm saying I'm saying. Let me do it again. I think you missed what I said. I'm not being rude. I just.
Okay, he said,
It's
like
all
sheep, we have
We
gone
have
astray. Okay,
one.
and the we are the nations, that we have turned our own way, and the Lord has laid on him. The him is the servant, which is the righteous remnant of Israel.
Because keep in mind, Israel paid double. That's what's being referenced here. He paid double for us.
I don't know. I'm not saying you're not. You know, it sounds like you're squeezing something out of it that wasn't supposed to be squeezed out
No,
of it.
we're literally giving you the context that allows you to interpret exactly what it means. We're saying that these words mean exactly what they mean. We haven't twisted the meaning of a single word, not a single one. And we've used the context to do it. And our interpretation agrees with every prophecy of the Old Testament, every single one. There's not a single prophecy of the Old Testament that disagrees with us. However, every single messianic prophecy of the Old Testament disagrees with your interpretation. There's not a single messianic prophecy about a dying Messiah.
As a matter of fact, it's in Isaiah 40 verse 2 that talks about the double payment.
Okay,
where it's made clear that your sin and their sin has been paid for. You pay double. There's a reason for it. And then we learn about it. Why? We learn why.
So you're saying that he is the servant, the remnant of Israel that stayed, correct?
They're not staying, no.
No, then you're saying, I thought you were saying the person, now I'm confused. I thought you said that the person that it's talking about is the righteous remnant of Israel. So they didn't stay? I'm confused now.
I don't think you know what remnant means. Remnant doesn't mean they're staying in Babylon.
No, I'm saying staying in Israel. That's what I mean by remnant. So
no, that's not what remnant means. No. The remnant refers to the people that are left over from the, I don't know, incursion, I guess you might say, like the leftovers.
Are you talking about people that stayed in Israel or people that got taken to Babylon? I'm confused at this point because I thought you were talking about
neither. They're the Israelites that haven't died. The righteous Israelites that are not dead.
So they could be in Babylon or they could be in Israel. So it's just the righteous.
The location's irrelevant.
Really, so then I don't know what to say to that.
The context is really clear. Like at the beginning of Isaiah 40, what's he going to do? It says, see, the Lord comes with might. His arm rules for him. His reward is with him, and his recompense before him. He will feed his flock like a shepherd. He will gather the lambs in his arms and carry them in his bosom and gently lead the mother sheep. What's he doing with? Why is he collecting these people? Because he's collecting them from Babylon. Everything in 2nd Isaiah is about God retrieving his people from Babylon through his mighty, the strength of his arm.
Okay. I can't follow you 100% with everything you're saying, but I understand. Like, I wish you had it written down so I can look into it. You got like a video of it so I can look into it and then read the passages and try and critique it and all these things. Hopefully I can remember everything you're saying. So basically, you're saying that the remnant, the faithful, righteous remnant, is the he's talking about here, the servant, the he through passage of Isaiah 53. It's not Israel in general. It's not Jesus. I'm not saying that's not real, but according to you, it's not Jesus. But the he is the faithful remnant of Israel, wherever they may be in the world at the time. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
And then the whole passage is talking about that. Like, that's...
and importantly, real quick, the he is being referred to by these kings, these nations. That's what's important. It's the nations that are viewing Israel leave Babylon.
So they are saying this, and they are saying the righteous remnant of Israel. So they're not saying Israel in general. Why are they not saying Israel in general? Why?
They're giving you the report. In chapter 53, the kings of the nations that took Israel captive are giving you the report of what happened.
Well, so you're saying all this is past tense? This whole Isaiah 53 is the report past tense?
Thank you. So this is the beauty of Isaiah 53 is, first of all, it's not a prophecy for something happening many hundreds of years later. It's a prophecy about what the kings of the nations will say when God does the thing that he's about to do.
I thought you said this is past tense. What do you mean by about to do?
Okay, we'll try this again. If God is about, let's say God is about to fix the radiator in my car. And then he says, when I fix the radiator in your car, this is what you'll say. Oh my gosh, did you see God fix the radiator in my car? That's what's happening here. God is saying, I'm releasing the Israelites from captivity. It's time to go. And then he depicts the nations contemplating the witnessing of the Israelites being freed and trying to figure out what the hell just went on. Like he just tells you. He tells you that's what's happening at the end of 52.
53, it says, for he shall grow up as a tender. It sounds like it's something that's going to happen, though, because it says, for he shall grow up.
No, that's not future tense. The beginning of 53 is the tender root out of dry ground is not in the future tense.
Well, then why did it say, for he shall grow up? That's in the future.
I don't know why your Bible says that.
Well, it's what it says. It's in the future.
I don't think that's correct.
It sounds like a prophecy. Well, it's on Blue Letter Bible, so I hope it's right.
What translation are you using?
KJV.
Oh, frack.
Why? Why would you do that?
Because I like it.
Well, that's clearly not the correct translation. So what you've got is an imperfect that's in the consecutive, which means it's past tense. So a cal imperfect consecutive means it's past tense. It should say he grew up. Vayal. It's the King James Bible is not a good translation. You got to get rid of that thing.
Have you ever studied like the origins of the KJV?
I've learned some stuff, but hold on, let's go back to I'm sorry, can we go back to this verse real quick? Okay, let me read what mine says, and I want to hear what yours says. See the difference. That should be interesting. Mine says, for he shall grow up before him as a tender plant and as a root of a dry ground. He hath no form or comeliness, and when we shall see him, there is no beauty that we should desire him. So what does yours say in Isaiah 53:2?
It says he grew up in the past tense before him like a young plant. And the reason why it does that is because the Hebrew word is in the past tense. This is in the past tense, this word right here. This is the KJV translation, just ignore it. The Hebrew here is in the past tense.
Oh, yeah. Okay, now I guess on to the next thing. I'll have to read this better what you're saying and whatnot, but this is my question. So in the New Testament, it's about the same passage, but when you go to the New Testament, there's a passage where Philip meets a guy.
But hold on. Rod, why do I care what the New Testament says?
Huh?
Why do I care what the New Testament says?
Because it's talking about, maybe it's be interesting to you or not, but it's the same passage.
But the issue with the New Testament, though, is that they had the Septuagint, right? So they knew about this. So it'd just be post hoc. So that's why we ask, why would we care about it?
I don't know. Like, it seems important. If I could just say it, then you can tell me why it doesn't matter in your viewpoint. So basically, Philip, a guy comes, he goes to a guy's carriage, and the guy is reading the same passage, and he asks him what it means. And the Philip was around the time when Jesus was there, and he understood this passage to be talking about Jesus, and he's the one who was there during the time of Jesus when all these things happened. And so he understood it to mean that, and he preached it to this guy, and he became a convert by what he was
Right,
reading.
but again, Rod, why do I care what the New Testament says about the Old Testament? Like, you would have to demonstrate that the New Testament was true before I cared what its interpretation was.
Well, so you don't believe what the
Rod,
Old Testament.
keep in mind, Rod, your argument is that it must mean what I want it to mean because the New Testament tells me so. But if the New Testament is not true, I don't care what it says.
Well, we've just been looking at the Old Testament, and you don't believe that one.
We need to get this down. But question that I have for you. So we've been pointing out things that you believe point at Jesus. But let's look at Isaiah 53. And I want to point something out that doesn't seem to point about Jesus. It seems to go contrary to what we know about Jesus. And that would be verse 3. So verse 3 states, he was despised and rejected by others. This part is important. A man of suffering. Now, somebody who is of suffering means they've been going through like a long period of suffering, right? And acquainted with infirmity, and as one from whom others hid their faces, he was despised, and we held him of no account. Now, this goes blatantly contradictory to what we know about Jesus from the New Testament. And the Jesus we know of the New Testament was not a man who had like lifelong suffering. That didn't happen. He wasn't acquainted with infirmity. He didn't suffer from leprosy or any of these other things. He didn't suffer from it. And people didn't hide their faces from him. They were quite literally like, he gathered 5,000 people just to listen to him talk. People were literally cutting holes in people's roofs to see him, right? People cared greatly. Whenever we read about him, he's got multitudes of people following him, right? So it seems that verse 3 is completely contradictory to the Jesus that the New Testament presents.
Okay, well, I'd like to answer if I might be able to answer it in full. So when I look at Isaiah 53, what I see, he meaning Jesus, and we're talking about our iniquities.
53 verse 3 specifically, that's what we're talking about.
No, but here's what I'm trying to say, because we're dealing with the two different interpretations, but my interpretation definitely fits in with what I would say more fits in with what we see there, because our infirmities and all that stuff is talking about. So when it's saying that we hid as it was our faces from him, it's talking about Israel at large, because not all Israel, and majorly Israel rejected Jesus Christ. Understand? And his ministry doesn't start till 32 years of age, so it doesn't record everything about Jesus. But apparently, like Jesus told his disciples, he says, you won't have anywhere to lay your head because the Son of Man doesn't have it. It doesn't sound like he's having an easy life. Okay? You don't have a house. Like homelessness, that's not a happy thing. You understand what I'm saying? Like you say, oh, the homeless people, poor. And it's true, poor homeless people. I might be one myself because I'm disabled and I might run out of it. But he's not necessarily having the most wonderful life of anybody. Yes, there was a lot of people that liked him, but in comparison, maybe not so much. Like if you've got a president who's got like 10% approval rating, he might, like 200 million people might hate him, but then he might like have 40 million people who like him, but still he's not liked in the general sense. If you understand what I'm saying.
That's not true. That's not true. Nowhere in the all we know about the New Testament, all it says is that the Sadducees and Pharisees. Now there are other Jewish sects that existed, but the Pharisees only made up like 1% of the population, right? But we have like the Pharisees, and I've got my own beliefs on this that we're not going to discuss in this. That's what this is for. But it seems that the Pharisees were specifically targeted in this. It seems like we have this polemic against the Pharisees. They only made up 1% of the population.
But in the end, as far as we read from Scripture, that as a whole, he was rejected by Israel. In the end, like they wanted him to be at one point for at least a little while. They're like cool with him, you know. But then it came to the point where they're like, crucify him, crucify him.
The Pharisees did that. You
No,
go
because
read it was
Pilate
the
came out to
Pharisees.
Pilate came out to the people and they said, crucify him. It sounded like a crowd when I read it.
Pharisees did that. The Pharisees
Yeah,
did that.
it does say that the Pharisees whipped up the crowds.
I think it was a crowd thing. Like, I as far as I've read the Bible, maybe I missed something, but as far as I can tell, it was a crowd thing. And maybe the Pharisees whipped them up, but they did not seem cool with Jesus. Whoever was out there, they didn't say, oh, most of them said not to. No, they said, crucify him, crucify him. It sounded like he wasn't in a cool situation at the moment. In a general
Anyways, Justin, real quick, I appreciate you having me up. I do gotta go pick my girlfriend up from work, but thanks for having me up.
Cheers, Birdie. Great to see you. So, Rod, back at the bar. So, like, listen, I get it. I get it. You read Isaiah 53 and you haven't read any of 2nd Isaiah, and you're like, that motherfucker sounds like Jesus. I get it. Listen, I was there. I was a 16-year-old in Catholic religion class once, and I asked my teacher, what prophecy did Jesus fulfill? And she took me to Isaiah 53 and said, that motherfucker sounds like Jesus. I get it. But you don't have a single contextual leg to stand on. There's not a single good reason whatsoever, not even one, why I would look at Isaiah 53 and think that it's anybody except for the righteous remnant of Israel. Not a single one. Like, you're asking me to ignore the entire context of 2nd Isaiah, and I think that's dishonest. I wouldn't do that. And why would he send this message to the Israelites? If God is giving you like an entire section of prophecies, chapter 40 to 55, an entire section of prophecies all dealing with one thing, why would he just snuggle in there a prophecy for 500 years later that nobody's going to understand, and we're going to spend the next 2,000 years debating? That is the worst planning ever. What's more likely is that this prophecy had a meaning within its original context, within the book that it was written in, and we should interpret it using the context that we have.
I'll have to read it again, but I'm just honestly not convinced by what you said, because I just sometimes I have a hard time putting things to words. I'm not the most articulate person, but it just seems like something's maybe being squeezed out of it that's not supposed to be.
What did we squeeze that was not in the context? Every single interpretation we gave you is rooted in the context of 2nd Isaiah. Not a single thing. Even, again, the root out of dry ground, Isaiah 60, verse 21. God explicitly says that Israel is the root. He says it. Says, your people, let me get the screen up. Your people shall all be righteous. They shall possess the land forever. They are the shoot that I planted, the work of my hands. Isaiah told you who the servant is. Isaiah told you who the plant is. At some point, you have to come to the table and say, the person Isaiah, or the thing that Isaiah is identifying as a servant, is the servant. Isaiah is not lying to you. The servant is Israel.
That you're saying that it's the righteous remnant of Israel, and never even uses that language that I noticed, or even I got to read it again though. But it's just, listen, maybe this doesn't mean anything to you. I'm not saying it has to.
It's right there. We just read it. Your people shall all be righteous. The people that are left over from the Babylonian invasion, the shoot that God's planted, they will all be righteous, says the text. That is the righteous remnant. It's right there in the book. Rod, you got to read the whole thing. You can't just read chapter 53 and think that you know what it means. Start at chapter 40. Take a weekend, take 2 weekends. Start at chapter 40. Read from 40 to the end of the book, and then do it again. Read it 3 times. It's not a long read. I promise you, if you just read those chapters a couple times, you'll have enough context to come back to the table and say, okay, given the context we have, there's not a good reason to think that 53 is about anything other than what the rest of the book is about. Because the rest of the book that we're reading is about the Babylonian captivity. Like, that's the context.
Okay, maybe this doesn't mean anything to you, but I don't go to church these days, but I did grow up in church. My father was preaching all that stuff. But I've heard various people talk on this topic and stuff. I mean, like, I've never heard someone bring your interpretation of this in my life.
Because you've only been listening to Christians. Like, you've only, first of all, you've only been listening to Christians, and second of all, you haven't been listening to like authoritative Christians with actual educations. Like, in my commentaries, I can pull open commentaries for you written by people with PhDs, and they'll just tell you the classical interpretation is that this is of corporate Israel. Like, it's not buried. You can find ancient writings from the Jews saying the same thing. Like, and again, I get it. I get it. If you read this thing with no context, I get how you would arrive at Jesus, because you don't know the context. You don't know what's happening. But the minute you put this thing within the context, it's over. It's done. It has nothing to do with the Messiah hundreds of years later.
Well, let's just say that for sake of the argument, that it is saying what you say it is about corporate Israel. I'm not saying I agree, but let's just say it is. The thing is, though, the Bible still uses imagery and stuff like Adam and Eve and stuff to portray like a future happenings and whatnot. So it still technically could be prophetic in that sense anyways. But
No,
I don't necessarily...
No, I disagree. No. There's no prophecy with Adam and Eve.
No, like, what am I thinking? Okay, so let me think. I thought there was something, but maybe I forgot what it was. Well, like maybe like parallels or something like that. Maybe I missed something. I don't know. For some reason, I thought it was prophetic.
So
different. Maybe it was different.
Here's the first entry in this is the single volume Oxford Bible Commentary, and it says, characteristically, Jewish tradition has given a corporate interpretation of this poem, seeing it as prefiguring the persecution undergone by the Jewish community. The person who wrote this is a Christian, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, this is a Christian commentary, the Oxford Bible Commentary. When you get into the halls of academia, my interpretation of Isaiah 53 is standard. Like, I realize it's new to you, but the minute you get with like actual academics who really know the material and really know the history, they're going to tell you what I said.
Okay, well, I did think of an example that was what I was trying to say, I guess. Okay, so when you look at the prophet Jonah, how he was in the well 3 days, and then he came back out, even Jesus says, you'll get no sign but the sign of the prophet Jonah. And so, and then he was dead 3 days, and he wrote in the grave.
And again, Rod, we go right back to the same point. I don't believe in the New Testament. You can't keep using the New Testament to prove points until you can demonstrate that the New Testament is trustworthy or true, and you haven't been able to do that. So claiming that Jonah is prophetic is silly.
No, but you don't believe in the Old Testament either. So,
It doesn't matter. For this conversation, I'm Jewish.
Oh my goodness! Because you don't believe in any of them.
It doesn't matter. I don't have to interpret the Old Testament through the lens of the New Testament, for the same reason you don't have to interpret the New Testament through the lens of the Book of Mormon. You can't tell me that I have to read the Old Testament through the lens of the New Testament. That's stupid. It's silly. They contradict each other.
I don't know.
The Old Testament says to follow the law forever, literally forever, until the end of time. Even in the new heavens and new earth, New Jerusalem, the law of Moses is followed. There's Levitical priests. It's a huge contradiction.
Well, no, I'm not going to disagree with that because I believe that as far as I understand it, they reinstitute the sacrifices in the end, if I remember correctly.
That means
towards
the
end
book
of
of
the Bible.
Hebrews is wrong. The book of Hebrews says the opposite.
I can't explain everything.
Jesus is the final sacrifice according to the New Testament. He's the last one. He's done. There's no more.
No, but like he's the sacrifice for our sins and whatnot. But people think that it's maybe okay. Before Jesus came, they had sacrifices to look back, right? To look forward to. That was some people would say like back before there was any church or covenant or Israel, anything like basically like. Well, maybe there's a covenant with like Abraham, but before there was the nation Israel, they had sacrifices. People would say that's looking forward, and then the new age when Jesus comes, chances are those sacrifices are going to be looking back, like as a testament to what he did.
No, they won't. There's specifically going to be sin sacrifices in the New Jerusalem, the new heaven, new earth. There are literal physical animals being sacrificed as purification offerings and sin offerings. None of that would happen if Jesus was the final sacrifice for sin.
I'll have to look into that and see what's happened. I know that for the because according to biblical theology, at least according to us, there's going to be a 1,000-year reign of Christ, and people will still be sinners during that period. But it's the understanding after the new, like when they makes the new earth, that everybody's not a sinner. As far as I understand, maybe I missed something.
Why would
I don't know.
Why would Jesus need to reinstitute sacrifices if his sacrifice was good for all time? Hebrews chapter 10 literally says the opposite. He says, when Christ had offered for all time a single sacrifice for sins, he sat down at the right hand of God, and since then has been waiting until his enemies would be made a footstool for his feet. By a single offering, he has perfected for all time those who are sanctified. You don't need any more sacrifices after Jesus, according to the New Testament.
Well, definitely for like Christian people, yes. But I don't understand all the things about Judaism because if they've not accepted Christ, they're still under the law. So they maybe actually technically are supposed to follow the sacrifices still because they haven't accepted Jesus.
If Israel is still under the law, then Paul is wrong. Paul said that the law was done away with. In fact, he said that if you take the marks of circumcision, Christ is of no use to you.
Well, if I understand, he's talking to Christians here. I don't know that he told that to the actual temple, because if they're still under the law, still following the covenant, Abrahamic covenant, I don't know if you can be free from the law unless not as a Gentile. You understand? I'm a Gentile, so I don't.
Paul was a Jew, right?
Yes.
Paul says he's freed from the law.
Yeah, but he accepted Christ. But the other Jews did not. There are Jews that did accept Christ, but the other Jews did not accept Christ. So they're still technically, they're not free from the law that I know of because they are still probably, I'm going to guess, I might be wrong, don't quote me, they're still under the, was it Abrahamic or the Israel covenant? I can't remember which one. There's different ones in the Bible. I can't follow them all. But me as a Gentile, I do not feel any way bound to the law. Because
well, you should be. No, it wasn't. God explicitly says in Isaiah and in Ezekiel and elsewhere that the law is going to be for everyone. It's going to cover the entire world. It's going to go from sea to sea. It's going to go out of Zion and cover the entire world.
Well, in the new kingdom, we're going to be under Jesus' rule, and then they do talk about going to there, but at this point in time. Like, I guess I technically maybe will be under the law during the the his reign and stuff. But at this current moment in the church age, I'm not under the law.
Why? Why would
Under the
God
church.
get rid of his law only to reinstate it? What a silly thing to believe.
No, but I'm saying for me as a Gentile, I've never been under it.
I know, but
I
you
don't
should
think
be.
so. I don't agree. Like,
Why? Name one passage from the Old Testament where God didn't think that the Gentiles would eventually be under law, because there's a bunch of them that disagree with you.
I'm saying at this point in time, I'm not, like in the millennial kingdom, we're going to all be under one umbrella. And if you understand what I'm saying, like all people are going to be under one umbrella. And if that's the umbrella of the law, according to the Bible, then yes, I will be.
Then Jesus wasn't the final sacrifice.
So what does it say? The final sacrifice for sins? Is that what it says?
Yep.
Well, maybe the sacrifices are more ceremonial. I don't know. If, at least for people that believe in him, but maybe for people who don't believe in him, they still have to do sacrifices.
Then Jesus' death is useless. If what can be accomplished without Jesus dying, then his death was useless.
It's not accomplished. If I remember, what is it like the Bible was talking about back in...
And just to be sure, the book of Hebrews is talking to other Hebrews. This is not about Gentiles. The book of Hebrews is explicitly telling you that the law is going away. This is written to other Hebrews. It says the law has not only a shadow of good things to come and not the true form of these realities, it can never, by the same sacrifices that are continually offered year after year, make perfect those who approach. So this is talking to people who follow the law. This is useless information to Gentiles. They don't give a damn about any of this nonsense. This isn't for them.
But I thought, wasn't he talking to Christian believers though? I thought like
this is
Jewish,
to the Hebrews. The entire book of
but-
Hebrews is addressing other Hebrews.
Yes, but what I'm saying, when they were writing that book, probably wasn't of much concern to, I'm guessing, to people who didn't subscribe to Christianity at the time. I'm guessing that it was to Christian Hebrews. I guess it's Hebrews, but I would think it was Christian Hebrews.
It was written to Hebrews who followed the law. The topic of the book of Hebrews is the law. But it says every priest stands day after day at his service offering offering again and again the same sacrifices that can never take away sins. If the sin sacrifices cannot take away sin, and Jesus is the final sacrifice once and for all, there is no reason ever for the sacrifices to come back. It's not required.
I mean, the Bible says they're going to come back. Sometimes I don't understand why. I just accept it.
Because it's a contradiction. It's just a contradiction. Paul said that the law is no longer binding. He said it's been abolished. Ephesians chapter 2.
I'll look into it more, but I guess I felt like it seems like there's going to be sacrifices, but I didn't really think they might have been more symbolic in the end than anything like that actually is supposed to do anything. You know what I'm saying?
Paul says, in his flesh, he has made both into one and has broken down the dividing wall that is the hostility between us, abolishing the law and its commandments and ordinances, that he might create in himself one new humanity in place of the two, thus making peace. Paul says the law has been completely abolished. That's poppycock.
Been abolished. I don't know. I just really don't feel like when I read about this, I need to look into it more. I feel like when I talk about it, I know there's going to be, as far as I can understand, there's going to be more sacrifices. And I'm right on this, right? Like in the millennial kingdom at least, right?
No. There's not a single mention in the New Testament of sacrifice coming back. Not one.
Really?
Yep.
Was it in the Old Testament then?
Old Testament only. They don't even agree on whether or not people die in the new heaven, new earth. According to Isaiah 65, people are still going to die, in the New Jerusalem, new heaven, new earth. They're going to live for hundreds of years, but they're still going to die eventually. Revelation 21 says that they won't die anymore.
Well, my understanding from, well, maybe I got something wrong, that there is going to be, okay, this is the theology that I was subscribing to or being taught when I was younger, that there's going to be a millennial kingdom, and during that time people will die. But then in the end, there's going to be something new that's going, and then people won't die. But I'm not saying they're right or wrong, but that was basically what they said. There's going to be, Jesus is going to have his kingdom on earth before there is a new heaven, new earth type that thing that happens. Because when he first comes back, he's going to have a kingdom, as far as I understand, on this earth, not renewed, not burnt, none of that stuff.
Yep. The new heaven and new earth is the end. When God brings the new heaven and the new earth in Revelation 21, that's done. There's no more tribulation. There's no more trial. That's it. And new heaven, new earth, according to Isaiah 65, people are still going to die. It says, I'm about to create a new heaven and new earth. The former things shall not be remembered or come to mind, but be glad and rejoice forever for what I am creating. For I'm about to create Jerusalem as a joy and its people as a delight. I will rejoice in Jerusalem and delight in my people. No more shall the sound of weeping be heard in it, or the cry of distress. No more shall there be in it an infant who lives but a few days, or an old person who does not live out a lifetime. For one who dies at 100 years will be considered a youth. So he's saying you're going to live for a long time, but the person who dies at 100, they'll be considered very, very young, which means people are going to die.
So that's Isaiah. Which part of Isaiah was that?
Isaiah 65, 19 and 20.
All right.
I would compare that with Revelation 21, which literally states the opposite, even though it steals most of it. It says, I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth had passed away. Very similar. And the sea was no more. I saw the holy city, yada, yada, yada. It says, see, the home of God is among mortals. He will dwell with them. They will be his people. God himself will be with them and will be their God. He will wipe away every tear from their eyes. Death will be no more. Mourning and crying and pain will be no more. Just a contradiction, straight up.
I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, don't worry. I don't actually have questions. I'm just pointing stuff out to you. All right, well, listen, it's late. I've got to read some super chats and get to bed before it gets any later. I'm an old man, and these late nights are wearing me out. But I appreciate you hanging out with me so long, and I think you've been a pretty good sport. So big W to
I
you.
appreciate you doing lives and stuff, because I don't like these. I don't like the hostile lives and stuff. I just, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got
I
you.
like it. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, cheers,
Good
buddy.
night.
Dalton, welcome back, buddy.
I had to come up just one last time because I had
You-
to get my one.
You heard
I
I
can't
paid
help myself.
53 and your ears started tingling.
Yeah, for real. So, I think it's what really sold me on Isaiah 53 at being about the people of Israel and not a singular individual is specifically in verse 8. The way the verse ends, it says "Mi pesha ami negat lamo," and which usually gets translated as "for the transgression of my people he was afflicted," but in fact it is because for the transgression of my people they were afflicted. It's in the plural. It can't be about
Yeah.
one individual.
So
Yeah.
I've talked about Lamo with Rabbi Tovia, and he seemed to agree. I did find you probably know Chet already. I think Chet found an argument for Lamo that could be translated into singular. I have to revisit that, but I agree with you. I think having a Lamo in there is crazy that more English translations aren't doing something with that. I get that the sentence structure is weird and it's hard to get it translated properly. But man, that seems to be like awfully strange that there's a they right there.
Yeah, so the Stone Edition Tanakh and the Tanakh as translated by Rabbi A.J. Rosenberg both accurately render it as, you know, a plague befell them or whatnot. And there are other verses like Psalm 2:4. The one who sits in heaven laughs. The Lord, it's Adonai Yilag Lamo. The Lord mocks them. I think the only places I've ever seen Lamo be used, and some people have made the argument for the singular, is there's a passage in Isaiah where it refers to an idol, and then a passage in Genesis where it refers to the descendants of, I think it was Tubal Cain or whatnot, or maybe Cain, one of those individuals. But even in the Septuagint, it's generally translated in the plural, like because it's kind of understood that the idol in Isaiah, for example, is just a stand-in for all idols, and therefore it uses the pronominal like poetic lamo as a like it's referring to more than one idol.
I get that. Let me check the Septuagint. Interesting.
I got that from what's his name, Rabbi Michael Skoback. He pointed
Okay.
out on his website. Then the Septuagint, even the author there, it uses the plural.
Yeah. Okay. I'll have to do a dive on this and add this to my notes. I appreciate that, man. That's really good.
Absolutely. If you want me to do any research on your behalf, just shoot me a message and I'll see what I can dig up.
For sure. Now that I know you're available for this kind of stuff, I'll make sure to get you in the mix.
Absolutely. All right. You have a good night, man.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. W. Dalton, make sure you're following the Bible guy. Make sure you follow the Bible guy. He's good people. All right, guys. I want to read what's left of our super chats, and then we'll see. We'll see how late we're gonna be. It might be a while. Venom Inside says, which one of the four horsemen do you favor most? I think you mean the four horsemen of New Atheism, maybe. Is that what you're talking about? Or the four horsemen from Zechariah, or the four horsemen from Revelation? That's a tough one. I don't know. I do like Richard Dawkins, though. Isn't he one of the four horsemen? Let's see. Let me check. Four horsemen of New Atheism is Richard Dawkins, Daniel Dennett. Okay, yeah, he's in there. Okay. The Sam Harris. I'm not crazy about the guy. I like him, but like, it's weird that he got labeled one of the four horsemen. I feel like they could do better. Acme Hero, thank you for the super chat. Says use cheat sheet today. Great resource. Hey, thank you, Acme Hero. If you're a subscriber to the Kraken Crew Elite or on Patreon or on TikTok, you should have access to the deconstruction cheat sheet, and I think it is a good resource. I really like it. I've got the contradictions on there. I've got the prophecies from the Gospels on there. I got all kinds of stuff on there. Humdrum says, and when they don't like the Bible verses, they need context. Indeed, every time they don't like what it says, need context. The minute they go to a prophecy that they need it to not mean what it actually says, then they're like, oh, ignore the context. Don't look at the context. Just interpret it in isolation. Okay. Jersey Auto Home says, thank you for your donations. Well, Jersey, thank you for your donations. And Handsome Crack, great to see you, says, God is necessary for knowledge? Question. No. But you know that's where the Philbro argument was likely to head. Handsome Cat says, Jim Bob has a video supposedly debunking Doug. Don't care. I assume it's a presuppositionalist argument, which means it's trash, just like all of his arguments. Jim Russell says, I believe this is the first time a person called in while farming, no matter the argument. That's pretty cool. Listen, I agree. This was the first argument from farm implementation. I've not seen that. And big W for being able to do it. I don't know if I could. Insert name here. Great to see you. It says, hey, Justin, is Numbers 5:11-13 about abortion? Well, kind of. It can include abortion. So if the spirit of jealousy, according to Numbers chapter 5, comes upon the husband, and the husband got the spirit of jealousy because the wife became pregnant, he's like, I don't think it was mine. If that's the case, and she drinks the potion, and it turns out she actually did cheat on him, well, it's going to result in a miscarriage or an abortion, which means God is performing abortion. So there's that. Anarchist says, could the Christian Antichrist narrative be an apologetic to excuse away the chance of a Jewish Messiah that fulfills the great warrior leader stuff? Yeah, okay, so I see what you're saying now, and not only are you correct, that's like one of my main arguments. Like one of my main arguments is that the bullshit prophecies in the New Testament are used to explain why Jesus died rather than fulfilling the real prophecies. You see what I'm saying? Billy, thank you for the super chat. It says prayer threats totally worked. I'm a Christian now. Oh no, we lost one. Oh no. Did they read John 3:16 to you as well? Damn it. Zach says, as an atheist who says, God damn it, praying? Or is an atheist who says, God damn it, praying? No, I don't believe so. I think it's just using a recycled phrase from our common vernacular. Jeannie, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, the one that got me was the father offering his daughters in place of the two strangers. What father does that and is then blessed for it? Oh, I hear you, Jeannie. Not only that, later in the New Testament, Lot is described as righteous among the unrighteous in his generation. Like Lot's behavior is considered righteous. That's crazy. Keep in mind, the angels could have just said, hey, we got this. You don't have to offer your daughters. That didn't happen. Though not even the angels were righteous. Jason, good to see you. Says, I brought my desk cheat sheet to a friend's place to debate. Oh, I love it. I've got to stop trying to deconstruct people while elevated. Everyone needs one. Oh, I do love, if you go to the shop attached to my YouTube, I've got a cheat sheet desk mat. It's like 30 something inches, like 32 inches. And it's got a bunch of goodies from the deconstruction cheat sheet on it. It's a good quick reference, I think. Eric, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, wonder how many Christian marriages have 0 Christians in them. Oh, but they're both faking because they think the other still believes. I've heard of that before. In fact, I won't say names, but I had a friend that deconstructed, and when she told her husband, he was like, oh, we don't have to do that anymore. Glad to hear it. So, like, yeah, I mean, it happens. It certainly does happen. A lot of people stay in bad marriages too because they think it's their Christian duty. Martin says, Justin, when do you sleep? Never. I will sleep when I'm dead, and I assume I'll get the best rest I've ever had. Michael, thank you for the $5. Says, can we talk about the false rocks impersonating Doug? There are false rocks impersonating Doug. I am personally offended. To my core, I'm personally offended. If you find these impersonators of Doug, you let me know. Bill says, if we were made in God's image, but the fall changed us, are we still in his image? I mean, I assume not. I mean, it depends what you mean by image, though, because like my interpretation of image in Genesis is that it just means likeness. We were created in the likeness of God. Just like Adam had a son in his likeness, it says. Same Hebrew word. It just means likeness. That's all it is. So it just means we look like God. It doesn't mean we are necessarily similar to God, that we're like spirit beings. Ben says, am I right that Christians think that the biggest sin is not believing in their God? Undermines the whole premise of morals and sin. All shall Doug. Yes, may the courts be with you. And I do agree. So like, according to Christianity, the greatest sin you can commit is rejecting Jesus, essentially, right? Which means it is worse for me to not believe in their precious blood-covered Jesus than it is for me to do what Hitler did. That's what that boils down to. That's the reductio. It's fucking absurd. Crazy. Good question. Says gays are fantastic. I agree. Actually, I think I got new neighbors, and I don't want to pry, but I'm a little excited because I think I've got Gabers. They're awesome, and I'm really excited. I hope they accept me. I'm not a member of the community necessarily, but I hope they accept me and teach me how to decorate and other gay cliches, because like I'm a wreck, and I've known them very shortly, and they're already more put together. Like, you ever meet a couple and you're like, oh, these fuckers, they know what they're doing. God damn it. That's the vibe I get. I was like, God damn it, these fuckers are gonna. Now I've got to up my game. They're gonna make they're already fixing up their property. I'm like, oh god, now I gotta do all these improvements on my property. It's gonna be one of those situations. Anyways, they're fantastic. But where was I? Yes, gays are fantastic. Couldn't agree more. That's my interpretation. Why else would Yahweh use the rainbow as a sign of peace? Of course, the rainbow is a typological fulfillment for exactly that. That's what it means. I can't believe I never thought about that before. That's really good, actually. Johannes says believers are quick to say rapists, murderers, etc. aren't real. Christians, they aren't real Christians. So when I give to charity, does that mean I'm not a real atheist? Ooh, good question. Yeah, when you do something out of character, you don't qualify to fit that? I think I follow you. Okay, so a real Christian wouldn't grape and murder, which means a false Christian would do those things. So if you give the charity, a false Christian wouldn't do that, which means giving the charity means you're a false Christian or a real atheist. It broke my brain. I got to think about that a little bit more. Sorry, but interesting format though, Johan. It's good to see a friend. Good question says God needs us to make money for His kingdom. Isn't that wild? Like how hell bent God is on us making money for Him, like the most powerful being in the world. Abraham the Chaldean says earlier. Guest says Proverbs 30. Justin off the cuff. Oh yeah, the one about Egwar. My glob man, you're the goat. Rock hard for duck. A lot of these passages are repetitive. Like you hear the same thing over and over again, but like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? It is what it is. I don't know what's wrong with my brain. I don't know why I retain these Bible passages. It's just what I do, Johannes, again, thank you so much, Johannes. I appreciate that. It says, it's just not fair that you know your stuff and have all these sound arguments ready to go. You're not giving guests enough time to make shit up. That's my bad, actually. I apologize ahead of time for not. I should ask a question and then have a timer, like a pause timer to think. Actually, that would probably produce a better conversation. We'd probably get real reactions. Hank says the first and primary target of the religious apologist is and must necessarily be himself. Oh, so true. Always remember, the apologist is there to convince themselves that they're not crazy. Apologists have no real arguments for atheists. They're out here trying to make atheists look silly only so they can quell their own fears. That's it. And Design says, caller holds a dishonest point of view. Either they demand God punish people for the sake of justice or they don't care. It's up to God. Yes. Agreed. If hell and heaven are just rewards, then you can't get out of it with the Jesus nonsense. Once you introduce Jesus and mercy, it's not a form of justice anymore. You got to change what you think. And CJ says, how do you like to address Pascal's wager as an argument? Good question. Well, two things. One, Pascal's wager is only ever applied to Christianity, but you should ask them the same thing for Islam. Like, what if you're wrong about Islam, right? Like they just assume that the only two options are atheism and Christianity. That's silly. The other thing is like Pascal's wager. Like, what's the word I'm looking for? It assumes that there's nothing to lose by living your life as a Christian, and I disagree with that. I think for a lot of people, living your life as a Christian is not only dangerous, it's harmful, right? So the assumption that like, well, if I live my life as a Christian and I'm wrong, I've lost nothing. That's bullshit. No, you've lost a lot. There's a lot of cases where living your life as a Christian is a huge net negative. Kyle, thank you for the super chat. It says, but I always thought atoms are always vibrating all the time, even if it's an inanimate object. So I think my disagreement is with the word vibrate, and maybe I'm wrong. Do they have movement? Yeah. Do they have vibration? I don't know if that's how I would word it, but we can Google it. Says Adam. Listen, Kyle, I could be wrong here. It says atoms are constantly vibrating, a motion caused by thermal energy and the fundamental principles of quantum mechanics. This vibration is continuous jiggling, where atoms move back and forth in all three dimensions. I thought this was only if they don't if they have energy though. If they're at the what's the lowest form of cold? Shit. If they're at absolute zero, do they still move? Okay. The amount of intensity of this vibration depends on temperature. Okay, that's what I thought. As temperature increases, atoms vibrate faster. Yeah, because they have energy now, right? As temperature approaches absolute zero, vibrations become minimal. Well, I mean, do they ever become zero? I'm learning now. The atoms vibrate at absolute zero. Says no. Atoms do not stop vibrating at absolute zero due to quantum mechanics and the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Principles always have some inherent motion. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, so atoms constantly have motion no matter how cold they get. I'm down with that. Listen, Kyle, thanks for correcting me. I appreciate that. Now I know that the atoms do indeed always vibrate. I assumed that his argument was based on string theory, which because he was a quantum woo sounding person, I was wrong. Cora says, it's been wonderful to wake up to the sweet smell of grilled Theist and skewered Philbro's kebab. Ah, thank you, Cora. I appreciate that. And yes, there was some cooking. I actually enjoyed today's debates. I thought we had some decent ones mixed in there. I thought it was a good time. Johanna says, shut up. You're a dog? What? Shut up, you're a dog. What do I say, pig? Your mother. Anyways, Jesus said to turn the other cheek. Love holds the whole universe together. Anonymous bully. Oh yeah. That is the funniest thing. These people will make arguments like love is holding the entire world together, and that proves Christianity true. And then at the same time, start calling me like names and insulting my mother and nasty stuff like that. It's crazy. And Ursmont says this guy ran away from his slavery defense. Yeah, that is the case. Yeah, Johanna says first time I've ever seen a literal MFer come out. Oh, that's good. That is good. I appreciate that joke. If you watch the tape back, if you're coming in now, you'll get that later. That's a good one. That's a good one. And 55445 says, on your thoughts for free will, we can make choices based on what we want. We can't choose what we want. Oh, that's a good point. We can make choices on what we want, but we can't control what we want. If that's an inherent property, what we want, then do we really have choices? Or do we always just pick the thing that we most want at that moment? Good question. Atlas says, another ex-Mormon joke. How do you know if you're at a Mormon wedding? The bride isn't pregnant, but the mother-in-law is. Yeah, that'll do it. I need to look up more Mormon jokes. We don't give the Mormons nearly a hard enough time. And to be fair, their religion deserves it. Design says, get well, Dark Matter. May the strength of Doug shield you. Is Dark Matter okay? I haven't kept up with him, but I hope he's okay. This is not good. Not good. Dex says, did you hear about the new horror movie about Jesus called The Carpenter's Son? No, but now I want to see it. I would love to see a horror movie involving Jesus. I hope there's more whipping and scourging. Design says worship is the ultimate morality whose behavior would land you in jail. Worship this ultimate morality whose behavior would land you in jail. Oh, so this is okay. Yeah, we have to worship this thing that claims to be the highest moral agent in the universe. But if we behave like it behaves, we go to prison. That's a silly thing. Entropy Eater, great name. Thank you for the super chat. Says, it's crazy listening to Christians get up here time after time and make up different gods based on vague recollections of Bible verses they were exposed to throughout their lives. Hail Doug and hail Satan. Big W, Doug and Satan. Couldn't agree more. And you're right. They will die on the hill. They will go to bat for God concepts from this book without having read the book. It's the craziest thing. And they'll double and triple down on it. Lewis says, it's apparent that Rob has to see worldviews as religions in order to feel like he's on the same footing as people who are intellectually honest. That's about right, actually. They always want, when you don't believe in the religion, they always want to pitch what you believe in or don't believe in as a worldview, so they can like treat it like a religion, even though it's not. And Fierce Interaction, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, good seeing you back at your wildly aggressive schedule. Hey, I appreciate that. And listen, the schedule is pretty damn aggressive. We're going to be live Sunday on the Atheist Experience and on Sunday morning on Unapologetic, so see us there. And Pat says, topic suggestions, prayer is nothing more than talking to yourself, prove me wrong. Sedimentary tomb sense. For Doug, may his stoneness endure. Big W, Pat. And I did a topic similar to this. We need to do it again. It's actually how we got Doug. So I ran a topic that had a picture of Jesus and a pet rock. And it was, Jesus is just a pet rock for adults, something of that nature. And I was showing them how everything we can get from Jesus realistically, I can get from a pet rock. And it was hilarious. And that's how we end up with Doug. So this is kind of similar to it, just demonstrating that prayer is useless, because during that live stream, we kept trying to validate the usefulness of prayer. And of course, Christians can't do it. Jarek, thank you for the 400 THB. I don't know where that comes from, but thank you so much. It says, I love the line and AXP and seeing you there, but I think you do your best cooking at home. You give it time and care. You give it time and care the other shows not always allow, so the believers come out nice and tender or completely charred. Keep on cooking. Well, thank you, Jarek. I appreciate that. The thing that I like about doing my own stream is I can stream for hours. Like, I'm never on a time schedule. Not a problem for me. I can have a conversation as long as I want. The thing I like about other people's streams is that, like, I'm not always on. Sometimes I can just be like, well, Forrest has got it. You know, Erica's got it. So-and-so got it, you know, which is kind of nice. Pat says, Mormons don't drink coffee. They just have to use enough cream to make it exceedingly fair and delightsome. Good quote from 2 Nephi 5. Yes, they just have to make the coffee white and delightsome. Fair point. Bitplane says, my new favorite argument from incredulity comes from Rogidi, or whatever his name was. Sounds preposterous. I think you mean, I know what you mean. Yes, the argument from incredulity is it's a classic among Christians, actually. Double Donkey Surfer, great name. Thank you for the 666. Hill Nero says, in response to abiogenesis, start with Professor Dave explains on YouTube and his series versus James Tour. There's tens of hours of material on this topic. I have to check it out. I haven't read that yet, actually. I appreciate the suggestion, Double Donkey. And Larry, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, excellent night. Adrian, Simone, and various other kinds, plus pretzels, literal and metaphorical. Well, thank you, Larry. I appreciate that. I hope you guys enjoyed the live stream. I really do. But yeah, I felt like it was a little pretzel-y. So, Jarek, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, oh, and Yoda forgot about vulcanized baby paste rubber the other day. Praise be Doug, the holy stone who turns believers into nice crispy pretzels. Yes, we've only done vulcanized baby rubber once, but that's a good one. We need to make sure that is included in our repertoire of baby punishments. Kahota said the only thing Doug wants you to dash against the rocks is coconuts. Yes, Shale Doug. Doug does not ever want you to dash a baby's head against the rocks like Yahweh. And good question says debates should have a max time. Votes. I don't disagree. I tossed around getting a timer set up for the debates so that we can reduce some of the yapping. But I agree. I think we should give people a time limit and try to stick to it, or at least time limit the topics. I'm not opposed to that. Helping Mega says, golf is easy. Please call Justin and tell him the young virgin girls taken against their will and slept with against their will isn't slavery. That's what I want to know, Helping Mega. Tell me how in Numbers 31, the little virgin girls that were kidnapped and stolen from their homeland and given as war spoil to a bunch of soldiers weren't raped. Kay, thank you for the super chat, says, throw out the book. Believe in a deistic god or goddess if it makes you feel better. The Bible is an ancient text full of errors and bad science. Couldn't agree more. Could not agree more. That's why I hate dumb arguments for a deistic God. No one cares if a deistic God exists. A deistic God doesn't care if I believe it exists. Nothing matters, right? It's just irrelevant. Chris Curran, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, hail the boulder, the pebble, and the holy grit. Yes. Justin is the easy to read Bible, ERV, nearly accurate as the NRSV. It's not, albeit simplified. I'm sorry, it's not. Isaiah 7:14 is correct. What other passages to check for accuracy? I always, when I'm looking for accuracy, go to Psalm 82. Go to Psalm 82 and see what it says. Then go to Daniel 9 and see if it says a Messiah or the Messiah. Those are like the first two litmus tests that I do. In the book of Daniel, it should not say the Messiah. In Psalm 82, it should say gods, not judges. So that's a place to start. Also, I love it when in Genesis it refers to the firmament as a dome. If your translation says dome instead of firmament, I love it because that's what the word means. It's referring to a hard dome covering over the earth. In fact, this is the new American Bible Revised Edition. Let's see what this one says. This is a really good translation of the Bible. It's recent, and it says dome. Let there be a dome. So the NRSV, the NABRE, both great translations say dome. Guts says, my favorite law is Deuteronomy 25:11-12. What's yours? That's a tough one. I think one of my favorite laws recently has been Deuteronomy 23 about God just can't be around feces. So when you, let me grab it real quick. Put it on the screen. This defeats God's omnipotence, his omnipresence, and everything. Says, you shall have a designated area outside the camp to which you shall go. With your tools, you shall have a trowel. When you relieve yourself outside, you shall dig a hole with it and then cover up your excrement, because the Lord your God travels along with your camp to save you and to hand over your enemies to you. Therefore, your camp must be holy, so that he may not see anything indecent among you and turn away from you. As if an omnipresent God wouldn't see it outside of the camp. Unfucking believable. God is not omnipresent, and he can't handle seeing dung, apparently. And last one from our friend Darth says, in Luke 19:27, Jesus talks about slaying people. Was Jesus talking in a parable about noblemen from verse 11, or is Jesus actually giving a command? So this it's kind of a prophecy, but the parable is really about when he comes back. The parable that he's giving is about the people that remain while he's gone and what's going to happen when he comes back. When he comes back, those people that reject him, he's going to say, bring them before me in my very presence and slaughter them. Helping Mega Deconstruction is, how did God create Earth if it has so much iron? Oh, good question, because God got fucked up by iron chariots in Judges, 1:19? Which means if God can't handle iron, it's weird that he created the Earth with so much iron. There's some contradictions there. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. That's our last super chat. Friends, who is live right now that we can go raid? I don't think Thinker is live right now. I think she's going to be live tomorrow. Let me see. Oh shit, Mezzo's live. I don't see Thinker live, but Mezzo is live. Okay. Guys, if we're going to go over to the Oh. Oh no. I got the wrong channel. Hold on. We're going to go to Bad Bible Debates, but they are live there. All right, let me put this on the screen. All right, we're going to go check out the live. It's on TikTok and on YouTube under Bad Bible Debates. We're going to go send a big Justin and Doug raid to Bad Bible Debates. Looks like Joel, Mezzo, Benny, Crystal, looks like they're all debating right now at Bad Bible Debates. I'll stop over in just a couple minutes and say hi over at Bad Bible Debates. And I didn't know that this was a YouTube channel. I'm subscribing right now. I'll see you over there, friends, in just a few minutes. Thank you so much for being here. And we had one more super chat come in at the end from Jarek. He says, the currency is Thai baht. I'm the Buddhist hell person that contacted you in the Discord. Oh, shit. Thank you. I appreciate that. Derek, thank you so much for hanging out and chatting and supporting the channel. I really appreciate that, friend. All right, guys. I'll see you over